And hello, everyone. I'm not sure if you can see me and hear me correctly and properly, but just let me know in the comments. We have few seconds to get started. Just let me know if you can hear me or see me correctly, and we will get our Flutter Global Summit 2023 by Geekle get started. I'm so excited. Hello, everyone. Well, this is not our first and not second global summit for Flutter developers. Our idea is to gather, all innovations, all new ideas, all new concepts during 6 months and pack it up in this beautiful stream and deliver to you globally all over the world because yeah, everything is fine. I see. Cool. Because we're a global project, and our idea is to share technical innovations and knowledge all around the world. And it doesn't matter you are live in what country you live and what city, small or big, you live, but you can still have an access to the very freshest use cases, best practices, I don't know, some refreshments. And so that's what we do here. I'm so excited. Few hundred people already joined us on this opening, and I'm so happy. People, please write me in the chat from what city or country you are now. It's always encouraged me that we do like something really like useful and interesting for all the global audience. And now I'm inviting here our goodies, our favorite, our like I don't know, the person who like made this happen. Anna, you know her, almost everyone. Hey Anna, how are you?
Hi everybody. I'm so glad to be here. And yes, you were right. It's definitely not our first, second, and even third event. Yeah, it's our fifth Flutter Global Summit. And I feel very proud that all of them were prepared by me and we could create this beautiful community and people who are waiting for our events really here in the chat and already waving us and sending us greetings.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm so happy you are smiley. And yeah, people, we're a Ukrainian team. This flag behind Anna is Ukrainian flag. And yeah, we're not in our best times now in Ukraine. Some part of the team is outside now. Some part doesn't have any connection to internet or electricity. But we still work on this project, and I'm proud to be the part of this team. I'm in France, in Nice right now, and Anna in India. In
Hyderabad.
yes, that city. And just keep saying us like your naming your cities. Anna, I'm so excited, but let's talk about this, content, these talks. I know this. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the biggest one. So many speakers. Share us.
Yeah, it's not the biggest one. First one was the biggest. We had 57 speakers first time, but after I got question that I can watch it for 1 week, please, I want to sleep also. So we have like 34 good topics, good speakers who are prepared, who created, who are participating in creating Flutter, who are bringing something new to the community, who were preparing their presentation for a really long time and ready to share. Also, we will have last updates regarding Flutter Forward. We will have panel discussion with developers from Google. Sorry, kind of nervous. Yeah, today we have a junior track, and this link, this stream is available for everyone. So please share it with your friends, share with your colleagues, share with your firms, with whom you want. You can share it. Everybody can get and come and get something new for themselves. Also, we have a lot of gifts during this day for you. But firstly, you have to know that we have 5 blocks. We have 14 speeches today, 14 speeches tomorrow. And yeah, it will be really hectic and intensive 2 days.
Cool. And we have more than 4,000 registrations on this event. Some people connect online and watch and communicate in this, chats and everything. But some people are just watching these recordings, and it's still great and still great. But I want to read the chat. It's Tunisia, it's Ethiopia, it's Turkey. Guys from Turkey and Syria, our hearts are with you. Like, hold on. We all watch these news, and guys, it's terrible. Just hold on. We're with you. We understand you because we're from Ukraine, probably not only, but like when something touched to you, it's really touchy. Yeah, Hungary, it's Nigeria. Wow, another part of the world. Nairobi, Mumbai, Pakistan, Vietnam. Oh my God, so many countries here. Yeah. Um, let's talk about. We have some kind of panel discussion. Tell me more, like why it's so important here.
Yes, we'll have panel discussions, we will have Q&A sessions, and everyone who is interested in some latest updates in Flutter Forward and Flutter, please text. We will answer. We'll have people from Google Flutter. We'll have those who are supporting communities all over the world, and they will give you the hottest and latest updates that happening. So don't hesitate. You can ask your questions in the chat. You can ask a question during the panel discussion, during Q&A session. It's really very important, even if everything is clear in the speech, but you have doubts regarding something else, and it's also regarding Flutter, I mean, but not regarding the topic, feel free to drop us the question. We'll ask the speaker and we'll have clarity for future.
Sure, thank you very much. And these questions during panel discussion, it's a nice idea to promote yourself, to throw some cool question and share your link. By the way, you can always share the link on your LinkedIn in this chat. Like, well, let's make it like cross following. If you see people you are interested in, and especially our speakers, they really love when after these conferences they see you in their audience and their socials. So follow them. They will be happy of that. And I see Poland here, Philippines, Tunisia, Ethiopia, and Indonesia again, and India again, and Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, and Thailand, and like from everywhere, Islamabad, Pakistan, and yeah, like so many people. That's really touched me. Anna,
I have an idea how to motivate you to post about the event and to tag us and just let people know about the events happening now. We have really a lot of swag from Google,
wow,
Flutter t-shirts, we have dashes,
I
we
want
have
one.
socks. We can talk privately. So we have cookie cutters. So for five, the best mentioning all over the social media. It can be LinkedIn, it can be Instagram, it can be Twitter, it can be Facebook. We will follow, we will check what you guys posting. You can get one of let's do 5 t-shirts that we can share with you for sharing and posting. Also, don't forget to like, comment, share. So yeah, we will really happy for that, and we'll motivate you and support also. Okay, so you can just get cool t-shirt, just letting people know that you like us and you're watching us.
Oh, nice. So just sharing in socials. By the way, I already shared one. Anyway, so we also have sponsors of this event, and I really love to mention them. And I wanted to invite Paul. He works with all these big guys, and it's not just someone. And I'm happy that these companies who support this community are doing something useful for developers, like something for security, something for bug checking, something for something. I don't know. Paul, it's your time. Yeah.
Hi everyone, thank you
What
for
cookies
joining.
you brought from your sponsors? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so we have three sponsors today. We have two gold sponsors and we have one silver sponsor. So among our gold sponsors are the Guard Square and also Code Magic. So Guard Square, they have a suite of so basically they have a suite of mobile security software, so you can check your app through the process of development, and basically it will help you to build it securely and kind of prevent the reverse engineering and like the malicious, the bad actors. And with Code Magic, they have Flutter specifically tailored for Flutter CI/CD tools. So they will help you with deployment, with basically placing your apps on the stores. And with Somnia, they're our friends from Latin America, and they have Flutter first specialized software development company. So if you need like staff augmentation, if you need additional Flutter developers, or you want to outsource the project, definitely hit them up. We will have all the links in the chats, and I'll remind you about what they do during the course of the summit. And also we will have a giveaway, a sponsored giveaway from our sponsors. We will have one prize, and you can choose three different prizes. It will be iPhone 14, it will be Pixel 7, and also the new Mac Mini on M2 chip. So depends on your preferences, what you like, what you need more. And we will have a special form for this. We will post it in the chat, and somewhere around the middle of the summit, we will have a draw. We will have a giveaway. So we'll have a randomizer. So definitely register and win a chance. I mean, get a
Wow.
chance to win the prize. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
But
Wow.
this is one prize that you can get. And we also, in the same form, you can, after submitting that form, you also can get t-shirts, socks,
Awesome.
cookie cutters, and dashes also. So just feel free to submit
Um,
form. Definitely you will get something.
More t-shirts.
Oh, more t-shirts, more t-shirts. Cool. Like, yeah, that's a real stuff, people. Nice. And well, I want to thank to every speaker at this summit. Thank you for your contribution to this community. Like, we do our best, we try hard, but we know what costs you to to be the father or mother of the talk and prepare everything and like that. So it's so precious for us, and thank you. Yeah. And thank you for I mean program committee people, thanks for helping us to measure, to separate, to split, to work through all these talks, because like this all about you. Thank you very much. We appreciate this stuff. And the last, probably, I'm not sure if I have to say anything else, but if you people believe in this project, if you like these conferences, today we have a flash sale price for the next Flutter Global Summit. You can grab it on at the lowest price ever. We will never do it lower than today. So it's $99 per senior track admission. I mean, it's full package, right? So we'll show these links and everything. So you can, yeah, here's the link. You can go there and grab and be first. And can we like give like some t-shirts or something to our first attendees of next year? I mean,
Um, we
please.
can. I'll find out what we can give. Yeah, something we can give.
Thank you. Okay, so
Definitely you'll get something.
we're out of gifts now. We're out of words now. We have like hundreds of people here from all around the world, from Europe. I see Belgium, I see Germany.
Yeah, and
Uh,
it's time for Simon to start his
yeah,
talk.
yeah, yeah. Sorry,
Otherwise,
sorry.
he'll
I'm
throw
sorry.
us from the
Yeah,
stage.
yeah. Anyway,
If you're giving out a T-shirt, I'll buy a ticket because I guess it's a pretty good return on investment. I think you can sell the shirt like kind of higher on eBay than $99.
not sure. Anyway, thank you, and yeah, let's invite our first moderator and speaker, and the stage is yours, guys. Good luck. We're so happy to be here.
Have a nice day,
Let's
everyone.
let up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Çağatay. I'm from Turkey. Today is one of those difficult days in my career because despite all the bad news coming from my home country, I'm here to deliver what I promised for this event. Because Flutter Global Summit has a very special place in my heart. I gave two presentations here. I moderated several times, and I know how much Anna and her team puts a lot of effort to make this event happen. But this is nothing to compare what people in Turkey are dealing with now. So if you consider helping, you can donate with these links on Twitter. So anyway, let's warm up a little bit and let me introduce our first speaker. So he is a community leader, a beautiful mind with amazing contributions to Flutter project and to the community. And last year, I had a privilege to moderate his great talk about using Flutter apps in E-Link devices. It was Raspberry Pi, it had lots of FFI, everything. And in the Flutter Vikings event, he delivered another amazing speech. So he already raised the bar. And I'm super excited to see what is coming now. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Simon to the stage. Hello, Simon, welcome.
Ah, there we go. Hello.
Hello, how are you? How is it
Yeah,
going?
not too bad. Not too bad.
Great.
Yeah, no.
So today you are going to talk about
Remastering retro 3D games in Flutter.
yes, our looks
Yeah.
like our first three sessions are about games today. So I'm very excited to see what is coming. So I don't want to steal your time. Let's start.
Okay. So thank you everyone for joining me. Yeah, I'll be talking about the PlayStation like you've never seen it before. Hopefully, I gave a brief talk about a similar topic during Flutter Festival last year, and I hope to sort of continue that topic and see where we go from here. So, what are we going to talk about? I kind of covered that just then. So, Wipeout. Wipeout is a PlayStation 1 or PSX as it's known title. I'm going to give you a quick demo of the game, hopefully, if it works. So I actually have the original game running here in an emulator. I own the original title. In fact, I own all the original titles for this. But we'll see if this works. Hopefully, we get some sound and it all works without a hitch. Just to show you what we're going to be talking about. So this is in the original. I hope it's coming through. This is in the original graphics. So the original graphics of the machine was 320 by 240, 4:3 aspect ratio, and yeah, it wasn't. I've got the sound muted at the moment, so that's fine. But hopefully, fingers crossed. Well, I'm just going to quickly show you this, and then we'll get on to the actual talk. Yes, I've got a whole load of dashes. This is the original and then the new one. But anyway, there we go. So this is the original game. And it's basically a space racy kind of game. And the idea is obviously there's time trials. There's I hit the side. There's you get I think you get the idea, and you get weapons and you can fire weapons and all that kind of fun stuff, right? It was I spent so many hours playing this game. I was always wondering that kind of fully immersive 3D and how one might actually build something like this. Like when I was a kid, and I feel like this is one of those titles that when the PlayStation was what brought 3D to a lot of people. Before PlayStation, everything was 16-bit, and everything was like 2D. 3D was just something that was felt unreachable, something that VR was held to. Anyway, so I'll stop playing that. So you get the idea. So hopefully now we're gonna sort of get back to the interesting bit. So, yeah, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the original PlayStation because it kind of leads into what we're going to talk about. So this is the kind of original what's the word functional diagram of the internal workings of the original PlayStation. The bits we're actually interested in are these. That's the geometry transformation engine, motion decoder, and the Sony GPU. Um, the geometry transformation engine actually, you can call it a co-processor. It was actually it allowed the CPU, basically the game would offload and ask the GTE to do all the 3D, essentially 3D fixed point math. So there was no floating point in this entire machine. It wasn't that capable. And I think I might have missed. Yeah, so this original the original CPU in the PlayStation was a 32-bit MIPS RISC-1 running at 34 megahertz. So I think you can kind of hopefully give you the kind of limitations of the platform there. And you had the 2 meg of system memory and 1 meg of graphics memory, as you can see here. And the CD-ROM was a 2-speed CD-ROM, which just gave you I think it was 300 kilobits a second or kilobytes a second. I forget. Anyway, so this does mean that there were some quirks in the 3D when you're doing the transformations, because it's all fixed point, which means accuracy, kind of, you lose a bit of accuracy when you're doing the calculations. The interesting point here is that the geometry transformation engine acted like a way of offloading all these heavy calculations. So this is what we use the GPU for today. So when you want to do all these like rotations and matrix multiplications and everything, a lot of that is you try and push that over to the GPU as much as possible. It also did some what's called depth queuing, or Z depth sort of averaging. This is just a way of putting things in Z order, because it didn't have a Z buffer. And I know these are terms that are kind of probably new to a lot of people, so we'll get to those as we go through. So to be clear, that the Sony GPU here is actually just a polygon renderer. So it can only render 2D graphics, which might surprise some people when I say that, because we talk about it being a 3D game console. The key behind, as I said, this GTE piece is the key behind that. So what we're essentially doing is converting 3D geometry into 2D, and we're going to talk about that next. So principles of rendering 3D basics, projection, and what does the GPU do? So I'm going to cover this, some concepts here in basic form. So so in 3D development, we use vertices and vectors to describe meshes. As you can see here, the top right, that's what you call mesh. Also directions, and all sorts of manners of calculations, because everything is done in this 3-dimensional space. And a vector, as you can see here on the graph, a vector here is a line between 2 points. Think of it like that. So there is mixed terminology. So a vertex or vector is actually just the number 9,6 in this case. But if you consider it from a starting point of 0, 0, then we have a distance or a magnitude that's covered. And in Flutter, all that kind of, all the position of all the widgets that you see is based on a 2D canvas system, where the top left is 0, 0, and where it's more common to have the bottom left as 0, 0 in 3D and other rendering frameworks. All sort of 2D happens top left. So there's a flip in the y-axis. Anyway, so rendering in 3D coordinates. So as we know, as I just spoke about, you have 2 planes. You have the x and the y-axis, and this is what you think of when you think of 2D, right? And then what we add is an extra z-axis, which gives us depth. So a rule of, we're going to work with a left-handed rule. So if you get your hand up like in the diagram, right? So your thumb shows you the x, your y shows you, your index finger shows you the y. And then if you're ever trying to work it out, then you put your finger out and that shows you your z. X, Y, Z, that shows you the order and shows you the axis. So that's kind of like a nice way of remembering this. There is also what you call the right-handed rule, which is basically, the opposite. And if you notice, the X, in this case, in the left-hand rule, the X goes, my camera might be flipped, so forgive me, but the left-handed rule, X goes positive to the right. And then the right-handed rule, X goes positive to the left and negative to the right. So that's just the difference in those two. You might hear this terminology is being used in whatever you're reading. So Considering the model on the top right with the purple dots and the lines, that's what we call a wireframe, and it represents the model below that's been textured. Um, each model is going to have a 0, 0, 0 point. That is that point on that graph we just looked at. And every one of those purple dots is going to have a number in X, Y, and Z coordinates that represent where it is in three-dimensional space. But this is it. It's just numbers, right? It's just numbers. The key here is that these vertices, these points, join together, and we call those edges. And then those edges join together to form faces of the object. And this is just, again, it's still just dots. They're still just the numbers. We're not actually joining anything. This is just all theoretical, right? Like it's all what you think about. So here, a face is a triangle, and as you can see on the diagram, the 3 points join together, 3 edges make a triangle, and then multiple triangles can join together to make polygons, and polygons join together to make surfaces of three-dimensional objects. So that's how you have to think about these three-dimensional numbers being used. So I did mention this, but each face is in this case, Flutter and lots of other GPUs. There are GPUs that are quad based. I won't go into that, but most GPUs are triangle based, and that's we won't go into that. There's reasons behind that. You can go read that one up yourself. But the key here is that each face is, as we said, is a triangle. Each face is a triangle, and needs to have 3 points attached to it to define that triangle. So what we have here on the left is a face list, and on the right is the vertex list. So basically, the faces represent, the numbers in the face list represent the indexes or indices as a group. They're called indices. So 0, 4, 5 would be 0, 4, 5 indexes in the vertex list, and the vertex list holds all the information about the actual vertexes, and as you can see here, the associated faces in red. So the idea here is that when we send stuff over to the graphics card, we only have to send the vertexes and then the indices for it to know what ones to render. This is because multiple faces use the same vertex. So this is a way more efficient way of representing the data. I also want to talk quickly about what you might hear about in terms of how you know which way a triangle is facing. So you can have systems where counterclockwise is the way it faces towards you, or clockwise faces towards you. So this all depends on the way you set up the rendering engine or the platform slash system that you're using. But in this case, diagrammed here is clockwise rotation. So clockwise denotes which way the cross product of those two flows, and this gives you what's called the normal. Again, I'm trying to keep this basic and trying to keep this to the point. So some key concepts that you should know. So and just to reference here, the reason why we have 10 vertices and 16 faces is because there's a center point on the top and bottom of this cube, and of course that means there's 5 vertices on the top and 5 vertices on the bottom joined together gives you that many different 16 different faces, sorry, triangles. Anyway, right, I'm gonna sort of, yeah, I think we're good on time. So one of the key points to understand in 3D is that what you see on your computer screen, that is me or any, think about it, not just your computer PC, but your PlayStation, your Xbox, whatever. What you see on your TV screen is 2-dimensional, right? It's flat, right? So the key concept here is that everything needs to be what's called projected. That is, as you can see here in the little top image, hopefully, is that you have this 3-dimensional object represented by numbers in this 3D space, right? They're just numbers. And what we need to do is put them what's called through a projection matrix. And putting them through a projection matrix enables us to project them onto a 2D surface. And that's exactly what we see pictured above. So the pipeline pictured at the bottom of the slide here is what actually has to take place. So we convert the vertex data, that's those numbers, we rotate them or scale them and translate them. These are the three things that you can do with a matrix. I won't go into more detail. You can skew as well, but so what we have is what's called a model view matrix. That is, the model has a matrix that maybe rotates the model. So think about, I know, in the case of what we we're just looking at, the ship moves in the world. Then you have the position of the camera relative to that object. Those two things are combined to make the model view matrix. That gives you the I coordinates. That gives you the three-dimensional coordinates in space of where it would be for the camera. The projection matrix then projects those three-dimensional coordinates to the 2D plane, giving you what's called clip coordinates. These actually have another, it's XYZW at that point. It's four-dimensional. This is called, no, the name's just escaped me. Homogeneous coordinate system, that's it. Anyway, we divide the XYZ by the W, and that gives us normalized device coordinates. Basically, that is where one edge is -1, the other one's +1, -1, +1. So everything is in that range of everything in the view is in the range of that. And then we can then multiply those numbers and transform them by the viewport transformation. That gives us back to pixels. So you can imagine if we take that -1 and translate to 0, and then the +1 translate to 1920, that would be the width of your HD screen. Same for the height, 1080. And suddenly those three-dimensional coordinates are now made their way into pixel coordinates on your 2D screen. That's essentially what we're doing here. That's what 3D engine, 3D renderer does. Now that is all now in the original, as I said, in the original PlayStation, a lot of this was done. It's still done in the game, but it's done with the support of the hardware. And in modern games, we send all the vertex data over to the graphics card, and we tell it what matrices to use, and then it will do all that sort of math and transformations in the graphics card GPU. Anyway, so to get back to a little point here. So also another thing that we have to deal with is what's called the painter's algorithm. This is where an image is painted from back to front, and that's what you see here pictured. And this is how you might recognize this, because this is how Flutter renders its widgets, right? So when you put your widgets in your hierarchy, it's actually the first one on the list that gets rendered and painted first, followed by the next one. So they're laid on top of each other, like in a stack widget. So what we try to do is, we have to deal with this problem. This is fine pictured in a two-dimensional space, but when it comes to three-dimensional, if you were to paint, let's say, the ship on top of the track, in the case of Wipeout, and you move to the edge of the track, we might want the ship to collide with the edge or clip through the edge in some fashion. If the two things were painted one on top of the other, it would never do that. In fact, it would look like it hovers over the edge of the track, which is not what we want. So we'll have to deal with that. So what does the GPU do? So when it comes to, as I said, when it comes to what you see on the screen, picture top right, what we're seeing there is literally a bitmap. It's an image that's represented by a series of pixels. So these, we call that frame buffer. Normally, there's different terminology, but each pixel is represented by a red, green, blue value. And as you know, these are I might not know, but these are the primary colors of computing. And those mixed in any fashion gives you all the different various colors. And as I said, each of those red, green, blue values is normally 8 bits. And then we normally have an alpha as well. If we're doing this is normal computing stuff, this is Flutter as well as all graphics basically, which means normally you're dealing with what's called 32-bit RGBA. Now, in the case of frame buffers, there's no alpha, there's no transparency, so it's also called RGBX, which basically means that the alpha is ignored. So it's actually efficient for the computer to talk in groups of 32, because it's 32-bit, or 64-bit in case it would be 2 pixels then, a unit rather than 24 bits per unit. So there's a memory to speed trade-off. We'll see. Anyway, so both the PlayStation and Flutter can only render 2D textured polygons. So what you see there is actually 2D. We'll get into that in a minute. And then anyway, the general idea of, as I said, is that the GPU will take all these CPU vertices from the CPU, they'll be passed over to the GPUs and go through what's called a vertex shader. This is the current modern pipeline. Differs obviously depending on the details, but the premise is the same. That generates your primitives, then rasterization occurs where we take essentially we work out what each pixel is. Each pixel goes through the fragment shader, and therefore these are fragments of primitives or fragments of triangles, and they then get blended into a Z buffer and so on, and then rendered into the final frame. So that's kind of modern graphics. Anyway, yeah, I think that kind of covers like the basics, right? All right. So rendering 3D in Flutter. This is where we want to get to. How do we render this cool stuff? So there's a few different approaches we can take to rendering 3D in Flutter, and I'm going to walk you through them now. So obviously, there's no reason why we couldn't just design our entire game or whatever we want in Unity, and then we can use the Flutter Unity widget on Pub, and that's it. It'll be inside Flutter. It does mean though that now we have added complications. So Unity uses C#, so now we need another language to learn. How do we? Also, we might need to somehow send data between Flutter and C#, right? And how does that work? There's lots of complications in terms of development. How do we debug this? How can we debug it in our Flutter app versus debugging it in Unity editor? It gets complicated. So maybe that's not the right choice. OpenGL. So as you may or may not know, OpenGL is a graphics standard. It's been around a very long time, and it's moved on. And now the group that defined OpenGL as a standard, Kronos, they now do Vulkan. You might have heard of Vulkan. That's a new standard that replaces OpenGL, which I say replaces, but it's a lower level API that gives you more access to the GPU. Anyway, so Flutter underscore GL is a package, and what this enables you to do is essentially write GL-like operations in Flutter, and then those will be run in OpenGL context. This is like in the graphics card and all this. There's a certain amount of overhead in doing that, and performance costs. There's also the notion that not all systems support OpenGL, and not all systems, specifically I'm going to add iOS with now Metal, is not OpenGL based. So this wouldn't work there. There are libraries and things that do translations, but it all adds costs. So, what other options do we have? I wanted to mention that there is also, those of you that might be familiar with 3JS, which is a package in JavaScript for doing 3D games on the web. You can find that there is 3_Dart, which is another package, which is an implementation of 3JS but written in Dart, and that uses Flutter GL. So, if we're trying to talk about web, then there's also WebGL. WebGL is a standard in your browser. This is how all those when you go to a website, it says, has anything 3D, it's done in WebGL. There are future standards coming out like WebGPU. We won't talk about that, but Dart has inbuilt support for this. So Dart::web_GL. You can go to the api.dart.dev, and you can go read up about WebGL. And there's lots of information online about WebGL. I think it's webglfundamentals.org is a really good site. Before I webglfundamentals.org before I start recommending random websites. Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to try and do is use canvas draw vertices, and this is pure Dart. And what I mean by that is we're staying within Flutter's sphere of influence, and we're just using Canvas. It stays within Flutter, and it means that when Flutter has support for draw canvas, draw vertices on the platform that you're talking about, aka Canvas Kit on web, aka all the standard platforms, then we can use this to our advantage. Now, whether or not anyway, we'll get to this. So to be clear, we've always had access to draw these 2D triangles, hardware accelerated. That's what it is, hardware accelerated. So all this data that we grab together to draw these triangles is sent across to the graphics card. And that's exactly what a Canvas does. It records the drawing operations and they get sent over to the graphics card. Won't go into those details just today. But anyway, suffice to say, there is a method called draw vertices, which takes vertices, blend mode, and paint, as you see here. And these can be used to draw two-dimensional triangles and blended with that blend mode, with that paint. And that paint, if we set an image shader on it, means that we can actually attach a texture. And then the texture coordinates of the vertices represented on the right here will be using those offsets from that image shader. So there's also colors per vertex we can do, and a few other things. The colors allow us to, I guess not simulate, but we can approximate colorizing and lighting with those. Anyway, and to be clear, this has been around from the very beginning, and I'm not the first. I did use it early on, and I did play around with this, but no, I'm not the first. So I want to call out a few things. So first of all, recently, just at Flutter Forward, Philip had this lovely talk on draw vertices where he talks about the performance. In fact, he's using that in a lot of stuff. So these slides will be available afterwards. And if you want to go or you can just Google this and you'll be able to find Philip's talk. Highly recommend it. We'll also be using Vector Math package. It has its downsides and it has a positive side, but the idea is that this is actually already used with inside Flutter. So Flutter actually ships with Vector Math, and basically allows us to do a lot of the basic stuff like those projection matrices and things that we were talking about earlier. So we don't have to do the heavy math ourselves. There's, as I said, there's other examples. So I don't know if anyone remembers the Flutter clock challenge, but this sunset reflections clock by Victor Marilla, did this wonderful example. Now, what you're actually seeing here is actually a three-dimensional image that's been produced using draw vertices, believe it or not. So there's some very it's not, sadly, it's not the most performing thing because it wasn't meant to be. It's a clock, right? But we should be able to use these similar principles for making a game. And then also G. Skinner, the vignettes example for Flutter Interact, they did a brilliant article here and an example of using 3D. When you can see this picture on the right in the animation, these three-dimensional objects masked out to produce this nice effect. Okay, limitations of draw vertices and what we're going to run into. So, on the canvas object, we have this method and we can call this multiple times. This is fine, but we do have some limitations. As we've just been speaking about, it's two-dimensional triangles only. So there's some drawbacks to that, and we'll talk about it a little bit more. And as I said, that because there's no Z buffer, because it's only 2D triangles, we're not really in that three-dimensional space. It means there's no Z buffer, which we can call Z fighting, which is pictured on the right here. This is just one image of that. This is because this renderer used lines, but in Flutter, because we're rendering triangles, one would pop in front of the other depending on the angle, triangle level. So, and then because of that painter's algorithm in 2D space, we really need to render all the triangles at the same time. There are, we can put, as I said, we can do multiple draw vertices calls, and they'll be placed on top of each other. So as long as we sort in the Z axis or the individual triangles, we could do separate calls to draw vertices with sort of like batches of triangles, but it's certainly not ideal. And as I said, if we're trying to draw the triangles at once, then we need to what's called use a texture atlas. That's a single texture to represent all the graphics that we see on the screen. And that again has some drawbacks in terms of performance in generating those textures. Yeah. And as I said before, vertex lighting only. But well, the great thing is believe it or not, all of these limitations are exactly what we see on the original PlayStation. So the original PlayStation, as I said, could only draw 2D triangles. They could only be, they were not perspective correct texturing. That's another problem that we have in the original PlayStation. And it doesn't have some of these particular limitations, but it will still work for what we need. So, all right, moving on. How do we go about doing this? So, as I said, one of the interesting topics about this was just kind of experimenting and trying to understand that original game. And I think for a lot of people, you think about these games as being big black boxes, but they've been written by other developers just like us. So you have to think about them from a perspective of what would you do if you were making the game, and then you can go research those aspects. So you can research a game from that point of view, should we say. All right, so what did I do? So first of all, here is the original media from the disk. So I load up the disk, slapped it in the drive. Look at these dates, 1995. Wow, that was a long time ago. So you look at these files, you're like, okay, this looks interesting. Library.h, that sounds like a header file from C. What's going on there? Library.inf, text, TTF. You're like, what are all these files? Obviously, they have meaning, and we need to investigate. So I opened up the track.inf file. Funny enough, INF stands for info. It's a text file. So opening this up, as you can see, apparently the original information that was dropped by, I guess, the build scripts for the original would drop this information. We can see that Laura apparently worked on the final scenes. And this was track redo 1.1-0, apparently. Track 0, spelled with a K. And total number of vertexes, 1,710. Polygons, 1,378. Interestingly enough, they also output the size of a face and the size of a section of 20 bytes, 156 bytes. And we also have some original information. So this is actually just, this normally happens. Like you might like open up an executable or some file and just browse through the strings. In fact, on Linux, there's or other sort of GNU utilities, you'll find a program called strings, which lets you see all this kind of like maybe debug information that's kind of might have been left around. All right, so what can we do with this? So if we look closely at that track.inf, track.trf, track.trs, this is interesting. Now, there's 4 files here grouped up. There's some, so INF on Windows it thinks it's a setup file, but it's actually this text file. We've got TRF, TRS, and TRV. What are these? So TRS sections, perhaps. It's as we saw below, size of section, right? It's 49,764 bytes. If we divide that by the size of a section, it means there'll be 319 records or 319 structures, as they call it in C. These are just blocks of bytes, right? Okay. And TRV, vertex, question mark, right? And if we look at that and take the number of bytes in the file, divide it by the vertex count, we get 16. That sounds quite reasonable to me, 16 bytes, right? At least power of 2, it kind of sits there, seems right. So, and if we think about one of these vertexes and we just saw them, as I said, if a vertex is 3 integers, right, x, y, and z, then that's 4 bytes in 32-bit, of course, the PlayStation. So it's 4 bytes for the x, 4 bytes for the y, 4 bytes for the z. So that leaves us with another 4 bytes spare, which is probably the color. And in this case, that is actually what it is, but these are kind of principles that you use. Tier F, face perhaps. And this is kind of what I see here. If we divide that by 20, we have 1,378. Hang on a minute, that tells us there total polygon count, it matches, right? So these are the kind of like tricks and information you can use to kind of like gain insight on the original program. So what I've built is what I've built out is some dark code that loads these files up, these bytes, passes them into integers and floats and doubles and whatever else, and reconstructs the original game track from that information that you see in the files. It's that simple. I will walk you through this if we have time at the end. There's still a bit quite to get through here. And also, yeah, there's another file there, scene.inf, and you can see a library sky, and you can see here scene again. It says there's 292 scene objects, 41 textures. These are all bits of information that we can use to kind of work our way through these original files and work out what they're doing. So I mentioned this before, but the track TRF, this is face. Opening up, this is a hex editor, by the way, and what you see here is just, it's a standard sort of buffer dump of what you normally, this kind of representation you see. Picture on the left is a data visualizer. This just places a color for each byte, so you can kind of visualize the data. And on the right hand side, we've got the row across the top is the index of the byte in the current row, and then vertically down the left is the index of the starting byte of each row in the entire file. All of it is written in hex. This is just because it's easier to lay out and look on the screen. Each byte is 0 to 255. That can be 1 to 3 digits, whereas in hex you can nicely represent it with 2 digits on the screen. And then the right hand side is what you call the ASCII view, and the dots are non-ASCII characters, and then the characters are ASCII values. So in this case, we're looking at binary data, not too helpful, but you might spot a string that might mean something if you're looking at some data. And in this case, what we're actually looking at is indices. So these are so each, you can see these little numbers. They're groups of what's called 16 bits. That's 2 bytes. So 000D, so on and so forth. These are the indexes. Oops. And then we also have colors and various other metadata here. I won't go into it. But the point here is, I just moved the wrapping point until it all aligned in the data visualizer. And now I can see, okay, this is the 20 bytes that we saw. This means something, and you can start seeing the patterns and start reading that data in using Dart and working out what those numbers might mean. And it is literally that. There's also other research you can do. So I'm obviously not the first person to do this kind of stuff. It's been around for years, right? Decades. So I looked online. I found this web archive page, apparently about these CMP files that are in there, which are actually store the textures and how they're compressed and so on. So this is great. You can write decompressor, which I did. And there's also other people that have done reverse engineering, in this case, of the game. And that's also really helpful. So these are all links that you can use if you're interested. All right, let's get to the interesting bit. So, first things first. Let's just show you what we're doing here. Hopefully this will work. We'll find out. Lucky me, I've had some crashy problems recently with this, so we'll see. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything's going to work out. So some of you might have seen this this demo, and this is Flutter rendering these textures. And as I go closer to the ground, you'll see the textures get stretched in some weird ways. And this is perspective correction on the textures. We don't do that. What we can do to correct that is to divide the triangles, the larger triangles closer to the camera, into smaller triangles, and then the textures won't go warpy. But the original PlayStation had that same problem. But this is the original game, data being loaded, and there you go. We can go into a bit more, but there's some specific demos that I want to show you. So, and again, let's see if I can load this one up. So these are some of the things I've been working on. Again, just to try to show you some points. I have a particular bit of source code that you can all take away from this, and you can all have a play around with. And so here is what you saw. That's where I got the image from. So this is the three-dimensional ship, right? As you saw it on the slides. Whoops, too close. At the moment, this is an old engine, and I didn't do any clipping, so we get some weird, funky effects. But this is the beginning. So what I've been working on is a rewrite, as you do, and what we now have, and this is now open source. You can get this now, and you'll have the link at the end. I'll bring up on a slide at the end, so don't have to go rushing for it right now. But this we started doing on the Hump Day Q&A show, which I don't know if anyone knows here, but we do it every Wednesday on YouTube. It's a live show. We started playing around with rendering some three-dimensional snow, and this demo came around from that. So sorry, I've only got keyboard control, so forgive me on this one, but I'm moving around now. And what you actually see here at the top, these lines that are coming in, this is where it's detected clipping of the triangle, and it has to subdivide the triangle to keep it in the viewport. So this stops that overflow kind of situation from occurring. So it may look a bit weird because we're showing the triangles, but this is for debugging purposes. But this is a two three-dimensional quads being represented on the screen. Walk through it to the other side, and then turn around. Now behind it. Anyway, so hopefully that kind of gets you know. But this demo here of walking around and seeing these objects, that is now going to be open source, and I'll give you the link at the end. But this is the code that runs that. It is the entire code is like 340 lines. It's not like a lot, and this shows you how you can render three-dimensional objects in Flutter. Okay. If we get time, I can walk through the code. I just want to make sure that we get time to go through the rest of the slides. Okay. The future of 3D in Flutter. So this has been spoken about quite a bit. Shaders and impeller. So first of all, shaders. This information on this slide is probably out of date. I didn't take a new screenshot of the current up-to-date docs. But Fragment Program is a class inside of Flutter that you can use right now to create shaders. I forget if it's on stable. I think it's definitely on the beta branch. But you can start doing this, and the support for shaders is just increasing and increasing. And shaders allow you to do those kind of effects. You might have seen quite a few. In fact, if you go watch the Flutter Forward announcements, you'll see that they're keynote. You'll see that there's some examples of great shaders made by many people, including Wolf. And there's a link at the bottom here to his first initial look at this shader stuff. It's quite early on, but if you go look at Wolf's Twitter or my own or plenty of others, there's lots of shader fun that's to be seen. So that can help. It doesn't help in what I'm trying to do in terms of recreating those retro 3D games, because the shaders are more of a pixel level artifact, not a we could, let's say, render all those triangles with the shader, but it wouldn't actually provide us any benefit at all, right, in this case. And then we've got Impeller. So Impeller's Scene API. It's extremely experimental. There's a wiki page on it. And what I'm going to do, hopefully, if there's loads, is show you an example. So I went and took, it only works on iOS. So I've got an iPad here, and we'll see if this plays through. This is the demo that I was just given, and here he is. This is all the same data that I've decoded, all the same graphics that I've decoded, now running in Impeller. Yay! So this gives you an example of the kind of thing that you could do, and with Impeller. But this is nowhere near finished, and it's all experimental. But you get the idea. This is literally what I threw this together last night. But yeah, you get the idea, right? Like, we can actually do this kind of games and game behavior. And obviously, if you notice this, what's really nice about recreating these games in a more modern rendering engine and so on, is that we're now getting full, HD, 4K, whatever it is the resolution you're working on, textures. So That's the kind of like thing that we can kind of be seeing in the future, like you know, lots of three-dimensional stuff. So I'm gonna leave you with these two links. So the top link here is, and in fact I'll load this up quickly and briefly right now. Hopefully things go right. To show you what this is. So this is sadly Dartpad seems to think WebGL is an error, which is not. In fact, if you hit run, it compiles just fine. But this will show you an example of WebGL running. So there you go. There's 3D WebGL, and it's 166 lines, and you can experiment with this, and if you're interested in 3 dimensions. Let's put this back. Yeah, so you can find that there. The gist is there, and then also Blizzard is that canvas draw example with the two coloured quads, and you can load any 3-dimensional model in that. It's just quads is what I've just started with, and I will be updating that as we go, and I'll be announcing, and follow me on Twitter because I'll be announcing updates to the 3D engine there. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think I'm about on time. I lost my timer. You're muted.
Again. We had the same thing last time as well. Anyway, I'm super lucky to be able to ask you the questions now. The best part of moderation is asking questions, and I have amazing questions.
All the questions.
Yes, we have already great ones. So, this impeller thing with the latest Flutter release really excited the community because of this 3D. So then the question came to people's mind is that like Unity and Flutter. So what are the differences? And in the long term, do you think that Flutter would be a competitor for Unity? Or, Tim Snead said that with web, they will take a totally different approach than other frameworks do on web. But how would Flutter compete in this gaming field? What do you think? What is your opinion?
Well, it's difficult, right? I mean, on one hand, I like Dart, I like Flutter. And on the other hand, Unity is a well-established, well-known 3D graphics engine, right? It has had all those problems. They've had all those teething problems around how they do shaders, the performance, everything else, and they've done that. But the power, there's a reason why I chose to use draw vertices in this, in that the power of just doing it in one language, of having that power of hot reload, of having those features that Dart and Flutter give you, really, take you to the next step. And I do wonder what that future will be like for Unity and Flutter. I don't think it will be a direct competitor. But I think a lot of people will be definitely playing around with Unity and making games. I mean, we can see already that there's games released that are Flame based, right, with Flutter's Flame open source engine. I don't want to speak too much about that because that's, I think, our next speaker. So, but the point is, yeah, I think it would be interesting to see. I don't think it would be a direct competitor at the very beginning. Like there's just, as I said, there's time has taken between, right? But
so
I think
you said that this PlayStation had the same challenges, but it was PlayStation 1, and now we have PlayStation 5, right?
exactly. Now this is the difference. So in this draw versus idea, there's certain limitations, and I can do these retro games. Any of these retro games that are that kind of era of PS1. But as soon as you get to PS2 and above, and that's kind of like age of games, anything the sort of PS1 and below, you can do with Flutter's current system. Anything PS2 and above, you're going to need impeller because you need that kind of level of Z buffering and a bunch of other things that you get from the GPU, which are not currently exposed using the Canvas API to Flutter apps.
I got it. Okay, second question. So we know Impeller works only for iOS now. Does your demo work on all platforms or any limitations for any platforms for your demo? I know it's pure Dart, so in theory it shouldn't be, right?
So the demo that so the non-Impeller demo, right, will work on all platforms.
Yes, it's Dart,
right?
Pure Dart.
And so that works exactly the same. It looks exactly the same, and it will just work on all platforms. That's because because it's PlayStation 1. But if we wanted to get again the higher fidelity graphics and also performance, right? Because all the stuff I'm doing in mine, there's not that many vertices involved. There's not that many triangles involved. Is done on the CPU. specific. So all those transformations that we're doing in Dart on the CPU, if we want to use the GPU, especially in a mobile device, to get the best performance, we need Impeller, and we need Impeller to do that for us. So that's where the sort of the future goes. So for the moment, the Impeller stuff is only iOS, but I will be my engine that I'm working on right now will have two backends. I plan to have a Canvas backend and an Impeller backend, so that you could switch between them or use whichever one you feel is good for your project.
Okay.
Impellers are still way off, right? Impellers just at the beginning right now. They've done so much work, but it's so low level. It takes a long time. But 3D is just 3D was added last year sometime. I can't remember the scene API, and then we've just seen it being demoed, and you can see it works. I just put that demo together last night. It works. So, but again, extremely experimental. The API is not final. It's going to change. There's no, yeah. So I don't think anyone should go playing around with it. It's literally just to play with right now, right?
Okay, so very last question because we have very limited time. So this is a junior track, right? And how difficult for juniors to start working on 3D gaming like you did? It looked very complicated in the beginning because of matrices and everything. And one last thing again, so can you give more information about this QA Hump Day so that there are also questions about junior developers about asking about how
Oh
can I
yeah,
start Flutter? Yeah, about the
yeah, yeah,
community
yeah.
activities you do.
Sure. So I'd say the best way, it's not difficult at all to get into 3D, and I think it's more a case of just getting your head around some of the basic concepts. So I tried to explain them in the talk. Obviously, it's talk's not long enough. You need to spend some time with it, and there's so many great resources. So I'd say go learn about 3D graphics. So Blender, completely free. You can download that, start loading 3D models, experimenting with them, understanding these things. You can go download Unity. Unity, I felt, to be honest, I didn't really get 3D. When I first started doing 3D a long, long time ago, I didn't get it at all. It was just like foreign language. It was just something that was I would never possibly learn this. I think that Unity, when I first, it was Unity, early days of Unity, when I loaded up Unity and I could put the three-dimensional models, and then when I moved them and I saw the coordinates changed, and I can move my camera, which is the editing camera, around, suddenly you get the perspective. I got the perspective I needed to understand the coordinates and how it all works. And that's the visualization that I needed to kind of grasp three dimensions, right? And grasp that kind of emotion. But making 3D games is fine. I think the it's no different from making 2D games, right? Except for the graphics you're representing are three dimensional, and the coordinate system is three dimensions. So so yeah, go research. As I said, this on the slide's not up, but I'll pop a link into the chat so that everyone can I put in the chat? I can't put links in the chat.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll pop it into here so that everyone can maybe you can share this with the chat. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
That's the example I gave, and then that will get you going. Hopefully, it gets posted to the chat. But
Okay, last words about the QA Hump Day because we are.
Oh yes. So every Wednesday on the Flutter Community YouTube channel, just search Flutter Community on YouTube. You'll find us. In fact, that will be tomorrow. Yes, you'll find us tomorrow on Hump Day, where we'll be answering people's questions and just talking all about Dart and Flutter for an hour, maybe 2 hours, sometimes longer, which is terrible. But
everyone get the same questions. Which state management? You can get the answer tomorrow.
Yeah, come ask the questions tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Simon. It was always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. And today also you raised the bar. Let's see what's next coming for you from you. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, and have a nice day.
You too.
Okay. Our next speaker again is a very active Flutter community member from Sweden. He is one of the first developers experimenting with Flutter gaming. He would correct me if I'm wrong, but he has a quite interesting story with Flame library. If I'm not wrong, he started working on this library in a ship in the sea, and the library became such a great success that people started to write books about it. He didn't know about these books anyway. So Google approached him for collaboration. And if I'm not wrong, again, I guess it was last year in Global Summit, they had a session with Flame with a release announcement from Flutter for the first time talking about gaming. Anyway, it is Lucas here. Let me introduce you. Yes, Lucas. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Was I wrong?
No, no, you're absolutely correct. But I didn't start the game engine. It was someone called
Hmm,
Luan. But I was in
okay.
a container ship between China and
Yes, I remember.
Canada, and there was no internet. So what
Yes, I
did
remember.
Luan do?
So,
Yeah,
so
a lot of
more
fun.
story in Flying High with Flutter podcast. You talk
Yeah,
all the
exactly.
story there. Yes. Okay. So we are running out of time. The stage is yours. I will come up with interesting questions from the audience and myself. Enjoy.
Thank you. All right, let's see if they can put in my slides. There they are. Yeah, like Simon also mentioned, I'm from the Flame team, and now we're removing one dimension from Simon's talk. Now we're only in 2D because Flame is only a 2D engine so far. And yeah, who am I? I'm Lucas, and if you see me online, it's usually Spydon, like on Stack Overflow or in Discord or Slack or whatever. And you can usually also recognize me by this picture. And I'm part of the Flame Engine core team, and this is not something we do full time. It's oh well, it's kind of like full time, but we're not paid for it. We do a lot of work on it, but it's not paid because we want to keep it all open source and free for everyone to use, etc. And I've worked at a lot of places, but one of the places that I worked at that is a little bit relevant to this talk is called DICE, which is a part of Electronic. Okay, think I lost connection here for a bit, but okay, I think I'm back. Yeah, and there we worked at I worked at Battlefield 1, but I didn't really work at the with the game servers or game mechanics, but I worked more with matchmaking and stuff. And a lot of people are, and I'm actually not a gamer. I don't game anything at all. I really enjoy the problem space of games though, because there's like all of the interesting problems that you can find like in programming. You can find them in games, I think. And yeah, I also enjoy climbing and hiking, and of course programming. It's what I do pretty much all day. And then I also build a lot of keyboards. Like you can see some here, for example. Oops. And you should be careful not to press all the hotkeys opening terminals. Let's see. There we're back. And yeah, if you can find me on like Twitter and Mastodon and all those places if you search for Spydon. So, what is Flame? It is the most popular game engine for Flutter, but it's also pretty much the only game engine for Flutter. There are a few other small libraries out there, but they're not. They're more, I would say, a little bit more experimental than Flame. Flame has been around for quite a while now. And Flame is just a Flutter widget. We have something called the game widget, which you put your game into. And this Flutter widget you can put anywhere in your like normal app. If you just want to do, maybe you feel that the animations, or what we call them in a Flame effects, that system will be able to make you do something cooler than you would be able to do with just normal Flutter. Then maybe you just want to have a small little cool animation somewhere. So you don't have to use Flame to make a full-blown game. It can be used to just enhance a little part of your current Flutter app. And yeah, it has grown quite a lot lately. We have 7,400 stars on GitHub, and we have 2,800 commits and 700 forks and 150 contributors now to the repository. And I think it was 4.5 years since we did the first commit to the repository. So it has happened a lot during those years. And GitHub recently started sharing how many people that depend on your projects, and we have around 5,000 public GitHub repositories that depend on Flame, and also of course there are lots of private ones, And a lot of the public ones are, of course, just not that much in them because I don't know if you ever met a game developer. They usually have a lot of ideas and they're very excited about them. And then they start one idea and then they have like a half-done game, and then they get a little bit bored of that and they start a new game, and yeah, etc., etc. So I have no idea how many Flame games there actually are out there in the stores. And yeah, we just released version 3 of version 1.6 of Flame, and soon 1.7 will be out. Yeah, so a lot of people ask like, okay, Flutter for game development, like why would one use that? And Flutter is actually really good for game development because it gives direct access to the graphical context of the platform. So we get like kind of low level optimizations and stuff that you wouldn't get on a lot of other platforms like this that you really need to be able to draw fast. Because for example, animations within Flutter, they also need to draw in 60 or 120 frames per second. So they have already optimized this for us, even though it maybe wasn't meant to optimize for gaming from the beginning. And yeah, like, and from that we get high rendering performance. And it has, like, now it has a very mature ecosystem, so you can combine your game with a lot of other powerful things from Flutter. Like if you want to write your menus in Flutter, which you probably want to because Flutter is amazing at doing things like that, you can very easily communicate between the menus and Flame. And that is one of the points that Simon had there. It's very easy to do that communication between Flame and Flutter since it's all in Flutter. Meanwhile, it would be a little bit harder if you would do it with Unity, for example. And then, of course, we get the amazing things like hot reloading and hot restarting and stuff like that. It just speeds up development so much. And the reason most people choose Flutter, it's of course the multi-platform, the cross-platform support. Like just write your game once and like boom, you have it on Android, iOS, and you can have it on your watch. You can have it on all like Linux, Mac OS, and web and Windows. It's pretty cool. Right, and today we're going to talk about multiplayer games, and this is going to be a very high-level presentation about multiplayer games, kind of from an app developer's perspective. And we're going to talk about a little bit of different types of multiplayer games, and some of these categories that I have here, they overlap a little bit, and there are of course many more categories, but these are the ones we will base this talk on. So we have like local multiplayer games. You sit at the same device and playing against each other. That's like the most simple multiplayer game you can think about, right? And then we have something called like casual gaming. And we will talk a little bit more about this later, but that's like usually more simple games. And we can have turn-based online games. So then you don't have to have these real-time interactions because each turn happens discretely. And then we have the real-time games, which all of the players are moving at the same time, and yeah, they can all do actions at the same time. So local multiplayer, let's start with that one. In Flame, you can use the camera component to get the split screen if you want to have a split screen, that you want to do it like Mario Kart or something like that. And you can also use the camera component to get like mini maps and yeah, all kinds of cool things. And you can do a turn-based local multiplayer, and I mean that is almost trivial because then you just have to store another player. You don't have to do anything with the camera. You just have to make sure whose turn it is, right? And if you are say that you make a multiplayer game that is on a phone, then make sure that you use the correct input system, or that you register for the correct gestures. For example, if you want to drag things around, you want to use like the multi drag touch detector or whatever it's called, so that it can register multiple fingers at the same time at your screen. Otherwise, it will be a little bit unfair that only one of the fingers are registered. And if you do one of these old school kind of games, like where you both play at one keyboard at the computer, make sure that the keyboard has something called N key rollover. And if you used to play games like this when you were a kid, maybe sometimes if you press down 3 buttons on the keyboard, you couldn't press any buttons on a lot of other places on the keyboard. But with N key rollover, you can press as many buttons as you want to, pretty much. And this is, oh no, video cannot be loaded. Oh well, let's see if I can actually share a real example of that then. So this is an example of a local multiplayer game that is called Pad Racing that we made as an example for Dartpad. Now let's try to share that tab instead. And in this, what did it say now? Chrome tab, Pad Racing. Okay, let's see if we can get that one pulled in. There we go. So here you have like a little racing game that was made as a Dartpad example. And in Dartpad you can't have assets. So everything in this game is just it is made with just drawing things on the canvas. And then you can just drive around with your 2 cars and bounce into things, because it's using the Forge 2D2, which is our port of Box 2D, which is a physics engine. And here you can see this little mini map that I was talking about, and you can see like the split screen here, and it has some laps and stuff. So if you want to check that out, you can go to examples.flameengine.org. And now let's swap back to the presentation. All right. So that was Pad Racing, and then that was the local multiplayer games. And now we have the casual ones, which can be a little bit more multiplayer over the network too. So we have casual games usually have a very simple gameplay and simple user interfaces and short sessions. So this is something that you should be able to like pick up your phone at any time and just play a round of this casual game. So some examples of this could be like one of the most old school casual games, I would say, like is Pac-Man. But then we have some newer ones like Angry Birds, for example, or Candy Crush. And it's like very important for this game type to because the game isn't very advanced, but you still have to keep your players hooked. So a lot of these companies, they actually focus a lot on researching what keeps the dopamine level up of their players. It's a little bit like manufacturing drugs, but I hope the players have fun at least. And in the casual gaming, then you could have online features like you can have high scores, just like global high scores and local high scores, and like high scores with your friends, etc. And you can have a friend list you can check in with, and notifications is usually quite important, so that it says like, oh, okay, if you played it a round now, you will get 5 gems or whatever to get people back into the game. And you can have things like achievements if you do something special. Yeah, and then we have turn-based games that are online. They are like, it is probably the most simple game you can do if you want to have multiplayer online, because here you don't have to, since only one of the players are playing at once, it's not as you don't face all of these hard problems that we'll come up with in the real-time games later. But here on the server, you will have to have some game state management. Like the server always has to keep the source of truth and have the like rules of the game and make sure that any of the players don't do anything illegal. And then it also has to manage whose turn it is and make sure that they don't play on each other's turns and stuff like that. And you usually want persistence too, so that people can get back into the game even though a client dies, or even if the server dies, it should be able to catch up again at where it was. So a very old example, like chess, for example, very easy to implement turn-based. It has clear rules and yeah. But then you have a lot more advanced turn-based games, like here's Civilization 4, I think, where you have like a massive map and lots of things happening, but still each player only do their turns like after each other. So that makes it a little bit simpler for the server and for the clients. And then we come to where the really hard multiplayer problems come into play, and this is like first-person shooters, for example, or yeah, any shooters really. Like you can have like some bullet hell in 2D and people running around shooting a lot, or like real-time strategy where you're moving around a lot of troops and everyone is doing it at the same time, or like sports games like FIFA, or fighting games, or massive multiplayer online RPGs where they have all of the hard problems to solve there, like between the clients and the server. So we're going to talk a little bit more about those ones. So, but first, since a lot of you are coming from an app developer perspective, you can use, for most of the games that you would build in Flutter and Flame, you can use some of these like pre-built server solutions that where you don't have to do that much yourself. You don't have to roll everything on your own. You don't have to like set up database communication and persistence layers and set up WebSockets or UDP or stuff like that. So Supabase, for example, it's a Firebase alternative running on Postgres and and it has real-time communication too, so that you can just listen to a stream just like you can do with like Firestore and Firebase. So this you can use too. And ServerPod is another interesting alternative that they just released their 1.0 version, and that is fully in Dart. So that's really cool. And they have some nice they have like some nice helper tools too to like monitor everything and stuff like that. So that's really cool. Can recommend checking that out. And then we have things like Dartfrog from Very Good Ventures, and AppWrite, which is another common like app backend, and Hasura. And if you want to go a little bit lower level, you could check out like Ankara.io, where you just upload your Docker image and it will run it for you. Yeah, and if you need something where it is like you need to have responses very quickly, which a lot of the time you do in multiplayer games, like imagine just having multiple players running around on the screen, then you need to be able to keep track of them. And if the latency is too high, it will be extremely hard for you to do this properly. So when you try out these different solutions, make sure that you try out the latency of them, because a lot of times like their SLAs and our SLOs, they don't mention latency that much, because these solutions aren't built for games. They're just built for normal apps, and there doesn't matter if you have like 200 milliseconds latency every now and then. But if you get a higher latency in games, it will the experience will usually be quite terrible. And a lot of people say like, oh, but it's just a cliche that Firestorm and Firebase is expensive. But for gaming, you should probably think a little bit more about this because you're going to send so much data that it can get really expensive. So here, if we look at this is for EU, and here I'm going to show you just a super naive implementation. Yes, because I've talked to some people now and they have built their games and then they have just gotten a massive bill from Firebase, which they didn't expect because they're like 100,000 documents. That's a lot. And it's only 18 dollar cents for 100,000 documents. That should be fine, right? But so then if we say that we have 10 players moving around on the screen, and in this naive implementation, we send all the positions to Firestore all the time. What you can do here to do this a little bit less naive is to only send the velocities when they are changing instead. So then you don't have to send it all the time. But in the naive solution, you'll send the positions all the time. And we say that we match the frame rate that we're going to use, and that is like 60 frames per second. So we will send 10 positions, or like all the players will send their position once per 60 times per second. So that will be 600 writes per second for only that. And then we have to send out all of the positions from Firestore to all of the users, and that will be 10. So then we can bundle them and send them out as one, and then there will be 600 reads there too. So the cost for that then it would be like we have 10 players, where it costs 18 euro cents per 100,000, and then we will have 60 of the writes per second per player, and then there is 3,600 seconds in an hour. So that will be $3.88 per hour for the writes. And for the reads, we just have to change the price for the reads here, and that's $130 per hour then. So that's $5 per hour for a game with only 10 players in it. And imagine just having like that is a very small game, and if you have 10 players for a whole month just playing, and you haven't managed to start making any money of the game yet, and I feel that it would probably be hard to make that kind of money from only 10 players, it would be like $3,730 per month. So be really careful with what you do if you're going to use Firestore and Firebase, since you pay per read and write. But yeah, you can do a lot of optimizations when you do real-time games, and one of the first ones that you have to do is client-side prediction. So if you know that okay, these players have the velocity like this in this direction and this speed, or they are usually following this track, then we can like predict where they would be. So we can extrapolate from previous data where they will most likely be afterwards. And then, if they then later the server will say like, okay, no, these clients are wrong. So then you have to do like you can do linear interpolation, which means that you're like slowly moving the client that yours, or the player that you see on your screen, towards the correct state of the player. And the server is always right. You have to like, the server has to have the authority to say what is correct. And if the server gets like, it has also to figure out when things go wrong, like what should be the solution to different things. So that's server reconciliation. You can do a lot of network optimizations, like bundling things like we did now, or only not sending actual positions, but sending velocities. And yeah, it depends on what kind of game you have. And this can be quite a premature optimization in the beginning, so you don't have to think about these ones in the beginning, I think. Or it depends on what game you're doing. So, but if you think that it will scale a lot, you can think a little bit like, okay, will I be able to scale this horizontally so that you can just pull up another server that can run this, and then you can have load balancing between the servers. And then you can have error corrections on the server too, and on the clients, so that you have to have some kind of algorithm to get in back to the right state or closer to the right state. And then, so we talked about more of the solutions that you can use from an app side, right? But there are also servers that are built just like with gaming in purpose. And the first one is like Nakama, which is an open source game server. And this is the only one of these that has a Dart package. So I recommend that you go in and give this a star on GitHub and a thumbs up on PubDev, because this person has run, it's just some community member that has done a great job of putting that into a package. But you can use all these other ones too, but there's no package for them, but you can of course just set up the communication yourself. Another big one then is Coliseus, and I know that the author of Coliseus was working for a bit on a Dart package for it, but I don't think he ever finished it, but he might at some point. And KB Engine and Agonis and Photon server is a server that is built for the Photon web game engine, which is a pretty cool game engine for web too. So that is a pretty nice server to use for 2D games. And of course, if you're very interested in like backends, you can, or just want to get into this and learn more, you can just roll your own, make your own one. I mean, most of the time you won't be a billionaire of your games anyways, but then if you learn a lot on the when you make it, then I think that's a win in its own. And a lot of people, when they say like, oh, you have to use UDP when it's a game server, but I think if you're building a game in Flutter and Flame, then you probably don't need that kind of high, like super high velocity and like no overhead at all. So I would recommend just use WebSockets, because it removes so much of the struggle that you will have with UDP. Because with WebSockets, you can just listen to your stream and handle things as they come in. And also from the server side, you can easily broadcast out messages to all the clients that are listening. And you have to have some persistence layer, like a database or a key value store, or even if it doesn't matter, in between like in the middle of the rounds, you can just use files, like use whatever works for you. And make sure that you have the game logic running on the server, because the server should always be the one that has it should know the truth of the game. Like if the clients would do that, it would be too easy to cheat. And also you would get weird things when the clients are trying to synchronize, if you don't have like a master node like you would have here, which would be the server. You can have like matchmaking maybe on your server too, which is make like connecting players of the same skills, and yeah, to make it a little bit more fun. Authentication, authorization you'll have to do, so you can't log in and do moves for another player, of course, all the basic stuff. And deployment and maintenance. So a lot of these other solutions, they already solve this for you. Like they update your databases, and yeah, you don't have to solve anything of that on your own. But if you roll your own, sometimes you will have to think a little bit about that too. And backup and recovery, of course. Your players will be really sad if they have like, I don't know, a month-long session and all of a sudden it's just gone because your server crashed. And cheating is a big thing in gaming, unfortunately. And So you always have to do server-side validation. You have to make sure that all the moves that are coming from a client is correct and valid and within the rules of the game. And then you can make it a little bit harder for the cheaters because sometimes they're very lazy. And you can do obfuscation and encryption. But encryption is a little bit hard if you're doing web-based games because there's nowhere to store the key that the client can't see. And then make sure that you ban people that are cheating, like both on their accounts, and if they start new accounts on the same IP, ban the IP so that they get a little bit discouraged from cheating. And if you're a AAA company, and I don't think any AAA companies are listening to my talk now, then you have these massive anti-cheat softwares that are basically like looking at your screen and looking at how your mouse is moving and how you're clicking the keyboard, if it could be a bot doing it. But with all that said, it is impossible to block all type of cheating. Like you could build an external keyboard and plug it in that is actually just pressing the buttons for you. And there's no way for the computer to see that. And a lot of things can be emulated, which are very hard for anti-cheat software to see too. But you should do your best. And when you get stuck with Flame, what should you do? We have a super great community. So you can join in on our Discord, and we have a Stack Overflow tag, which is Flame, where we usually answer within a day or so. And you can open a GitHub issue if you find a bug or if you have a great idea of a feature that we should include. And of course, we're open to pull requests and stuff too, if you know how to solve any of the issues that we have. And yeah, here is the Discord that I recommend you to join if you're interested in gaming. And you can find this Discord on Flame Engine's site too. It should be up in the menu to the right, so you don't have to manually write this link here. Yeah, I guess that's it. Let's go for some questions.
And I'm mute again, yes. I love questions. Okay, Lucas, you showed us game development is not only writing code, right? There are a lot of things to consider and some tips about how to become a Flutter game developer from scratch, especially for junior developers, because you know there's a junior track. Can they make money if they start investing in game development, or can they find job, or it's just a hobby project, or what other things they need to master?
Yeah, so I would say just come up with an idea first, and then just try yourself to write something. Like just listening to, you can listen to like videos and read articles and stuff, but when you really learn is when you code. So you have to like just get in there and try to make your game idea work, and start with something very simple. Like a lot of junior game developers, they think they have this great idea, but they don't really have the skills to solve it yet. So start simple so that you can build that skill set before you start building it. And yeah, join in on the community. Don't be afraid to ask questions. There's so many friendly people out there that are ready to help you. And like for Flame specifics, there are lots of examples for each feature on examples.flameengine.org. So and there you can see the code if you press the little angle brackets in the top, and then you can just learn from that. Now you're muted again, I think.
Another one. You explained this in your podcast, but I would like to emphasize it here because this is junior track. So
Yep.
how is it different than just regular Flutter application? Do you, for example, use the framework layer, or you're only drawing things on canvas? For example, when you need an input field in your game, do you use widgets, or do you also do it by yourself?
Very good question. So most game engines use something called a game loop, and game loops work almost exactly the opposite of what Flutter tries to do. So in a game loop, you want to render all the time as fast as possible, and so you do that. You call the render step either 60 or 120 frames per second, or depending on what the screen supports. And in Flutter, to save battery, you want to render as little as possible. So you only re-render when the state is changing, for example, or when the tree is changing. Uh, and this means that in Flame, we have something called components instead, which is used for similarly to the widgets in Flutter, but they render all the time instead. And that makes it impossible to put widgets directly inside of your Flame application, but we have something called an overlay system, which means that you can put your Flutter widgets on top of the game. So then you can have your text input and menus, and maybe you would want to have some score counter in Flutter or something, even though those kind of things would be easy to do in Flame too. But so then you can utilize the power of Flutter at the same time, even though they have very different types of systems for rendering. Yeah, and for text input, I really recommend using Flutter, because they solve a lot of the problems with text input. It's more advanced than it sounds like.
I think it's an advantage against Unity, right? I think with Unity, one of the biggest challenges is about this text inputs.
Mm.
But anyway, next question. Any ideas or predictions about the future of Flutter gaming? Sorry. Will Flutter team invest more on gaming? What is the current status of work done by the Flutter team? Sorry for all the typos.
Yeah, no worries. Perfectly understandable, anyways. So we actually have like a contact person in the Flutter team. So we talk every now and then, like what we would need from the Flame team to make gaming easier, and they listen. Like we have talked a lot about shaders, for example, and now there are so many shader features coming out, and this is very exciting times, because with shaders you can do so many cool things, like a lot of things related to Simon's talk you can do like very cool with shaders. And just like Simon also said, if you want to see some cool shader talk, look out Henan. It's called Renan on Twitter, or Wolfenrein. They usually post cool things about shaders. And yeah, like they don't invest specifically in gaming, but they invest in giving us the tools that you can build, like that are low enough level for us to be able to build cool things on it. And a lot of things will be solved by Impeller too, like, or it will give us a little bit more power to do what we want to do.
So
Yeah,
exciting times.
yeah, the future is bright.
Okay, thank you very much. When is the next version about Flame? Do you want to give some tips? The last question.
The next version of Flame, so 1.7, it will probably be. I would guess that it comes out before February, so February is over, and we will have. There will be a little bit of changes in the input systems there. So if you have used Flame, you have had to use mixins that are called like has tappables and has draggables or has draggable components on your game. But all that isn't necessary anymore because we have rewritten the event system. So it will be a small breaking change, but the only thing you will have to do on your side is just remove with and the mixin. So it's very, very simple migration instructions.
Thank you very much for the spoilers. And
Yeah.
thank you for your talk, and see you later in another event.
Yeah, we've already seen each other several of these events. I think
Yes.
this is my third Geekle event or something where I talked to you. Yeah, it was great seeing you again. And
Great seeing
thanks
you.
for having me, Geekle.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay. The next speaker is another active community member and Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. He's from Melbourne, Australia. He has extensive knowledge about the whole Android stack, also works on embedded system development. He is a consultant, published many apps, and today he will share his experience with continuous integration and will give us some tips about rolling out our Flutter apps. And Max, welcome.
Thanks very much.
So I'm not going to take your time. Let's start. I have a lot of questions again about CI.
Awesome. Thanks very much. Welcome everyone to CI to the Danger Zone, shipping updates fast with Flutter and CI. So yeah, my name's Maxim, or Max. I'm a long-time Android developer who's now doing Flutter. These days, I'm a developer relations engineer at CodeMagic, and I'm a Flutter and Dart GDE as well as a Melbourne GDG co-organizer. So first off, I probably should say that while the examples I'll be giving today in the talk using CodeMagic, because I know CodeMagic the best, they should be applicable to most other CI services. So what I'll be using as an example in my talk is actually a small game that I built as an example for the talk, where you simply pick a little vehicle, a car or a motorbike, that you can race around a little track and crash potentially into an obstacle, or if you are able to avoid the obstacles, you can pilot your little car or motorbike of choice around around the track for 3 laps, and then see the best time that you're able to manage. Now, watch that little bit at the end there. I'll explain that what happens there in a little while. So yeah, so that's basically the app, and yeah, it's no surprise after Lucas's talk that to build the app in Flutter, I use the Flame game engine. Now, I won't get into too many details about Flame, that's been covered already. So I just would like to say that it's really easy to use. It's just a set of Dart packages, and it integrates really nicely with Flutter. In the end, it's all about the widgets, and you can make use of widgets in your Flame app as well as the Flame components themselves. Now, before I get too much further into the main topic of my talk, I wanted to take a moment to go on a little tangent and mention that kind of fake 3D pixel art retro effect that you can see in the game demo. Now, it's actually using a technique called sprite stacking, which I came across, which allows this style of drawing, and it actually uses 2D painting, which is great because Flame is a 2D game engine, as you know by now. And it actually uses slices of the sprites. So for instance, the car and motorbike player elements in my game to draw the 3D style effect. Now, I won't go into more details about this, but if you are interested, please do look out for future upcoming blog posts, which I have a bit more details on how to use this technique if you're interested in it for your own Flame games. So onto the crux of the talk, which is game logic. Now, what's game logic? Well, it's kind of like the business rules of your game. Essentially, it encompasses things such as behaviors like the speed, acceleration of elements, player elements in the game, obstacles, how big they are, how often they are, where they appear. And while it's not in my simple game, other games would have things like potentially pathfinding, enemy AI, that sort of thing. There's lots of different elements to game logic. Now, the obvious way to implement game logic in our Flame game would be just to do it in Dart, the way the rest of the game is written. So in this example code, I've just got the racetrack component, which all components have an onload, potentially have an onload callback. And here you can see that I'm just loading the sprite from a racetrack.png image. And I'm also calling a method called spawn obstacles. And spawn obstacles, all it does is it goes through and creates a bunch of witches hats obstacles that you saw in the game playback demo. And they're just placed at particular positions, X, Y coordinates on the racetrack. Fairly straightforward. Now, you can, of course, implement your Flame app like this, but then we come to shipping updates. Now, basically, all apps need and games need to end up shipping updates because bugs happen, like it's just part of software life. But also, we can have things like, for instance, the need to improve gameplay and balance, like not necessarily a bug, but there might be some sort of loophole or flaw in your game design or level design. for instance, if you remember back to that game demo I showed at the start, you saw that like last little lap was done just as a tiny little loop around the um, start and end, because we didn't place any obstacles to prevent players from using that loophole to essentially circumvent going around the whole racetrack and like basically cheat by doing a little loop around to finish the lap. And that kind of thing is another reason why you might want to ship an update after the game shipped. Also, there's the possibility of adding new game levels, like games often want to add new levels. And of course, there's seasonal variations that you might want to have in the game. Angry Birds is a great example for those who remember that very popular game where they had seasonal variations for particular times of year, themes, that sort of thing for their characters and levels. So all these kinds of reasons could be why you might need to ship an update to your game. However, shipping app updates for your game when your game logic is coded in Dart means building new app distribution artifacts, which means you need to notify users of the new version. Users need to download and install the new version, except of course on the web where they just get that straight away. Now, even if you use like a distribution channel like the App Store or Google Play, for instance, or something else like Steam, it's still a lot of work. But the question is, can we do it a different way? Can we perhaps avoid this? And we can if we look at the possibility of using scripting for our gaming logic. Now, lots of games, many games, use scripting languages to provide parts of their game logic to a different, varying extent. Now, scripts can be used only internally, so for things like level design, so the scripts are bundled in the app, or they can be for end user customization, so they can the games can allow for end users to create their own script or customize their scripts to do whatever changes or customizations they want in the app. Now, this little list of games is just a small subset of the full list that I found on Wikipedia listed as games that used Lua for some sort of scripting within the game. Now, of course, scripting can be used outside of shipping code updates. And this is not like a theoretical thing. Like the producer of Angry Birds actually talked about that they did a lot of Lua scripting, whereas the scripts were basically bundled in the app. But it meant that this use meant that it allowed the designer to experiment a lot without bothering the programmers all the time. So it's somewhat decoupled, like the game design from the app development. And if you want to learn more about this, like there's a great talk that you can find on YouTube from the producer of Angry Birds talking about this and other aspects of making the game. So I've mentioned Lua, but what is Lua? Well, it's a scripting language that's based on a VM. And as I've said, it's very popular for embedding in games. It's fairly easy to embed because it comes with a stack-based embedding API for C and C++ applications, which means for a lot of games that are built like with C or C++, this makes it very straightforward for them to make use of it. From my point of view, I found it great because there's actually a package called Luaduado, I hope I pronounced that right, that's actually a pure Dart package which implements Lua version 5.3. Now, the pure Dart bit is important because it means that rather than having to use the original C-based Lua implementation and worry about compiling it for every platform I want to support, and then figuring out using FFI to call into it, I don't have to worry about any of those things. All I have to do is just depend on the Dart package as I would for any other Dart package, and I've got that support on all the platforms I want to run on. Caveat being there are a few bugs I ran into with their web support, but I've sent in some PR, so hopefully that will be addressed in the future. So now that we've decided to use Lua for scripting in our game, how do we do it in Flutter? Because our Flame games are in Flutter. Well, the nice thing is in Flutter, it's fairly straightforward. Here we have the create obstacles method where I'm loading the script as a string. I'm create or registering a top level function within Lua for it to be able to use called MK obstacle. And I'm matching that up with an underscore make obstacle method in Dart. I'll get to that method in a little bit. Finally, I'm looking up a specific name for a function inside the Lua script that I expect to be there called do obstacles. And then I can use the state.p call towards the end of this function to invoke, to call that Lua function from this Dart code. So now that we know that's roughly what we're doing with the Lua, let's have a look at the Lua itself. So here is that do obstacles function that I just mentioned. It actually pretty much all it does is calls the MK obstacle function from Dart that we exposed to Lua. So it's calling from Lua back into Dart, into that Dart method that we've exposed for Lua's use. And it's passing in 3 parameters to that MK obstacle function call. And in this case, they are the X and Y coordinates. And as we saw previously, but now I'm also adding a third parameter, which is a Boolean. And I'm getting that Boolean from this little visible function in Lua, which essentially just uses a random number generator to get a true or false, depending on a certain threshold. Here it's 0.6. So let's jump back now from Lua back into Dart and look at that underscore make obstacle method that we exposed from Dart for Lua to be able to call. Now this, as you can see, is just a regular Dart method. The one key thing here though is that it needs to conform to the required type signature, which is returning an int and taking a single Lua state object parameter. Now this Lua state object is what gives us access to that stack-based API that Lua exposes for whatever embeds it to be able to communicate with Lua. And here you can see there's some functions that we can call on the state to get the elements at particular items in the stack. So for instance, we're expecting the first 2 elements in that stack to be numbers and then the third one to be a Boolean. And so we check that that's the case and get those values if it is. We then pop those 3 values off to clear off the Lua stack for future use. And then finally, we make use of those 3 variables, the X, Y, and Boolean visible flag, to call the add obstacle method on the track component in our Dart code. And we finally, of course, return 1 to, in this case, to indicate success. Now, I mentioned loading the Lua script as a string, but where does that string come from? As I mentioned, it can be in an asset, like we could just load the string as the contents from a text file that we've put in as an asset in our app. But in this case, it doesn't do what we want. We want to be able to do this at runtime. So we're actually going to fetch that Lua script from a URL, from a network address. And it's, as you can see, 5 lines of Dart code to do that. We just, in this case, expect an obstacles.lua to be at the particular URL we specify, read its body, and make use of it. And that's it. We're done. We've got our app able to fetch a new script off the network and then execute it at runtime without having to make any changes to the app to roll out whatever changes to the game logic that we want. Done. Game over, so to speak. Sorry for the pun. But of course, I haven't included the obligatory meme in this talk. So as it says, one does not simply execute untrusted code that you download from someplace on the internet, even if it's a URL that you think you can control. So the security implications for this are, I guess, reasonably obvious. It's just not a good idea. Now, a good way, or a way that this can be solved, is with code signing using public key cryptography, which is a method that actually a lot of platforms already make use of. Now, in this case, we're just going to do a very simple example of this, not something that's really I'd consider production ready, but hopefully it'll give you a good flavor for how this technique works. Now, for my code signing, what I've done is actually gone the DIY route and done some Dart scripting. I've chosen a nice Dart package called Krypton, again, pure Dart package, which provides us a nice API to generate public-private key pairs and to also use those key pairs for signing or creating signatures for a particular piece of text, and then to be able to verify the signature against that text in another context. So the first line of code is just a little generate keys Dart script that I created, which uses Krypton to generate a public-private key pair, and then uses the private key to create a signature for a given file. In this case, it's our obstacles.lua that we want to make available on our URL. Now, as I just said, we use the private key to create the signature. Well, the first issue is, where do we store that key securely? And then secondly, how do we run that each time we change our, we make changes to our obstacles.lua script in this case? And this is where CI can help. We could have our CI store the private key, in CodeMagic's case, as a secure, which means encrypted, environment variable. Then we can use that environment variable from our Dart script. So it's just basically an environment variable, a Unix style environment variable that our script can read out of its environment that it's executing in. So in our CI environment. And then we have CodeMagic sign the Lua script, ship that signed, ship the script along with its signature. We do that by just uploading the signature file and the script file to a static hosting site. And finally, the public key can just be embedded in as an asset in our app, because unlike the private key, it's not a secret. The public key is, as the name suggests, public. So it's fine to embed that as an asset in our app. The specifics of how to use that application, that secure application environment variable in CodeMagic, is in this screenshot. As you can see, it's pretty straightforward. We have a name for the environment variable, in this case, private_sign_key, or in caps, the value. And because we've ticked that little secure box, the value is hidden and encrypted for us. And the third little drop down just is the group for the environment variable, because CodeMagic allows you to group your environment variables for easier management. And with that done, we've essentially got our setup on CI where we're able to create a signature for our script every time we run that workflow and upload it somewhere. In this case, I've chosen to upload it to Firebase hosting because CodeMagic bundles the Firebase CLI tool, which makes hosting on using Firebase hosting quite straightforward in our CodeMagic workflows. And so the workflow itself in YAML form is just a few lines of script code. Here you can see where in the little blue box, we are first doing the signature for the obstacles.lua file. And then the other two lines are just copy commands that put the script and its matching signature in the build.web directory, because we can then upload that along with the web build of the Flutter app with just a simple command, which you can see on the last line, just Firebase deploy, and again, pass in the Firebase token that it needs. Now, that's only, I guess, the first half of the equation. The other half is verifying the content, the reason we're doing this in the first place. And so if we move on to the client, i.e. our Flame game app, we can again make use of the Dart Krypton package to verify the downloaded script content with the signature. So what we do is now, alongside downloading the script, we also download the signature from our URL. We use the public key asset inside our app, and combine those elements to verify that the signature matches the content of the script file because it was signed with the private key that matches the public key that we have within our app. And with that, we're pretty much done. But as always, there is one more thing. Oops, excuse me. Sorry about that. And that one more thing is the need to rebuild our app if our script changes. Because if we just naively put in the script signing step into our main workflow, what will happen is that our app will still get rebuilt every time, even only our Lua script changes, which is the whole point of doing this, of avoiding that, because what we want to do is avoid the app CD part, the deployment part, whereas we still want to assign any changes that occur to our Lua script and upload those along with the matching uploaded signature. So this is again where CI and CodeMagic specifically can help us, because CodeMagic has a feature called conditional build triggers. Now, what conditional build triggers let us do is specify for a particular workflow if we do or do not want that workflow to run based on what parts of our Git repository changed in the commit that's triggering the build. So in this particular case, what we want to do is say if we expect our Lua script to be in the game scripts top level folder, we can, in our main workflow, set that as the excluded pattern. So the workflow will be triggered. It'll start running. It'll check the commit, see that the only change that happened is in the Lua script, which is in the game scripts directory, and hence stop any further running of the main workflow and not go ahead and spend time building our app and then trying to deploy it to whichever channels we deploy our app to. Instead, we then have a separate workflow which only runs the signing and upload of the signature and Lua files, and it runs and does the work for us while the main app is untouched. Now, this technique is, of course, not limited to game logic. It can be used outside of game development for all sorts of use cases. Some examples might be app configuration that aren't easily supported by Firebase Remote Config, A/B testing, promotional UI changes such as things that like sales that come up or new products that come up within apps. All those kind of things could also be done this way. But that leads us to widgets. So remember, we're still talking about Flutter. So what about widgets? We've talked about the game logic, the essential business logic of the game. What about the UI layer? Now here we can get the help of RFW, Remote Flutter Widgets. It's a package from Ian Hickson, the Google Flutter tech lead. And what RFW allows is for us to specify the UI, not as we usually would with Dart code, but with descriptions that we can obtain at runtime, which means we can download them at runtime. Now, I don't have time in this talk to go into more detail about using RFW, but the documentation on the packages pub page is a great place to start to learn more. Also, I have to provide this big red warning that Apple App Store and Google Play Store policies may actually not allow code push to apps. So if you're using those distribution channels, you have to be very careful and check the policies, because they quite possibly will not allow code to be pushed to apps deployed into production that are deployed via the Apple App Store and Google Play to the public. Now, this, of course, is not an issue if you're using other distribution methods for your games, platforms such as Steam, itch.io, GOG, etc. There, this would not apply, and you can use that technique. But if you're going to look at using the Apple App Store and Google Play, beware that is likely not allowed by their policies to use code push in this way. So putting it all together, scripting allows us to fix bugs quickly. There's no need to wait for apps to be deployed to users. It can be used for fixing UI bugs or even doing smaller UI updates. Both of these, again, on the condition if they're allowed by the distribution platform. However, even not talking about the limitations of certain distribution platforms, this is not necessarily just for production use. We could use this to roll out updates to internal testers, internal stakeholders, all while still then just bundling the code inside our app as assets for distribution via App Store and Play, which would be allowed because we're not downloading the scripts, we are bundling them within our app bundles, which is acceptable under those policies. Likewise, as I mentioned, for game level design versus app development and separating the two, this could be a very useful technique to allow designers and developers to work more independently and improve the app development cycle. Similarly, scripting also opens up the possibility for end user scripting, which is very popular. Think games like Minecraft and Roblox. Finally, it's not just for games. It's useful for regular Flutter apps too, and I'm sure you can imagine many ways where you could apply this sort of thing in standard Flutter apps as well as Flame games. Now, I'd like to credit some people who really made this talk possible. Edu Slivart for the car and motorbike sprite assets that I got from itch.io. SumPX for the Futile Pro font, which gave a nice retro feel to the app. Heartbeast on YouTube for the Game Maker Studio 2 3D Racer car tutorial on sprite stacking, which really helped me understand the technique and how to make use of sprite stacking. Wolfenrain, aka Yoakum, for his advice on sprite stacking in Flame. And thanks to Lucas as well for his advice on using Flame widgets inside overlays. Now, for those of you who'd like to get more details on the app, I've made the code public on this GitHub Git repo, so you can check it out later on at your convenience. Now, that's about it for me. Thank you very much for listening to my talk. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions if we have time to take a few.
Thank you, Maxim. It was so clear, the talk, that I was writing my questions and you answered it in the next slides. So I had these questions ready already for this. For example, how the stores allow code push without review? And you already said, is the name Danger Zone comes from this?
Yes, it does. Yes. So yeah, the name, I do like to have like, I guess, puns and funny titles for my talks. And yeah, as soon as I realized I was going to be talking about something that for mobile app development is quite a dangerous thing like that, that immediately told me what the name had to be for the talk. So yeah, like, as I said, like Google Play and App Store, especially App Store, I have a link to the specific point in their policy where it says that they don't allow downloading and executing code. But as far as I know, like, I'm not a lawyer, but as far as I know, games that ship the scripts internally are allowed, and that's been the case for, I think, for some time.
Okay, so does React Native does some kind of code push, right? I'm not wrong.
I think there used to be a tool called Expo which did code push, and if my memory serves me correctly, a few years ago they ran into some rocky waters with Apple, and I think the Expo tool's still around, but they no longer support code push.
Okay, so questions about the Lua script. It's kind of a FFI, but this time who is foreign? Is it Dart foreign or Lua foreign?
It's actually not FFI if you use Luadado. So the package I use, Luadado, is actually pure Dart. So there's no FFI. That it's a little bit crazy, actually. But I'm very thankful to the crazy person who built it, because they essentially re-implemented Lua from scratch in Dart. So it's the same Lua language, but it's a complete re-implementation of it in pure Dart. So there's no FFI. But Lua script is, yeah, it's a similar scripting language to say other ones like Python or JavaScript. It's of that. It's got its own quirks, but it's in that same sort of C-like family of languages.
Is it human readable? Is it easy to read?
Sorry.
Is it easy to read this
Yes,
syntax and everything?
yes. It's actually, I'd say probably its closest cousin is JavaScript. So it's, yeah, the syntax is slightly different, but if you can read JavaScript, you can probably learn Lua very quickly.
Great. Another question: how do we test this Lua script in the app?
Ah, that's an excellent point that I didn't cover, but Lua actually does have a debugging API. So if you wanted to be able to debug your script, there is actually a debug API. I haven't got into it with the Dart implementation, but there are some, I know from experience with the C implementation, I guess the classical version of Lua, that it has its own debug API. So you can actually almost write your own debugger, if you like, to be able to debug scripts. But the nice thing is that Lua scripts are usually quite simple. Like you wouldn't write huge amounts of code in them. So I think debugging them isn't too bad an issue. Oh, are you on mute again?
We have been having very special people here, like Simon, you, Lucas. We will have more special people. So, how did you start working on this? What was the motivation? It's a very
Okay.
niche topic.
Yes. So, like I said in my talk, like the example game, the game that I wrote, I literally wrote it as an example for this talk. So it's kind of like a circular thing. Like I came up with this talk, then I needed an example, so I wrote a game to be an example for the talk. But what motivated me was I have been wanting to have a project to explore Lua a bit more, and when I discovered the both sprite stacking and that you could use Lua easily in Dart, the two of them together kind of like went, oh, that that sort of like prompted me to look into this further. But I have to admit that I truly did not know that Lucas's example of the pod racing game existed until I'd already started working on this. So it seems to be a common, maybe racing games are like the hello world of games. But yeah, I came up with the idea completely independent of that. But then I was, yeah, interested to find that there are a lot of examples of racing games as kind of like demos.
We are very happy to, we are lucky to have people like you in our community. Another question is that can we get an optimized AWS tool for scripting using Flutter for Perf?
Oh, I'm not quite sure
Okay.
what that refers to. Like, I guess, yeah, I might have to take that on notice. I'm not sure what AWS tool would be used for scripting using Flutter for performance. Maybe they're talking about having scripts on AWS that you then deploy to Flutter. One thing I should note is that you'd actually want any high performance code written in Dart and then have your Lua code. Or actually, look, to be honest, if there are actually other scripting languages written in Dart, I know of at least two other like custom languages that were written with Dart interpreters for this similar kind of use case. So, but in all those cases, the script's going to run much slower than your Dart code that gets compiled ahead of time to machine code. So really any kind of hot spots of your code should be in Dart, not in the scripting language.
Okay, we will have Salih tomorrow talking about AWS. This question can be asked. Another one, the last one. Collision detection is essential to build a game. So, how successful is Flame package to create collider of 2D meshes? Does it do automatically and accurate? So, this is something that is you need to be game developer to understand this question, and I'm not.
Yeah. I think, yeah, and to be honest, like until like like literally a little while ago, I had never touched game development in my whole life. I'd wanted to do it since I was a child, but this is literally the first time I've ever done any game development. So I learned Flame from scratch. Basically, I think what they're asking is like in my demo, you've got the little car and you've got like say an obstacle, and when it like visually it hits it, you have to detect that collision between two visual elements on the screen. So in this case, because my game is very, very simple, because like I said, I'm not a game developer, I don't have 2D meshes. So I just use Flame's built-in object collision detection, which just like puts simple shapes, so like a circle or a rectangle around my elements, and then Flame does the work of detecting that for you. It's just simply like a callback. It's a mixin that you add to your component, and then you just get a callback to tell you when a collision occurs. So Flame, I have to say thank you to the authors of Flame. It does almost all the work for you once you know like which mixin you have to specify.
Okay,
So
thank you very much.
that's
Okay,
right.
these 3 sessions have been very useful for me because, as I said, I'm not a game developer. There were so many interesting topics. I hope, well, this is a junior session again. I hope it was useful for junior people too, and also senior people. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you here.
No worries. Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it. It's been great.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thanks. Bye.
So, Anna, can I have you to stage?
I'm coming.
We are doing it at the same time.
I was coming. Yeah, I was coming. Yeah, thank you so much for moderating these 3 amazing speeches. Actually, it's the first event, Flutter event, where we have that amount of topics related to game development. We will have one more tomorrow by Sakina. So yeah, it was a surprise for me that this Flutter Global Summit moved slightly to game development direction, but it's really good changes that we really love.
Yeah, Flutter is like a lot of topics. So you can find a lot of topics. Speakers talk about different things. This is the lucky part.
Yeah, so we will have like 4 minutes break and we'll go to another block of 3 amazing speakers. Also, guys, don't forget to leave your questions. We will monitor the best and you have a chance to get this one. I'll contact you, so please
Yeah.
pin us, comment us, and we will do it. So yeah,
Okay.
let's have a small break and see you all soon.
I will see you also. I have another talk. I have a talk
Yeah,
today.
very, very soon. Yeah, very, very
Yes.
soon. See you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
See you.
All right, what an awesome day. I hope everyone is enjoying this summit so far. And thank you, Max, for the presentation. And thank you, Code Magic, for supporting us this year. Just a couple of words about their product. So, what they do, the Code Magic is a cloud based continuous integration, continuous delivery platform for mobile apps. You can use Code Magic to automate your building, testing, and publishing of your apps to the stores. They kindly provided us with a free trial. So, we'll post link in the chat. Definitely check it out. And what's really cool about them is that it's specifically tailored for Flutter. So definitely worth checking out. Thank you, Code Magic, for supporting us.
Is your mobile app as secure as you think? GuardSquare Solutions, built for developers, provide a comprehensive multi-layered security strategy to protect, test, and monitor your iOS and Android apps. Learn more at guardsquare.com.
Hey everyone. So, okay, I'm Gianfranco and I will be the next moderator. It's nice to be here. And yeah, we have like a lot of speakers. The next speaker that I will present, his name is Max. So let me just add to the stream to Max. Hi Max, how are you?
Hey Gianfranco, nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So let me introduce Max in case you don't know him. Basically, Max is a passionate software engineer that fell in love with Flutter from the very beginning in 2019. So from the very beginning, right? And since then, he creates tutorials and write blogs, articles, wherever he can. So he's also worked in consultant for enterprise scale companies like Swisscom and Lufthansa. So yeah, it's nice to have you here, Max. You might also know Max from his YouTube channel, right? And and yeah, how is everything, Max?
Hey, very good. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
It was
So
a very good explanation of all the things I'm doing.
perfect. So you're going to talk about testing, right? Let me see the
Correct, about the beautiful world of Flutter testing.
oh, that's nice. So yeah, it's a really necessary topic that we need to cover because it's really important in our apps, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or it should be at least. But you know, side projects are always like, who needs testing, you know?
Yeah.
But I hope I can motivate more people to test properly. And we also have a look why we should test and what are the important tests that you should focus on and things like that. So hopefully after that talk, you have a good understanding why tests in Flutter are a thing that you should consider.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so the stream is yours. I'm going to remove from the screen, and yeah, good luck.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. All right, so hello everyone. Yeah, there was my slides. Perfect, amazing. Thank you so much. So this is the beautiful world of Flutter testing. We want to talk one time fully through to all the things that are necessary if you want to start testing in Flutter. So we start with unit tests, go over the widget tests, and then integration tests. But yeah, testing, right? So first of all, most of you, if you create your first Flutter project, you run through it and there are usually no tests until you come to some problems, keystones, and things like that. But usually you are pretty happy with your implementations. And then let's say you land your very first job at a company and software development company, and suddenly this happens. 4,043 tests running in 10 minutes and all tasks have passed and you have to contribute to that. Yeah, suddenly nothing is easy anymore, right? You have to create functionalities, you have to test them, you have to provide that they will run in the next couple of years perfectly fine. And suddenly things getting a little more tricky. Maybe also your side project blew up a little bit more and you want to make sure that all your tests help you, right? And they tests should help you to not only make sure that your features are still working, but also if you're thinking about different processes and maybe business cases you have are working correctly. With tests, you can provide all that. And that's why usually big companies have a lot of tests. And if you are working in one, you get something like that from time to time. So yeah, testing right. We want to test correctly. And today we have a look into it. I hope you are as excited as I am. So let's see, we have an example for today that I prepared. And as you can see, it's this beautiful calculator app, which will not run at the moment. Do we get it? No, doesn't work. Sorry, but you can see it's a calculator app. All right, let's start with unit tests. They are usually the foundation of all tests that are there. They are very small, very cheap to produce, and should always contain a function or a very small part of your application. So usually you have a very big amount of unit tests running in your applications or testing against your applications. Usually unit tests are used to test your methods and functions, and they should be fast, reliable, and isolated. So let's talk about fast. What does that mean? Well, you usually want to run your unit tests daily 3,000 times. Whenever you create a new feature, a new function, a new class, you would like to have unit tests running for that. So that means it needs to be fast, because else, as developer, if a unit test takes longer than 5 minutes, for example, well, you get your coffee, you don't really want to run them, so suddenly you just skip them and say, in the pipeline it will run, so I don't have to worry now. They have to be reliable, because there's nothing worse than something that is flaky. So sometimes the test is working, sometimes it's not working. Horrible, really. It's a foundation that doesn't make fun and is very hard to downtrack why something doesn't work. And the last part is isolated. You don't want to rely on tests that have been running before to create a test that is now possible to run. That means whenever you want to set up your tests, you start from the beginning, clean slate. You want to make sure this one test is working out of the box for itself. Because people coming to crazy ideas like, for example, randomize unit tests. And then what do? If your test is just running somewhere in between all the other tests, you cannot make sure that they are running in sequence or something like that. So also isolated is a very big point for unit testing. Good, but how can we create a unit test? Let's get into some implementation, right? So I was creating these nice slides. It's the first time I'm doing that like this. So whenever you have questions or feedback, please send it to me. It would be amazing. But what we can see here is an implementation of a calculation service. And it is quite easy, because it just creates add and subtract, and it should do exactly that. So whenever our calculator is calculating something, it uses these methods at the end. So add will add a double from A and B and returns the addition from that. And the subtraction does exactly the opposite. Simple enough. But now how do we test all that? So first of all, if we create a test file, we have to surround that test with a main function. In that main function, our tests will run. Then we create a late of our service. In this case, we call it subject. It's just that we want to create this for each test that will run completely from new, because we don't want to keep any state from the old ones or something like that. So we clean that, and this setup function that you can see here initialize before each test is running a new subject now for us. So it's getting always cleaned with a new service here. Great. Now we have two functions that called group and test. And they are usually the same wherever you use them, if it is a widget test or integration test. With group, you specify that you want to collect all different tests in some kind of container. So you can run them, for example, as a group. And additionally, it gives you some semantics. So for example, in this case, we want to test the add function. So we group all the tests that will be happening for the add function with the group add. And inside we have a test. So now we have a function that it takes as a second parameter. And this is the test itself, where we write inside what it should do. In our case, it should do add two numbers. Maybe not the best English, sorry for that. But what you can see again, the test function itself gets also two parameters. The first one is the description, what should happen. And the second one is the callback, or the method that will be executed. Now, I extract a little bit the top part. So as you can see, the subject and setup will be removed, and we will focus now on this smaller part here. And what we want to do is we want to execute our method. In this case, it's add. You see, we create a variable final result, and then we execute subject.add, where we add two numbers. And then there comes a new keyword called expect. And this is the method that will check if our result that we receive is correct with that what we assume. In our case, it's the result, and it should be 300. Fair enough. And that's actually it. So with that, we have run, or we can create our test, and we can run it with Flutter test. That's it. Our test will run, everything will be green. Great stuff. Okay, so much to unit testing. But there are some things that are very good to know if you do the first time unit testing, or if you are not so familiar. For example, as I said, they should be completely independent. Two reasons for that is they can be randomly be shuffled. So that's the first method on the left side, pub run tests. And then you can say you want to have a randomized ordering with a seed. Pretty cool if you have, for example, a failing test in the randomizing option. You can enter a seed to see if that works now better or if you want to fix it or things like that. So you can reproduce this randomization, which I pretty much liked because it helps you to sometimes downtrack not independent tests. The second thing that you can do is sharding your tests. And that sounds very fancy, but actually what it does, it creates different instances of Dart tests that run simultaneously. For example, in our example that you can see down there, we create free shards and have their different test files inside. And the idea is that they run on parallel. So for example, you have usually if you run them in sequence, it takes 10 minutes. With that, you can reduce that time, for example, divided by 3, or depending on how much power your computer has, of course. But that allows you to run your tests faster and make sure that you are quite quick with your unit tests. Cool. So, key takeaways from unit test: fast, reliable, isolated. And what you can also do is there is a new function that is the testing gridder. So if you run them with coverage inside of IntelliJ or with VS Code, you can see also which functions are green or not. I have not prepared that all now, but what we want to do, if there is some time left at the end, I can create a short demo. Or what we also could do, I created some videos that that tackles exactly these things, and you can just watch them on the channel, and I post them somewhere. They are quite short, but just give you an impression what you can do. Okay, but let's jump into widget testing. That's the second part of our whole talk. And yeah, I called it pump widgets and let's go. Pumping is a very interesting feature that we will talk slowly about, but this is now the second layer of tests that you usually create. So you can imagine you have the unit tests as a foundation on the bottom. Now on the second layer comes the widget testing. They are usually a little bit more heavy lifted because now you want to test if a widget behaves exactly as you want. Let's assume you have a list with a lot of items inside, and if you scroll that list, you want to see a specific item in it. You can do that with a widget testing. You don't get a whole Flutter application, it will not load everything, but the widget will be loaded. You can say you want to swipe on that widget virtually so you don't see that, and you can say which item should be visible. All that allows you widget testing, and that gives you a lot of powerful tools. But on the other side, you hear maybe already, they are a bit slower because they have to create context. They have to create the whole widget. They have to build the Flutter wrapper around it and things like that to give you more functionalities. And that being said, is you are maybe not willing to pay the price to create so many widget tests as you do for unit tests, because unit tests are so much faster and cheaper. All right, so yeah, they test widgets in your application, easy enough. That could include multiple methods and functions. So for example, if you want to have that list, for example, you have maybe a load function that gets the list initially. You have maybe a selection. The scroll function is lazy loading your items and things like that. All of that is like a bigger integration, right? It's multiple functions. It's not just one function or method that you want to test. And you can test the behavior of the widget. So in our calculator app, it could be that you say 5 plus 8 exact, and the result is 13. All right. So what are the concepts that you have with the widget tests? You have the widget tester, which allows you to give all the fancy stuff around how you can test your widgets. It gives you a clean context of widgets and allows you to pump widgets into that tester to make sure that you want to test a specific widget. Then you have Finder. The Finder is an option that you find a specific widget by all kinds of different attributes that you have there. And with that, you can find a widget by ID, for example, or by keys that you provide, or by text, or something like that. And on the other side, because if you find such a widget, you want to test it against something. So you have a matcher. And the matcher allows you to check if there is one widget of it, if there is no widget of it, and if there are multiple widgets of it. And last but not least, I added also the golden files here. golden files, if you are coming from a web background, you know them maybe as snapshot tests. And the golden file tests allow you now to run your test, and it will store a JPEG file in your system. And this JPEG file contains how the widget getting rendered in the test. That looks now sounds now very funny, but we come to that in a later part when we have created these tests. All right, let's start with our first test. So you remember the main Dart function. We still test the calculator screen, and now we have a test widgets method instead of a test method. The test widgets method gives us again two parameter options. The first one is again the description, and the second one is more interesting. It contains now an own parameter, or for us the widget tester. All right. Now, as I said, this is one of the foundations of the widget testings. And now what we can do is taking this tester and we pump a widget inside of it. And that's what I wanted to say with pump widgets and let's go. So we always pump something inside. And now we have a short time, because until this widget is really in our context, it takes some time. That's why it is asynchronous, as you can see, and we wait for this pump widget to happen. All right, inside we create now a material app with our calculator screen, and we pass in a calculation service. So fair enough, we can do that. So this service could be also mocked, it could be anything else. But what we see is we have this widget now with a material context that we can test. To make it easier for us, in the next step, I just make that smaller and create a function that will provide us the material app with the home and calculation, and looks like that. So we just make a one-liner out of it. And now we can execute different things on this tester. We can, for example, for example, tap on a text that we find in our widget tree. So for example, some new software, hey. The tester tab, find text. So we tap on the 5, then we tap on the plus, then on the 8, and then on the equal sign. They can be anywhere on the widget tree as long as there is a text with this content. If there are multiple texts with this content, then we will, it will throw an error in that case. Then we say tester.pump. And why do we do that? Because we want to wait till all the animations and things that are in the background are finished. So that's why we maybe have sometimes pump and settled and things like that, because we want to finish everything that happens inside of the app before we go to the next point. And at the next point, we expect to find a text called 13. Why? Because 5 plus 8 is 13. And we want to find exactly one widget. Perfect. This widget test is running smoothly inside of your console. You don't see anything popping up or anything, and it will give you the result with a green tick. That's pretty cool, right? So now we have the option to really test our widgets in our widget tree. We can test really our app on a high level, and we can pass in any widget that we want. We don't have to create the whole application, pass it in. We can just say, okay, we want to take this little snippet of widget that we have in our code base, and we want to test that against something. I really enjoyed it. I'm really happy with that. And that's one part. But now let's talk very shortly about golden file tests, also known as snapshot tests, as I said. So it will create you a JPEG file somewhere. But how do we do that actually? So let's assume we have all the things that we had before. We pump again our widget with the create subject widget. And now we expect later. Why later? Because we have a writing or maybe a file system timing. We have to save the file, we have to read the file, we have to check if it's the same, and it's quite large objects in the worst case. So we have here blobs, right? And as you can see, we find by type calculator screen. So we take the whole widget, in this case, into our account, and then we say we match this with a golden file. And then we give it a name, in our case, calculator PNG. And Flutter does now magic stuff and creates this amazing image for us. So you can see it is the calculator. It has some widgets removed with these black blocks. If you want, you can even be more specific with the blocks and have it much better visualized than I have it here now. But for our small example, you can see this is somehow how it is getting rendered at the end. So if you are working now inside of your widget and rearrange stuff, for example, or you change the color, you move maybe different positions around, then you can, thanks to this snapshot test, be sure that your general construction and your general structure of the widget sticks the same way without breaking, or it will break your tests then in this case, which gives you a new safety net and allows you to work easier and freer on your widgets. Isn't it great? I love Flutter. All right, key takeaways. Snapshot testing is a possibility that you should think about. You have programmatically interaction with the client. Sorry, not very good in English. So programmatically interaction with the client. So what this means is you write code and you activate something on the widget. Pretty cool. You test whole widgets with ease because it makes it quite easy with tab and write something inside and things like that. And this comes all out of the box of Flutter. It is a great tool to check also for look and behavior to make sure your widgets are still working as you want them to. Okay, last 10 minutes. So let's go now to the integration tests. Integration tests are as close as possible in automation to the usual user using of the app. Sounds not very complicated, but what it means is it starts up your application, it runs Flutter inside, it runs your app inside of a real device or a simulated device, and it will actually use your app as a real user. So it will really tap on things and it creates all these different feedbacks and make sure that you, for example, have full callbacks to the back end. You check if everything works correctly. That is the idea behind integration tests. Another really big benefit is, for example, you can take these integration tests once you have written them, send them to something like a device farm from AWS or Firebase or whatever. They provide you with thousands of devices to test your applications on. That way you can make sure that everything renders well. You know that, for example, some users can't see some buttons in any case, but they have the problem they get now. Inside of our pyramid, we have unit tests on the bottom, widget tests above, and now comes the integration test. It's just that small part. Why is it so small? It's super expensive to build them because it takes time to understand exactly what is your use case that you want to create. In the worst case, you have to log in, for example, so you always have to somehow find a way that the integration tests can log in. You want to make that stable because if the integration test is getting flaky, it doesn't make fun to debug. It will take time. You have to search for it. It has so many things that could break that it sometimes takes a long, long time. But integration tests give you also a lot of confidence because if they are green, you can be nearly 100% sure that they will work also in production. So it's always a trade-off with testing, but I really like integration tests, how it is solved in Flutter, because I already tested in different frameworks, especially in web, and sometimes it's very cumbersome to find the right match for you. Here it is integrated, it's there, you can use it. All right, but quickly go over the parts that I've written here. So you can test your application as a whole because you test them on real and simulated devices, and you can send them to other people to test, and they can recreate maybe some running how it works and things like that. If you have something that breaks all the time with the same customers, you could recreate that steps inside of an integration test to make sure the app is running correct. And you can even capture performance on real device. If you know, Flutter offers you the possibility to profile your app. And with capture performance, it is meant that you run them in profile mode and check how fast your app is actually running, what are the downsides, if there is rendering problems and things like that. You can test that with integration testing, which is pretty cool. By the way, Flutter team is using all of these tests. So if you check out their GitHub repository, you find always amazing examples how things are done correctly. Good, but how do we set now integration tests in our project? First of all, we have to add a new dependency, the integration test package. This is how it's done, quite easy, dev dependency. Next, this is inside of our pubspec.yaml, just that you are aware of. Then we have to create some new folders. And in our case, it's the integration test and the calculator test.dart. So they are separated from the normal testing, as you see here. Okay, so but how create we that now? So actually they are not so far away from our widget tests, but they have one difference. And inside of the main function, we have to add this Flutter binding ensure initialized, which allows to understand Flutter test command that it needs to run this now in a real device. So it will try to start up a device in this case. Then we have the group again, where we have the calculator. You can see here it's E2E, so end to end. And we want to execute again test widgets, which is an own function with two parameters. The first is the description again, in this case, result dot dot dot. And the second one is the widget tester with comes asynchronous. So here we pass in now the whole app, so my app in this case. And we pass in pump and settle. Pump and settle for that because we want to make sure that all the animations are done, that the app is really ready to use. There is no splash screen, no fancy dancy. We want to be possible to execute things. And then we just check if there is 0 as a value. And it want to find 2 times this value. Boring, right? This test everyone knows, expect easy. So let's make it a bit fancier. So this one could be a real integration test. So some of you maybe want to calculate 5 plus 8 equals and then gets a number from it. And as we can see here, I added a duration with 1 second, and I really hope that my video is later working, because then you will see a fine, how do you call it? The iOS simulator, which will tap on something, waits 1 second, taps on the next thing, waits a second, taps on the next thing, and so on and so forth. All right. So how do you execute these tests? You can just use Flutter test in that case. You have to specify the device and give in the folder or the file that you want to execute. That's pretty cool because that means you can now have multiple integration tests inside of one folder and execute them simultaneously one after another without restarting your application all the time. So it will not boot up everything. So the simulator has to start, then the app has to be loaded and things like that. With that, it goes a little bit faster if you use one folder for multiple tests. Good. Yeah, here's the video. Let's see if that works now. Maybe I have to quickly go out here. So let's try that. Click. Oh, look at that, a video. So here we can see we run this command that I said. And what you can see is now, hopefully in 17 seconds, it will open up our wonderful simulator. Look at that. It's now the macOS simulator. It taps on the different things and all tests have been passed. Isn't it great? Beautiful. So let's see if I can come back to the way I had this whole thing. So present a view, sharing that. Good. And coming back here. Perfect. Great. So that's the video. And here we go. Key takeaways. Integration tests are heavy, expensive, and runs the whole app. It is relatively slow compared to widget and unit tests, as I said. Testing pyramid. So the bottom, then we have widget, then we have integration, and then we have manual tests maybe. You can use it for performance testing. It works on mobile, web, and desktop. Desktop we saw right now, but it works also on the other things. For web, you need a driver extensions. Thanks to Flutter Dev, if you check the cookbook for integration tests, there it is very good explained how you can run them. Good. Quick note for the testing pyramid, because I always draw that now here in my fancy little window, but here you can see once more what I mean. You have on the bottom the unit tests, widget tests above them, integration tests, and manual tests on top of the pyramid. So whenever you need a reference for good testing behavior, this is something you could try. Some things to keep in mind. I hope I have still some time. Yep, looks good. So code quality. The testing pyramid is a cool function. Testing writing is a cool thing. So if you go ever production ready, you have to sell quality all the time in any project, right? So some things that you can have is SonarQube, for example, with test coverage and quality gates, which allows you to go to your customers, to your PO and say, hey, we don't have enough tests. We have to test our application from time to time. The quality needs to get higher because maybe something breaks all the time. Testing is always important, but people like to underestimate it and then they push it away and ignore it but still try to sell it in your companies because it is always a very important thing. And yeah, I can't stress that enough. And a company with a lot of tests usually have better performance in the long run than yeah, companies without them. Cool. So much so to say, thank you very much. That was my presentation about the beautiful world of Flutter testing. I really hope you took something from it. If you want to get the slides, I don't know how that works, but I guess Anna will figure that out and will let me know. Yeah, I think that's it. I hope I was perfect in time.
You were. That was a great presentation, Max. And I really love how you display the code because it lets you focus on the actual thing you are talking about. So that's great.
Great. I was
Also,
hoping to hear that because I was a lot of work.
yeah, it was the first time you show it like that, but yeah,
Yes.
it's really great. So yeah, we have a couple of questions. Maybe
Mhm.
I can start like selecting one. Let me see.
Sure, with pleasure.
Okay, so this one says, okay, it's like first of two questions. As a domain-driven design architecture man, I'm wondering about test-driven development. But as you
Mhm.
know, there are not a lot of information about it. So
Mhm.
let me put the second one. So what do you suggest? Test the related widgets, functions, and overall project via integration test, or directly dive into TDD?
Mhm. A very good question. So, if you are a beginner, TDD makes sense to at least have a look at, to try it out a little bit, because this cycle from refactoring, testing, yeah, implementing, and back and forth, it's great to start with that because it gives you like a foundation that you, it's like a dogma. You do it and you do it and you do it, and you learn slowly how you get better with it. Also, it allows you to see why testing is so important. It helps you in the long run. And then you can, of course, switch to a little bit more lean coding, testing. Besides of that, this testing pyramid that I showed is one example. I know from bigger companies, like I think Netflix is one of them, they also changed that a little bit like a bulb. They want to have more integration tests. So it could be that this is also better for your project. In general, I would recommend to discuss that with your team to get information from them. Usually that helps a lot because yeah, you discuss usually which kind of tests you want to have. And if you are a solo dev, like that sounds a little bit here, I would recommend to have the integration tests. And if you come to some problems, put them a little bit down. In general, I would recommend having unit tests for the functions, widget tests where it makes sense. So especially if you have things that break easily or where you are not completely sure if the implementation is perfect, testing makes there a lot of sense. If you want to have TDD, as I said, it's a philosophical part. I know some people who love it a lot and they will push always for TDD in any case. And in my opinion, especially for juniors, it's really helpful to learn how code is working. And so that's why I would, yeah, go with that. I hope that makes sense. It doesn't matter even if you are domain driven or something. Testing has not necessarily something to do with your architecture that you create.
Awesome. Yeah. It's a really debatable topic, right? Like doing TDD versus like writing your test after development. But yeah, at least I think like you had to find the strategy that best works for you at the end of the day, right?
Yes and no. I would even say it depends heavily on the team that you are.
Yeah.
If you have people who really loves testing and they say TDD is a must, you can adapt usually because it is easier to write tests than to just drop them. You know, if everyone is aware that tests getting written and this, let's say, overhead because it takes time, you know, costs money, the overhead is easier shared. You know, everyone in the company knows about it, everyone is testing, so that is not a problem. If you are a solo startup with 3 members and you have to push features every second, you have to sell testing always a lot, and then TDD makes maybe sense because if you always do it anyway, your tests, your code is way cleaner at the end.
Of course. Awesome. We have other questions. Let me see. So we have how
Mhm.
about using packages like Mockito in unit tests?
Mhm. Um, Mockito makes a lot of sense, especially in unit tests and widget tests, because you don't want to have always all the bloat services that exists around it. So if you have, for example, a service like my calculator app, and it would depend from date time, for example, then you don't want to always create a whole new date time or something like that. So you can mock that, and you say if there is a function executed on that. But also there, you have to be careful. Sometimes it makes sense to also add this into your unit test. But always think of the unit test that you want to have it as small as possible. And Mockito gives you always a little bit of bloat at the end. You know, if you need Mockito, usually it's also a sign that you could change your function a little bit, but not necessarily. So that's just one idea. So for example, if you have a unit test for a class where there gets a lot of services injected, of course, Mockito makes a lot of sense.
Great. Okay, next one we have. I know it is a big question to answer, but when should we use unit tests, when widget tests, and when integration tests?
Mhm. I understand the question. The problem here is you will learn very easily when you would need something. So, for example, you have created your app, you get always as feedback inside of your comments, feature XYZ is not working correctly. I get problems there and there, and the login screen is not working correctly. I can't log in again. Yesterday it worked, today it doesn't work. So suddenly you start, okay, I get this message 300 times and I have to fix one and the same bug all the time. And it's a whole series of events that I have to do beforehand. Integration tests make a lot of sense because they could tackle that right away. They can log in, check if there is everything working, go to the next part. So your implementation are made sure you're like a, you can understand that like a shield that defends against these problems. When should you write unit tests? My personal opinion, I write them always for nearly everything. If you have time, do unit tests because it gives you so much more understanding about your code that you write and makes you safe that the code is correct. And of course, it needs to make sense. If you have a one-liner, you don't necessarily need a unit test. If it just passed back a value or something. But as soon as you have one if or two ifs inside, it sounds like a good idea to start with it. And then you have widget tests, and widget tests is very hard to say, but also here, when you have the feeling that something is a little bit fragile or people complain about it a lot, then you should considering adding also the widget tests. Um, if you go with dogmas like VG, very good venture company, for example, and use their shell script to create your project, they say 100% test coverage. So you don't have a chance. You need to test everything, and there needs to be widget tests automatically and unit tests. The only thing that they don't say that you have to have is integration tests. So also there, best practice, test as much as you can, I guess.
Of course, of course. Okay, so we have a couple of questions more. Let me see.
Mhm.
Here we have, okay, this one is interesting. I'm going to jump on this one. The Sonar Cube is now ready to use with Dart and Flutter.
Oh, that's a very good question. Honestly, I was not a long time now inside of it. I know there is a package for Dart. I know that works okay-ish. It has still some bugs. Um, I'm not sure if it is from SonarCube sold or better maintained correctly. But what I meant with that slide is more take something that is close to SonarCube. There are a lot of things that do nearly the same. They allows you to have static code checker, and that is the general term of that, I guess. Static code, yeah, checker or something like that, analyzer, and they will go through your code and check for things that are generally problematic. Like for example, if you write somewhere your password inside, then they will trigger like, hey, you should not put that in your code base, remove that password or things like that. I hope that makes sense. Sorry
Perfect.
if I added confusion here.
Okay, so we have another one, and this one is two parts as well. So it says, isn't enough the integration test instead of the writing unit or widget test? I know it takes time, but at the end of the day, we need to write the integration tests. And with this, isn't good to start with the integration test with small steps.
Mhm. As I said, there are companies that do that a lot. Personal opinion is you can do it for pure front end things easily. but you run also into some issues that you don't want to have. One example that I'm aware of is, for example, if you have things like web views and suddenly you have to go and click through that web view before you can go further. Let's say your login is inside of a web view, then you suddenly have this problem that you can't really use the integration test. It's very hard to write this stuff. And if you want then to test your whole application with integration tests first, you come to a lot of blockages. Also, integration tests are per se a little bit more flaky. It could say that suddenly tests are failing and nobody knows why. And what happens usually then is if you have a pipeline that runs overnight and runs your integration tests, the developers losing trust in them. And what happens then is usually, oh, it's red again. Yeah, it's always like that. Tomorrow they will be green again. So something like that. And nobody really takes care of them anymore. And if this happens, people ignoring them more and more. So I would heavily recommend to not necessarily start with integration tests, especially they usually take at least 2 or 3 times the time that you need for a unit test.
All right, all right. Okay, so there were other questions, but unfortunately, we had to stop here. I mean,
All right.
testing is a really debatable topic, and it's really normal that there are lots of questions, right?
True.
So yeah, sorry if we couldn't answer the other ones, but yeah, it
Mhm.
was great having you here, Max. Really interesting topic. Just to have the introduction to all of the tests that we can have in Flutter, and I really enjoyed.
Glad to be here. Thank you so much. And I really hope that helps someone. If there are any questions, yeah, Twitter, just reach out.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, if you like, you can join the stage and answer the questions that were left. That would be really nice.
All right.
But okay, okay. See you, Max. It was nice to have you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so next I'm going to introduce another speaker. So let me see. His name is Anton, and his surname is Baranenko. I hope I'm spelling that correctly. Baranenko, Anton Baranenko. Let me add to Anton to the stream. Okay. Hi, Anton. Sorry.
Hello, hi Gianfranco, nice to meet you. You pronounced my last name correctly, so no worries
Right.
here.
Awesome. Okay. It is nice to meet you as well. So let me introduce Anton. So basically, Anton is a full-time product manager at CarSquare, and he's responsible for mobile application protection solutions. And he's really passionate about technology and has more than 20 years experience in secure software development. That is a lot, right? So Anton is going to talk about thinking outside the server and why client-side security matters for Flutter apps, right?
Correct, all correct, Gianfranco.
Perfect. Yeah, I agree that maybe there are times that we focus more on the server side, right? So it's going to be a really good talk where we have the opportunity to see client side, and yeah, that's really awesome.
Thank you. So,
Okay.
and
Yeah. Sorry.
yeah, welcome everyone. Yeah, we'll switch tracks now from testing, wonderful presentation, Max, so thank you again, to security. And we are going to talk specifically about several scenarios that you may meet in your application development where client-side security would really matter. We are going to ask ourselves a few questions and hopefully find the answers together to improve the security of your app. We will start with the first question, which is, does client-side security even matter? And I can already imagine some of you saying, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, because it's a common practice to focus on securing the server side, because on the server is where your data, application data is, where most of your business logic, or sometimes all of your business logic is, uh, where you monitoring this and so on. So, and on server side, you typically solve problems like authentication and authorization. You ensure that every API endpoint is secure. You you set up threat monitoring continuously and so on. And in doing so, we often neglect the security of the client-side code. And yeah, on the client side, the problem space is much different. So the client side is often, yeah, is always untrusted. Any kind of code can execute there. The code that you have written or modified code or entirely different code talking to your servers and talking to your users, which is the most important. In this talk, I'm going to focus not so much on the how part, which is like how a Flutter application can be reverse engineered, what kind of tools can be used to tamper with the application, and so on. This is a separate topic, very interesting. I think we have at this summit also one or two speakers who are going to talk to you about that. And I'm going to talk to you about the why part, mainly what are the scenarios, what are the situations where an attacker could choose attacking your client and what they can get out of it. And learning this why aspect, this can enable you and enable you to become better equipped and choosing the adequate security strategy for your application. Uh, yeah, it turns out that there are many scenarios, many real-world situations where mobile application security matters, and where you can need to go an extra mile with client-side security. We are going to focus on 3 stories only. I try to take those 3 stories from different industries, different development scenarios as well, to make this as relatable to as many of you as possible. It was clearly impossible to cover all the possible situations where man-at-the-end attack makes the most sense, but I still hope that the conversation is helpful and then you can draw some useful lessons learned from this. So I will start with the first scenario immediately, and the first scenario is application mods. So you are probably familiar with what it is. In short, that's a practice of modifying existing applications to get an improved experience. And those experience improvements are actually the drivers that make your users download the modded applications from the market instead of the original one. So again, the first question that we may ask ourselves when it comes to mods is it even a problem, right? What's the negative impact? Okay, someone modified my application, implemented some extra features in my mobile app. That's nice. I actually got some functionality for free, right? The newly modded application is still talking to my servers. The users still authenticate against my API endpoint. So in that sense, I'm not losing anything at all, right? So it is true in general, but there are always nuances. So as always, devil hides in the details. In this particular case, let's first take a look at the most obvious negative impact, which is monetization. In modified applications, it's often they're modified exactly with the purpose of switching off the ads that you are using for monetization, or perhaps given access to premium functions in the application that are otherwise accessed through a premium purchase or a subscription, something like that. So that's the most obvious answer, but that is actually not the only impact and not even the most severe impact. What people do not realize very often, and what's important to think about, is that by introducing those modified applications and distributing them to your users, the modder gains more and more control over the audience of your application, because it's their code that now is talking to the users. It's their code that now are talking to the servers. So, and in doing so, they can, having achieved this control, they can do a lot of things. For example, the most simple one is to pitch their alternative service. They can harvest the end user's data. They can use this footprint that they have achieved on the client-side devices to launch any sort of a cyber attack, like launching a new malware, for example. So that's That's the first question. And the second question, which is also interesting and that we can ask ourselves, is what's our responsibility as developers, as application manufacturers? Okay, our users have downloaded a modded application from some shady marketplace. They got it, they have gotten this on their device, and then later they got in trouble. So this is just a lessons learned to him. We are definitely not liable because this was not our original application that did the damage. Uh, so yeah, now the question is, yeah, how is it even a problem for us? And the answer to that is that while legally you may not be liable, although I cannot give you legal advice, then still it's your brand reputation that is going to have to take the hit. For example, let's imagine a mobile game where a mod would give an unlimited number of coins or new characters to play with and so on to the players. Now imagine that a young player audience starts to download the mod because they find it attractive, and then later it's discovered by security researchers that this mod also leaks the data of the players and stores them somewhere on the attacker's machines. So what would happen then is that this information would probably uh, yeah, be displayed in press. Yeah, so sooner or later this fact is going to be known. And then the concerned parents, they are not going to figure out like all the fine details of that oh, it was your game, but it was not really not your game completely, and it was a download from some shady marketplace and so on. It will simply associate your name, your brand name, with the damage that has been done, and the copies of the game are probably going to be uninstalled from the uh, from the players' machines. So this is the idea of what an impact can be. And another thing that I wanted to take a look at together with you is a few examples. Yeah. So here I listed three examples. One is YouTube, the other is New York Times, and the other one is another application called Flickfolio. The screenshots I took from one of those markets where they distribute the mods, and I also underlined with a red line the reason why a mod exists. Yeah, so you can see that with YouTube, it's enhanced features, ability to watch videos without ads, play videos in the background, so really enhanced functionality we're talking about. For New York Times, it's free access to content, and then also it can be a free access to the application. So these are just a few examples uh, of what we discussed previously. What's interesting on this slide is that mods can affect applications of every size. So from several billions of installs to just a few thousands of installs. So it's a common misconception to think that, look, my application is so small that it's not going to be a target for modders. That's actually not true. So if your application is any good, and those are the applications, the only applications worth making, then they can and will be a target for the modders. Also, an interesting thing is the New York Times application, and this is particularly because that Google has recently introduced Flutter News Toolkit, and this means that we can expect more generic modding solutions for such applications that are built on the same toolkit. So the same toolkit, then the same modding strategy also can apply. So this is the modding part. Now let's take a look at another example from a completely different industry. This is crypto and financial. So in this case, possible attacks, which occur also purely on the client side, uh, occur in order to gain access to the application users' funds. This type of applications can be targeted by attackers to harvest the wallet access data. For example, if that's a service in the cloud, then this could be authentication data, or it could be private keys for non-custodial wallets. And the attacks can take many forms This can start from keylogin, attacking the data stored on the client side at rest. For example, if you store files and you probably encrypt them uh, on the client side too, and ending with application tampering. What's interesting here is that the exact attack vectors, this actually applies to all the scenarios in a way, that the attack vectors may come not only from security vulnerabilities that you introduce in the application code, yeah, by mistake, or one of its dependencies, but also from some explicit design choices that you have to make in order to balance security with usability on the client side. For example, from a security standpoint, it could be beneficial to confirm every server communication with authentication information to make sure that it's the same user. But it's not always realistic, right? From the usability standpoint, you cannot ask the user for their password and their fingerprint every 60 seconds, right? So you will have to store something like a token, for example, that would help the user to authenticate faster. Things like that increase the potential surface of an attack. Yeah. And that this attack can be started by tricking the victim into downloading a malicious executable on their mobile device. It can be also started with a brief physical access to the device that would be short enough uh, to do a few modifications, to install a modded app or to install a trusted certificate in the certificate storage and gain the man in the middle position. And the point is that this type of attack can have severe consequences, including the loss of funds for the user, and it's also something that can happen entirely on the client side without ever touching the server. Let's take a look at the next scenario. And the next one is going to be yet from entirely different industry. This is healthcare. So in healthcare, there is a long history of tampering with malicious intentions. Before the software, it was tampering also with medicine. In fact, FDA started tracking tampering from 1980s, from the famous 1982 Chicago Tylenol case. In 2020, that's another milestone, FDA issued a security warning related to software tampering scenario. In that case, tampering with a product of a very major medical device manufacturer allowed the attacker to issue false alarms and disable real alarms in the monitoring system. In 2022, FDA released the complete guidance on cybersecurity for medical devices, including software as a medical device as well. So you can imagine that client-side attacks are also very important in this particular situation. So medical applications are interesting from yet another perspective. They talk to the patients, they talk to doctors, they talk to all kinds of hardware, medical devices, to wearables, and so on. And they deal with a lot of sensitive data, which make them a highly attractive target for a cyber attack. So on this slide, you can see like a simplified schema. This doesn't occur literally like that, but what's important here is that communication can be tampered with at the very last moment on the terminal device of the user and still cause an impact for patient health and safety. Right? What's also interesting is that tampering is sometimes done with good intentions, which end bad. For example, tampering with a medical device could be done in order to adjust its parameters to increase its applicability or in an attempt to optimize its function. And such improvements are actually also the responsibility of manufacturer as well to design their medical device tamper-proof. So these were just the three scenarios. There are many others, including no-ad mods, farming mods for different purposes, automatically booking resources. bots for social promotion as well, which also occur on the client side mostly. Uh, this can be cheating in video games and lots of other scenarios that we don't have time to talk about, but you can learn more of them later. I will tell you how. So in this situation, the next question is how is it all relevant for Flutter? Yeah. And here are a few facts that you will need to know and take into account when designing a secure Flutter application. First of all is the structure, yeah, of the Flutter application and how it creates new attack points. So as you know, a Flutter application, let's take Android application as an example, is basically a shell, a runner up, the only function of which is to initialize the real application and pass control to that. Inside the Flutter application, you will find two major pieces. One piece, which is the engine, which sits in the library called libflutter.so, for Android at least, which contains Dart runtime, which contains Flutter engine. So this is the common part for every application out there, right? And the second part is the application itself, libapp.so. Uh, this library doesn't only contain compiled code, it also contains metadata that carries additional information about the code that can enable reverse engineers to work with your code easier. So how does this create an additional surface? Yeah, let's take a look further. In this case, what an attacker can do is substitute the standard Flutter part with a modified in order to, for example, gain control over network communication and observe this more attentively, yeah, and extract valuable information from there. And this attack has been already, in fact, implemented. It's accessible on GitHub. You can find it in a project called reflutter. So what it does is it substitutes the standard Flutter engine library with a different version that implements additional functionality that makes reverse engineering a much easier experience. So yeah, and the functionality that I'm talking about is not only dumping the network traffic, it can also be related to dumping of classes and fields, inspecting the code, things like that. And reverse engineers can actually use this as a framework to write their own tools to access different functionality in your application. All right, so the next question that pops up at this point is Flutter contains an obfuscation tool. So is Flutter obfuscation enough to deter reverse engineering? The short answer is no. It's not only because at man-at-the-end space there is no such thing as 100% guaranteed prevention. The reason is also that there are some fundamental limitations to the Flutter obfuscation. So let's take a more detailed look and see what I mean by that. So what you can see on the screen right now is a sample code, is an obfuscated procedure that runs every time I try to invoke a premium function in the application. So what happens, I click a button that should run a premium function, and this piece of code executes. As you can see, it's well obfuscated. All the names are changed, so you don't know what every function does. And still, if you give it a minute of thought, you can perfectly figure out what does secret 2 function, secret 3 function, 4 and 5, what they actually do, what they stand for. So let's take a look at the flow. So whenever we try to invoke a premium function, we invoke secret 2, we check for something. If that something is true, then we invoke secret 3. Otherwise, we are doing something with a string, please purchase the full product to proceed, and we are doing something with the URL string. So it probably doesn't take you too long to figure out. The secret 2 is probably checking for the premium condition. Secret 3 probably launches the function. Secret 4 probably displays a message or an alert. And secret 5 could, for example, open a page in a browser or open a page inside the application. So this is what you can achieve with standard obfuscation, and as you can see, this is really not a lot. So the next the next possibility is improving the obfuscation, like this, for example. What about this code? In this case, it's much harder to tell what every function does because now it's not only the names, it's really the control flow, it's the strings, those are different things that that got changed in the application, and now it's very difficult to trace the logic of what's going on your screen. So yeah, reading this code should definitely be considered harmful for your brain. That's not a code that's written for a human to read, uh, which is a good news because this is something that we want reverse engineers to perceive. But the bad news is that they are actually not going to read this code at all. Yeah. Skilled reverse engineers are smarter than that. They are going to uh, approach it from a different standpoint. So the the difficult part, the hard to swallow pill here, is that any sort of obfuscation, trivial obfuscation like just renaming things, or very sophisticated obfuscation like the one that we got a glimpse of in the previous slide, is not sufficient on its own. Because why would you ever, as a reverse engineer, read some sort of convoluted code if you can run a debugger, if you can set a few breakpoints and skip to the fast forward to the interesting stuff? Or alternatively, you use the platform capabilities like Reflutter project does. You can just substitute the whole Flutter engine with your own version, and then you don't have to read the code of the application to intercept the network traffic, for example. So, and this leads us to a conclusion that uh, that a good protection has to have a dynamic component as well. So what I mean by that is that the application would actively check the safety of the environment it's executing in, its own integrity to deter runtime attacks. Such techniques are called RASP, for runtime application self-protection. And the good RASP has diverse methods of detecting threats, uh, preferably looking at non-obvious side effects of attacks and not just trying to detect like common tools that are used for attacking. Uh, and also in a well-protected application, you may want to have many checks. And when I say many, it's thousands. So that would make a Flutter application resistant to reverse engineering. But or would it? Yeah. The truth is that any number of checks, yeah, can be found and disabled. It's a matter of time. Yeah. If you're patient enough, if you are rich enough, you can find all those checks. You can find 5 to 10 checks long, yeah, but not very long. You know, you can find thousands of checks in a bit of more time, but still it can be done. Yeah, it's definitely not impossible. So what's the next step? And the next step is making sure that every new build of your application is unlike all the others. Uh, this will force the reverse engineer to repeat the reverse engineering exercise all over again. Yeah, because the previous knowledge that they gained from reversing your application, they cannot reuse anymore. So, and having to repeat it every time for every build, it's not only very frustrating, which on its own, of course, is an advantage. Uh, the the key here is incompatibility between the time of reverse engineering. Suppose it takes 3 to 4 months of time to reverse engineer and go through all the defenses in your application, but you release every 2 months, which means that by the time that I finish, it actually doesn't matter anymore because it's the previous application and that application doesn't work anymore. So I have to start it all over again. go again through 3 4 months effort, but then again in 2 months this is going to turn invalid and so on. Very frustrating, very expensive, and ultimately ineffective, which is what we actually want to achieve. So what's next? Again, we started with simple things like Flutter obfuscation. What's next is advanced obfuscation. Next is runtime protection. Next is polymorphism in this protection, and so on. So uh, this is a this is a cat and mouse game that goes on forever. But what I invite you to do is that at this point, I hope that what we have discussed so far has been helpful to you, and you know what are the scenarios that require paying attention to the client-side security where it matters. Uh, Regarding how does it work exactly, and going in depth in this topic, I can offer you to learn more. Behind this QR code, you can find a blog which consists of three parts. So this is a really very in-depth work that's done by our security research department, where they explore all the details of application reverse engineering, tampering, how does it happen, what tools are being used, what you can do against it. Uh, and So I wanted to share this article with you as the next step, as a practical step for you to learn more about the topic. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm already 1 minute over time. So I'd like to conclude at this point. Thanks a lot. And let's see if you guys have any questions. And if not, then it's been pleasant talking to you.
Awesome, Anton. Really great talk. So, so far we don't have like any questions. I have one, like you mentioned, like next steps. I feel like this is a really maybe not intimate, it's not like so easy to learn those concepts, right? So where could we find like more resources apart from the one you are sharing?
So there are a lot of resources that can be found at OWASP. So OWASP has a detailed guidance in security and security testing as well, and it has actually a special section for mobile applications too. So from their guidance, from their top 10 lists, you can learn a lot by consulting the articles and learning the methodology.
Awesome. Yeah. So let me see. Okay, so um, we don't have a question so far, but feel free, like the audience, like to ask any questions about this really interesting topic. Anton was mentioning about like OWASP, that is like a really good starting point to start having security in your application and start learning more about security. But yeah, I feel like there's also like I think you put it on the description, but like one common misconception is like to whenever we are uh, coding in our clients, let's say in Flutter, we feel okay, this is a problem, security is a problem that should be handled on the server instead of the client. But at least from this talk, I understand that it's also something to be considered in the client as well. So that's what do you why do you think like this is like thought like that, like let's put everything in the server and that's it?
So I think those two questions are a little bit orthogonal. So with this talk, I'm not inviting you to put more secure functionality of the or security sensitive functionality on the client side, and then sort of like rely on obfuscation to protect or to hide those this functionality or any sort of vulnerabilities. This is definitely not the intention. So in all cases, you should strive to put as much as possible on the server side and control security on the server side. The reality, though, is that no matter how much you move to the server, the terminal device is still the one responsible, at least for collecting input and at least for talking to the users. And if there is a genuine business risk that comes from this, yeah, from input collection or from talking to the users, uh, being tampered with, then you already should consider client-side security. And as we have seen from all those different scenarios, there are quite some situations where it is the case, where tampering just on the client side uh, helps attackers to achieve their goals. So I guess the true answer is just try to move as much information and functionality and security check into the server side as possible, but don't stop there, and make sure that on the client side you have done everything possible to protect yourself, your IP, and your customers too.
Of course. In particular, in mobile apps, it's difficult because imagine if you release an app like and you detect some inconsistency in security, you have to release another one, and that probably will take you like 2 days, right? Uh, like uh, whereas in web, at least you can push all the changes like immediately. So that's something to consider as well. That in the mobile, you if you detect something, you will have a fix ready in more or less 1 or 2 days, right?
Yeah, indeed. Sometimes, yeah, making one mistake is all it takes. I can give you one example, which I didn't talk about during this presentation. But the example is when certain unannounced features leak to the press before the official marketing announcement. So what happens is that you put those features in advance in your application to avoid the download spike on the release day. You distribute it in advance. They are locked by some sort of a mechanism. But if engineers figure out what those features are going to be, they can, yeah, they can spoil your big marketing plan uh, on a particular date of the launch, and this can have a lot of far-reaching impact as well. And it's enough to leak one version that that displays those functionality in the open to make the marketing campaign basically to render it much less effective.
Right. Okay, so we have some questions here. So the first one will be, let me see, I'm going to show. Okay, so far as a fast-growing startup, what are minimum gaps we need to cover in app since we as startup need to look out for MVP for a start?
Okay, so there is no general advice for this sort of thing. This really depends on what your application does. Uh, what is the threat model to it? Uh, if you yeah, if you want to discuss more, feel free to reach out to me later, and my credentials should be shared on the Summit site, and yeah, I can talk to you in detail. There is no generic answer, unfortunately, for this. To some different threats apply to different application types. But what I can definitely tell you right now is that from the very beginning, strive to integrate security early at all stages of your life cycle, starting with requirements and development and testing, code reviews, and ending with post-launch monitoring. So yeah, pay attention to security on all stages, and you should be fine. If you are interested in learning more about the threat model, and if you feel that you can benefit from our help, feel free to reach out.
Awesome, awesome. And the other one, and this is a really broad question, but how to protect Flutter app? I mean, yeah, I think like the whole presentation was, especially the last part of the presentation. But I know if you want to add something more, like.
No, so the only thing that I want to add maybe is that I hope that from my talk it became clear that it's very difficult to find where to stop, right? It's always going to be on the client side, a cat and mouse thing. So it is important to make sure that your protection evolves Yeah, I think the polymorphism aspect is probably the most important on the client side. That whatever methods you choose, make sure that you evolve and rotate, because otherwise it's going to be reversed sooner or later.
Of course, of course. All right, so we don't have more questions, but it was really nice to having you here, Anton. So yeah, I don't know if you want to add something more or like.
No, thank you for having me. Have
Okay,
a
thank
great
you.
conference, everyone.
Okay, have a great day. Bye. All right, so we are heading to the last talk of this section, and the next one, her name is Anna Leushenko, and let me talk a little bit more about Anna. So Anna is a mobile development expert. He's passionate about quality software, and she's from Ukraine. She's also a Google developer expert for Dart and Flutter, and he's a woman tech makers ambassador. Anna talks a lot in conference. She writes blogs about cross-platform development, and she contributes as well to OSS and mentor talented women in tech. So for Anna, Anna pre-recorded her talk, and she's going to talk about let me see, assertions in Dart and Flutter test, and an ultimate cheat sheet with many details explained. So we are going to cover a lot of things about testing, and yeah, okay. So let's start with the presentation.
Interested in writing tests for Flutter and Dart applications, huh? We all know how writing tests is important and how it helps in ensuring software quality, but still oftentimes we might be inclined to skip them unless it's enforced by a company policy or by a grumpy PR reviewer. Why this happens? I feel there is a correlation between the time and mental effort it takes to write tests and the frequency we actually write them. So to facilitate this process, I created this cheat sheet that contains all possible assertions that can be written in Dart and Flutter tests, which you can download and always have at hand when unit testing your applications. Now we are going to dive deep into each of these cheat sheet items, and I'll explain why and how to use them. But before, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Anna, a cross-platform mobile development expert, passionate about quality software from Ukraine. I currently focus on the Flutter framework, being a Google developer expert in Dart and Flutter. I talk about it at tech conferences, write blogs, create educational content, contribute to open source, and take part in mentorship programs. Follow me on social media to get notifications about my recent work. Now, to make this talk a bit more entertaining, I have a challenge for you. I want you to count how many dashes are there in this video. First few people to tweet the correct answer will receive free tickets to the Flutter Global Summit senior track tomorrow. So this is dash, this is another dash, and this is dash as well. So whenever you see an object or an image depicting dash, add one for each such object. Don't forget to tweet the answer and get a chance to win the tickets for tomorrow. Now to the cheat sheet. Let's take a look at our first test. Clearly, this here is an oversimplified version of tests we would create in real life. The result variable here would be a result of some calculations done by the software under test. So when looking at tests I prepared today, always imagine one or more lines of code involving some functions invocation instead of just a variable declaration here. So imagine we received a result of some calculations and have to make sure it equals 0. For that, we are going to use the expect function. It accepts the actual value as the first parameter, followed by the expected value. In this first test, both actual and expected values are equal, and thus the test passes. In the test below, the actual value differs from the expected value, and the expect function throws the test failure exception, which leads to test failure. You can see in the test run output, expected 0, but actual was 1. Let's explore the function signature. I put so much attention to it because it is the main assertion function Flutter developers use daily when writing tests. Here are the first two positional arguments we have already used. Apart from that, expect function also accepts a string reason and a dynamic skip. Let's see how they are used. In this test, we have the same actual and expected values as before, and I also provide a reason parameter. As you see, it is now printed in the end of a failing test output. As for the skip parameter, I guess it's clear that it allows skipping a single expect function call inside the test. It can either be true or a string with a reason to skip. As you see here, this test would normally fail because expected and actual values are still different, but because the skip parameter was provided and these expect functions didn't throw, the overall test is green. Let's check the expect function signature again. As you see, the second parameter is dynamic, and it's not called the expected value, but it's called matcher. It is the most interesting parameter of this function, because in fact, we can put stuff other than just a value in it. And next, we are going to explore a variety of available matchers, learn how to combine them, and how to create your own custom matchers. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm dedicating the entire talk to a single parameter over a single function. Exciting? The first matcher in our list is equals. Let's revisit the first test we created. Expect result is 0. Here we pass integer value 0 as a matcher parameter. In such a case, when the expected value is passed, an equals matcher is used implicitly. Expect result equals 0. These two tests are completely identical. Equals is probably the most commonly used matcher, explicitly or implicitly. Let's now check the simple result class. It has a single value field, which can be initialized through constructor. And here is the test. We compare two instances of result class, both with value 0. Why does this test fail? As you see, the test output is not very informative. We expected an instance of result and receive an instance of result. It's a good idea to override the toString method to make the output more meaningful. Here I ask Android Studio to help me with it. Now the test output changes to expected a result with value 0, but actual was a result with value 0. The test should pass if you ask me. So what's the deal? The equals matcher uses the equality operator to perform that comparison. And by default, classes in Dart are compared by reference and not by value, which means by default two different instances are never equal. To make our test pass, we have to override the equals operator. Let me ask Android Studio again. This default implementation is good enough. Whenever you override the equals operator, you also have to override the hashcode getter. Now our test passes. Now let's see what other equality operators are available. This test is pretty similar to the previous one, but now it uses the matcher called same. And again, it doesn't pass. The output says expected the same instance as the result. Okay, let's pass the exactly same instance. This test completes successfully. As you can guess, this matcher ensures that references point to the same object in memory. An interesting related observation. This test also passes. An integer with the value 1 is the same as other integer with the value 1. The reason is, it's actually indeed the same value in memory because it is constant. Whenever you create a constant instance of any class, a single instance is reused across the application. So if I now mark the result constructor as const, this test here also passes. You see, I declared two different const result instances here, but because they are const and the parameter value is the same single instance is shared and thus the test passes. That's why you should prefer creating const objects in your application when possible. It will consume less memory. The next pair of matchers is quite simple. Is null and is not null. Is null checks if the result is null, and thus this test fails. Is not null checks if the result is not null, and thus this test succeeds. The next pair of equality matchers is also self-explanatory. Is true and is false. Here we assert that 0 is less than 1, and here we check that the opposite statement is false. Moving on to type matchers. The isA matcher helps verify a variable type. Here I try to ensure that integer 0 is of type result, which obviously is not true, and thus this test fails with the following output. Expected an instance of result, while actual is not an instance of result. Can't agree more. In the next test, I check if the result is of type int, and this time test passes. There are a couple of more narrow type matchers. IsList checks if the result is of type list, and IsMap checks if the result is a map. These two tests pass. Now remember our result class. What if it is a pretty common task in our project to check that the result is of a particular custom but popular type? It is very easy to create own narrow type matchers using type matcher class. Here I declare an isResult matcher, and here I use it in a test that successfully passes. Next we have an error matcher. Let's start with error type matchers first. Is argument error, is no such method error, is unimplemented error, is exception. There is plenty, and they are all based on the type matcher class from the previous example. Next is a throw a matcher that ensures that method call resulted into an error. If the method call is supposed to throw, it's unsafe to call it in the test body. Instead, it should be called inside the expect call. That's why here I declare a function that throws an exception, and here I call it inside expect. The throws a matcher accepts another matcher that validates the error, for example, the isException matcher from above. Here is another interesting example. I declare a function that accepts an integer, treats it as a dynamic, and attempts to call lengthGetter. Obviously, integer type doesn't have the lengthGetter, and thus the function fails with no such method error. And that's exactly what this test expects, and thus passes successfully. Next, to collection matchers, and by collection I mean string, iterable, and map. The first pair of matchers are isEmpty and isNotEmpty. Here I have an empty array, and thus this isEmpty matcher is satisfied. Here I have a non-empty string, and thus isEmpty matcher fails the test. And here I have a non-empty map, and this isNotEmpty matcher is satisfied as well. An interesting thing happens when I try to apply isNotEmpty matcher on an int. The test fails with the following output. Class int has no instance getter isNotEmpty. The thing is, isNotEmpty matcher literally calls isNotEmpty getter on any value it was given by casting it to dynamic first. That's why it works for strings, iterables, and maps, but not for integers. Next matcher has length, checks the exact collection length. Here I apply it to a single character string and test passes. Now again I attempt to call it on an integer and receive an error that actual has no length property. The hasLength matcher follows the same principle as isEmpty and isNotEmpty matchers and calls .lengthGetter on the past value. Let's now look at the contains matcher. It has different logic depending on the value it's applied to. For a string, it means substring matchers. For a map, it means that the map has the past key. And for an iterable, it means that it contains an element that satisfies the matcher that is passed inside the contains matcher. In this test, First, I use a predicate matcher and then an implicit equals matcher. And finally, the is-in matcher is the opposite of the contains matcher. Here it's called for a string and here for a collection. In addition to the collection matchers we just talked about that work for strings, here is a couple of matchers more. The pair of matchers starts with, ends with, check string content in the beginning and in the end. And the matches matcher can either accept another string as here or a regex as here. In addition to those collection matchers that work for list and set, there are a few more matchers specific to iterables. The every element matcher verifies that all elements match the matcher that it accepted as a parameter. It is another example of how matchers can accept other matchers, which makes this mechanism so powerful. Matcher any element verifies that at least some elements satisfy a matcher or equal to a value it accepted as a parameter. Matchers contains all and contains all in order verifies that the iterable passed as a parameter is a subset of the actual iterable. Contains all in order also cares about items order. The actual iterable can have additional elements. Matchers ordered equals and unordered equals check that the actual iterable is of the same length and contains the same elements as the past iterable, optionally verifying items order. And wrapping up on the collections topic, just a couple of matchers for maps. The contains value matcher checks if the contains value method of an actual value returns true. And the contains pair matcher checks both pairs key and value, where value can be another matcher or the exact value. Next up are numeric matchers. The first group is zero-oriented matchers. Is zero, is non-zero, is positive, is non-positive, is negative, is non-negative matchers all check how the actual value is related to zero. In inclusive range, in exclusive range matchers check if the actual num value is in the range inclusive or exclusive. So here 1 is at the edge of the range, but because it's exclusive, the test failed. Next group is of comparable matchers. Matchers greater than or equals to, less than or equals to, use operator equals, operator less than, and operator greater than to compare expected and actual values. It's pretty simple for built-in types like integer here. They can be applied not only to numeric values, but also to custom types, like a greater than matcher here. To use them with our result class, it has to be improved with operator less than and operator greater than implementations like this. Here I compare the value fields of this and other. Because we also have equals operator override, this less than or equal to matcher also works. You can even go further and compare custom types to built-in types, like I attempt to do here. I compare a result of 1 with integer 0. For that I had to enhance operators implementation to work with integer. Now these two tests also pass. Now let's talk about a universal matcher predicate. Generally speaking, most types of checks a developer might ever need to perform in expect function can be expressed with this single matcher. It accepts a predicate, a function with one parameter that returns bool, where you can decide if the parameter matches your expectations. It's that simple. I guess now you might be a bit confused as to why I was telling you about all those matchers if there is a universal predicate matcher. Well, depending on the type of required check, predicate might be exactly a matcher you need. But let's see this failing test here. All it says about the expected value is that it should satisfy a function. Not very informative. The output can be improved with the description parameter, like here. The output of this test is better, but let's compare it to the plain equals matcher we discussed in the beginning. Expected 0, but actual was 1. Same level of details with less code compared to the predicate matcher. So I suggest to always prefer using focused matchers when available. Now to a bit of an advanced stuff. If among all this variety of matchers you didn't find a matcher that satisfies your requirements, or if you anticipate performing a completely custom check quite often, you can create your own matcher. Remember our result class here. I don't let you forget about it, right? Here it has a value field. Let's say I want to create a custom matcher that would validate a value of a value field. For that, we need a child of custom matcher class. In its constructor, it accepts a matcher to validate the field value. The parent constructor accepts 3 parameters: feature description, feature name, and the matcher. So here I pass these values. They are going to be used in the failed test output. And finally, I have to override the feature value of method that gets the value property. We are basically using the same approach as some of matchers we saw before, like isEmpty or hasLength, calling value on a dynamic type. So our matcher is supposed to work with any type that declares the value property, like the result class. In case actual does not declare such a property, our feature value of implementation will throw, but the base custom matcher class calls it inside try-catch block and will fail the test gracefully. Now I'm creating an instance of this matcher with 0 parameter, and it successfully verifies that the result object has value field with value 0. To be consistent with common practices of declaring a matcher, let's also declare a factory method to create our matcher like this. And here I use it in another green test. And finally, let's see how the matcher behaves when the test fails. The responsibility of a matcher is not only to verify some condition, but also to create a meaningful output. We see that it expected an object with value property of 0, but actually was result object which has a value property with value 1. Strings that I passed in the parent constructor were used to form this informative output. Nice! It's also cool that hasValue matcher can accept other matchers that characterize the expected result. For example, equals, is 0, less than 1. Next in our topics list is matcher operators. The all-of matcher allows combining multiple matchers and ensures all of them are satisfied. It can be used with up to 7 individual matchers or with an array of matchers, which can be seen in its signature. In case of failure, the output prints error from the first failed matcher. Obviously, the result class doesn't have the length property. The any-of matcher also accepts an array of matchers or up to 7 individual matchers and ensures at least one of them is satisfied. And finally, the isNot matcher calls the inner matcher and inverts its matching result. How are you doing? We're about halfway through and there is some more exciting stuff ahead. We are moving on to some asynchronous stuff. Here is the test with an asynchronous expectLater function. Let's check its signature. It looks pretty familiar, doesn't it? The expectLater function is just like expect, but returns a future that completes when the matcher has finished matching. And it has all the same parameters as a regular expect. While expectLater can accept any matcher, it makes sense to pass children of async matcher class, which does asynchronous computation. To future matchers. The completion matcher accepts the matcher to verify the future result. It is basically equivalent to awaiting a future and asserting its result with a regular expect. I can only see it being used in a combination with other asynchronous matchers like this throw-a matcher, which should be already familiar. It checks the future error. Let's check 3 matchers next. Here I create a stream with a single value that can be listened to multiple times. The emits matcher checks that the stream has emitted a value that satisfies a matcher that emits has accepted as a parameter. It may accept the expected value, another matcher that characterizes the expected value, or a predicate function. All of these are valid. The never emits matcher performs the opposite check, and these are all valid again because I changed the stream emitted value. Emits in order ensures a stream has emitted multiple events in a particular order. It accepts an array containing expected values or matchers. Emits in any order is just like emits in order, but it doesn't care about events order. And finally, the emits done matcher helps ensure a stream doesn't emit any more unexpected values, and the emits error matcher helps ensure a stream has emitted an error and accepts another matcher to verify the exact error. So far, we tested streams that contain hard-coded values, which were emitted immediately. But imagine we have to test a stream that was already closed, or a stream that has already emitted values we are interested in. Let's take a look at this class. It has a broadcast stream controller, exposes its stream, and has a doWork method which causes the stream to emit two values, 0 and 1. Let me try to test this class. Here I create an instance of a stream example, call the doWork method, and expect stream to emit two values. Unfortunately, the expect function here is called too late. Emitted values are already gone, and this test never completes. Instead, expect or expect later should be used before the work call. First, we set up the expectations and then perform an action that would lead to events we expected. Here I'm using expect later without a wait, otherwise the test will hang on it again. Now we're entering the area of widget tests. Just a reminder, I'm not going into details of how to write widget tests in general, how to search for widgets in Widgets3, but I only focus on the assertions and matchers that can be used here. I will be declaring very simple widget trees to demonstrate how widget matchers work. Once again, imagine your more complex widgets being instantiated here instead. Flutter widget tests use the same expect function to verify that the actual widget tree content matches expectations. However, the list of matchers is unique to this task. Let's start with finds nothing. Here I declare a text widget with text1, place it in the widgets tree, and try to look for widgets with the text 0. As expected, there are no such widgets, and this finds nothing matcher, which ensures no such widget is in the widget tree, is satisfied. The finds widgets matcher ensures that at least one such widget is in the tree. So here I have a column with two text widgets with the same text, place it in the widgets tree, and use finds widgets to look for the same text. This test passes. However, an identical widget tree doesn't pass the next test, where I used finds one widget matcher, because its task is to ensure there is exactly one widget in the tree. And we see in the output, it complains that there were two widgets with text1, which is too many. The same is with the next pair of matchers. Finds at least n widgets, can tolerate more widgets in the tree that it was asked to find, and finds n widgets, expects exactly n widgets in the widgets tree. It's not the rare case when we need to test the colors of the screen. Most often it happens when we reflect some operation success or failure with green or red colors. There is a matcher for this task as well. Here I declare a green container, look for it in the widget tree, and use isSameColorAs with colors green parameter. And here's another example for the text widget color. Next pair is in card, is not in card, helps to verify that widget has at least one card widget ancestor or no card. A few words about testing errors in the widgets tree. We all know how container widget cannot have both color and decoration due to this assert in the source code. So here I have a function that would attempt to build a container with both color and decoration, and of course it would fail. If I was a developer implementing container, this test and throws assertion error matcher would help me verify my widget throws the correct error when used improperly. Another interesting matcher is throws Flutter error. And here is a scenario where it can be used. Here I declare a key, which I don't append to the material app, but simply provide to a sized box, and then I attempt to reach the navigator using its context, which leads to the Flutter error. Actually, this example comes from the Flutter framework source code itself. If I had to pick one of the most exciting finds from this cheat sheet, it will be this: accessibility testing. In accessibility tests, the first thing we have to do is to enable semantics by creating such a handle, and we have to remember to dispose it in the end of the test. Next, in this test, I declare a widget we are going to test, a square-sized box of size 46 with enabled gesture detector as a child. Next, I place it in the widgets tree, and we are ready to test. Here I'm using the meets guidelines matcher. It is asynchronous, so I'm using it inside expect later assertion function. Let's check the matcher documentation. It says, asserts that the currently rendered widget meets the provided accessibility guideline. And here is an example usage, pretty similar to what we have in our test. So this matcher ensures that our widget meets some accessibility requirements, which it accepts as a parameter. Back to our example, here I use iOS Tap Target Guideline. Let's check. A guideline which requires tappable semantics nodes a minimum size of 44 by 44. In our test, we have a gesture detector inside a 46 by 46 sized box, so this test passes. Let's check a similar test. The widgets tree is completely the same, a 46 by 46 gesture detector, but this time I use Android Tap Target Guideline, and the documentation says it requires tappable semantic nodes a minimum size of 48 by 48. Our tap area is smaller, and thus this test fails. And the output explains the reason. Expected tap target size of at least size of 48 by 48, but found size of 46 by 46. Isn't it cool? With just a few lines of code, we are capable to test widget trees to detect small tap areas without running the app and manually clicking through it, and without any special knowledge on the accessibility topic. Let's see how can we detect another common issue, which is text contrast. For this test, I create a white container with a black text inside. And then I test for the text contrast guideline, which according to the documentation requires test contrast to meet minimum values. So black text on a white background has a perfect contrast, and this test passes. Now I'm going to test the same white container with orange text in it. This test fails with the expected contrast ratio of at least 4.5, but found 3.03 for a font size of 14. As you see, the output mentions that the expected contrast ratio depends on the font size. In these two tests, when no style was provided in text widget nor in material app, the default text size of 14 was applied. Now in my next test, I keep the same white background, same orange text, but I increase the font size to 20. And this test passes because larger texts are easier to read even when the contrast ratio is not perfect. This wraps up the accessibility topic. I hope you are as excited as I am about this new find and will care more about accessibility of your apps, given how easy it is to do with Flutter. The last topic for widget tests is testing against golden images. A snapshot of your widget tree can be tested with an in-memory image or an image file. Here I create a container with some padding and a green color inside, place it in the widget tree, and use a match as reference image matcher with an image object, which I created manually by using Paint and Canvas. This technique is suitable for testing low-level widgets that involves custom paints. For the next test, we have a blue rectangle surrounded by a white border. Here I use matches golden file matcher that allows validating that a finder, a feature of UI image, or a UI image matches the referenced golden image file. Here is the golden image I prepared, and this test passes. And finally, the last topic for today is testing mock invocations and parameters. So far, we have used expect or expect later functions to compare the results of some operations with the expected values. There is another category of checks developers constantly perform, ensuring that some side effect was triggered. For that, I'm using the mocktail package. Here is the service class we are going to mock today. It has a single side effect method with two parameters, and here is the mock object that implements service. Typically, you would pass such a mock to a software under test and then would verify that your software performed the required calls. Here I'm going to manipulate this mock directly. To ensure that a method of a mock object was called, there is a verify function. Here I create an instance of a mock service class and immediately verify that its side effect method was called. Obviously, such a test fails. In addition, you can specify how many times the mock method should have been called. And in case you want to ensure a method was not called, here is the verify never function. This test passes because we actually never called the side effect method. Now to the interesting part, which is testing the function invocation parameters. In case their values do not matter, just use this any object that can represent literally any value. Here I manually call the side effect function with some values, and this test passes. In case you know the exact values of expected parameters, just pass real values instead of any. It gets more interesting in case you only need to check those parameters meet some condition. For that, use that parameter of any function, which can accept one of the matchers we looked so closely at before. Here I apply isZero matcher to the first argument and a combination of isResult and hasValue matchers for the second parameter. So that parameter of any function can accept any of all the matchers we talked about today. This wraps up test assertions topic for today. We covered a lot of interesting and useful stuff today. All the details can be found in these two posts in the Invertase blog. There you can also find an interactive Zap project with all the code I shared, or go to my GitHub to download the project locally. Happy testing!
All right. It was hi Anna, how are you?
Hey, great. How are you doing?
Fine. It's nice to having you here. It was a really interesting video, right? That we saw about all of the matchers. So yeah, let me see if we have like any questions. I invite the audience to ask anything related to Anna's presentation. And yeah, in the meantime, okay, there is one question right now. Maybe we can start with that. So let me show it first. Okay, so the first question will be, can you share some of the most challenging problems you faced while developing with Flutter, and how did you overcome them?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. Well, Flutter is still a young framework, right? And this has consequences in many areas. My biggest challenge 3 years ago was to find my first Flutter job. It wasn't that popular back then. Nowadays, because Flutter community is still young, there aren't many mature approaches to Flutter app architecture, and they only start to being established and gain popularity in the community. So it seems like every team has unique approaches to common development problems. And that's why I talk about topics like app architecture, building network layer, using code generation, writing tests to help us all being consistent and effective.
Of course, yeah. Flutter isn't so opinionated, so yeah, when you start with Flutter, it's like really difficult to know like what are the best practices that we have to use, right? But yeah, we have another question here. Let me show it. So the question is, how does Flutter handle performance optimization, and what are some of the performance optimization techniques you've used in your Flutter projects?
Mm-hmm.
This is not necessarily something like so related to the presentation, right? But it's a fair
Yeah,
question.
yeah, of course, no worries. So first of all, let's give Flutter some credits. It is already quite performant, right? And most of the time, it's the way the layout is implemented causes some performance issue, not the framework, most of the times, right? So the technique number one I suggest to follow is to keep your widgets small and cut your widget tree in layers pretty often. This way you're creating repaint boundaries, and Flutter will know when to stop repainting if it needs to repaint just a small part of the screen. And another thing to keep in mind is that even if your application performs some operations slowly, but remains responsive and intact while performing this operation, it's better than if it performs the operation quicker but has some junks. And one thing that might cause such junks is performing long synchronous operations in the main thread, like, for example, deserializing a JSON. So to overcome this situation, I suggest spawning an isolate and perform your calculations there. It will take a bit longer, but overall, the application will only win from this.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, we have another question that is related to tests. So I'm going to show that first. So the question is, what's the main objective of the golden test for you?
So as I showed today, there are different approaches to testing widgets. We can replicate the widget tree and make sure certain widgets are there. We can, or we can compare the widget tree we built with an image and a snapshot of how the ideal widget should look like. It's called golden. So today I showed two matchers to which we can give either an image file or to create an image with canvas and paint and compare our real widget tree with this golden standard to detect if we have mismatch. Because with simple widget tests, it might not be very handy to test some shadows or some colors, maybe. Yeah.
Great. Okay, I'm trying to cover all questions. This is another one. I think this is also not so related to the actual talk. The question is, what are the drawbacks of Flutter in 3D game development? So, like, it's really, I don't know, like.
Look, if there is one thing I know the least about is game development, so sorry, I can't help you here.
Another word, right? So yeah, yeah, and also, I mean, there are, yeah, maybe we can switch question. Let me see. Okay, so yeah, my last question, like that I was thinking in all of this cheat sheet was if there is anything more to add, like what is the roadmap for the cheat sheet? It's like you did cover everything, or you are thinking of expanding that in the future?
So at least at this point in time, I would say it is done. But here my goal was only to touch about the assertion part of the entire testing. As we know, there is a testing pattern, arrange, act, assert, where you prepare your mocks or your test data maybe you call some operations and then only an assert. So I covered this last part of the test. I didn't cover how to structure tests, what is the best approaches there. But I believe there is already quite a number of resources about testing in Flutter.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Okay, so yeah, that was the last question, and yeah, it was nice to having you here, Anna. I don't know if you want to say anything more or.
Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for this chance to present this resource. I hope it was helpful, and as I said, happy testing.
Awesome. Okay, so we are now heading to our second break. So I'm going to add remove Anna from the presentation. Okay, see you, Anna. All right, so I think we can start our second break, and then we will have, let me see, Alan, that will be our next moderator, and he will be introducing 4 speakers. So, great.
Okay. What an awesome presentation. Thank you everyone for tuning in for this blog. And we wanted to say a huge thank you to our sponsors and our partners from Somnia Software. So Somnia Software, they are 100% Flutter specialized software development company in Latin America. So, and if you need any mobile, web, desktop, embedded device application developments, you can definitely reach out to them because they have been working with Flutter since its official release, and they have great experience. They have a great team, and they're experts in Flutter. So if you need full project development, and if you need application development, or maybe you need nearshore staff augmentation services, definitely reach out to Somnia. Thank you once again, Somnia, for supporting us, and you can find their contact data in the chat. So definitely check them out. Reach out if you need any help with Flutter development, and if you need team expansion, definitely hit up and contact Somnia Software. What a great day together. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you to every community member. Thank you to every program committee member, to every speaker who contributed into this conference. Thank you to our sponsors, and big shout out to Gar Square for supporting us. And definitely check them out. And if you do really care about the security of your Flutter application, if you're doing mobile development on Flutter, then you probably know that new vulnerabilities, they pop up every day, and the malicious actors, they look for easy targets on marketplaces to exploit day in and day out. And securing your application's valuable IPs and securing your critical data is super important, because we know how bad those leaks are sometimes. And the Glassware security solutions, they're built for developers by developers, and they help to protect your app at the every stage in the development lifecycle. So Glassware solutions, they're based on secure software development principles with ease of implementation, and they're super comprehensive, they're easy to implement, and the polymorphic protection against threat actors are its core. So basically, it will help you to protect your app through the whole development process. And the roots of this project, they're open source, and they have the open source culture, so they're constantly collaborating and improving their best practices. So those multiple layers of protections, they prevent reverse engineering and automatically detect tampering, making your apps difficult to target and more secure. So you can learn more about this product at garsquare.com. Thank you, Garsquare, for supporting us.
Hello everyone, we are back. So I will introduce myself so we start this session, okay? My name is Alan. I'm glad to be here in today when Flutter Global Summit. This is another edition. Today I will broadcast from João Pessoa in Brazil, and I have already prepared my drinks and some snacks to get. And so make yourself comfortable for the next few hours. We will have foreign speakers with us presenting this talk. I hope you all excited and pleasant to safe environment. And be sure to write to me in the chat when the city or in the country you are from and how long you've been studying Florida, right? So, uh, please prepare your questions, which the speaker with the answers in the Q&A panels, and do not hesitate to share your opinions with each other in the chat and the opening acknowledgement and the ideas. Okay, so now I present to you our first speaker for this session is Adi Mizrahi, who came today to its talk to maximize performance in Florida with image optimization. He currently works in culinary as a student development. So, welcome, Adi.
Hi, everyone.
Adi, how are you today?
I'm great, thank you. Hi, Alan. How are you?
I'm great too. So, thank you for you taking time today to share your knowledge with us. And I'm sure everyone is very excited to hear what you have to say. So, the floor is yours.
Okay, they can see my presentation. There we go. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you for your attendance. I want to start off with a question. How much conversion rate will your application lose for a delay in the loading page of 100 milliseconds? The answer to that is 7%. My name is Adi Mizrahi, and I'm here today to show you how you can improve your application in terms of conversion rate, traffic, and customer satisfaction. I work as a senior mobile developer at Cloudinary. I've been working there for over a year. I've been developing mobile apps for over 10 years now, started my way back with Objective-C, climbed my way to Android Java, Android Kotlin, Swift, and recently Flutter. At my spare time, I write technical blog about the things I learn, because I believe that putting my thoughts into a paper make me understand the material better. I was also a lecturer for mobile system design at the university for 2 years. And lastly, which is something that I'm really proud of, I'm a passionate gamer. From PC to consoles, any game, I just love playing games. So before we get started, I want to give you the notion of why would we choose to develop a mobile application, why we become mobile developers. I understand that most of you know the mobile world, you live and breathe code, but why do we develop apps? What's so captivating about it? So I want to take a look at the following graph. On the left side, you can see that 66% of the internet traffic at December 2022, 2 months ago, was through mobile devices. If you add up to that the tablets, you get over 68% of the internet traffic is through mobile. Mobile surpassed desktop. Most people choose today to use the internet through their mobile devices, and there are many reasons to that. Some of them are improvement in battery life and screen quality that makes up for a better user experience, and that's why people choose to do it. On the left side, you can see the App Store revenue from 2017 to 2021. You can see that the revenue is rapidly growing, up to the insane number of over $85 billion at 2021. On the right side, we can see the Google revenue, the Google Play revenue from 2016 to 2021. It fell short to almost $48 billion. Those numbers are huge, and they come from your applications, from the subscriptions to consumables and non-consumables. So now that I have your attention, what we want to do is we want to build a successful application, captivating, rich, visual. We surely need to use assets. Text only will not do it. We're not at the 90s anymore. We want to show a lot of assets. Ideally, we can hold them all on the phone locally, but that's not very good because those assets change from time to time. And also, if we put them all on the app, it will weigh a lot, and no user will go to the store and download a huge application. So the solution is that we need to get those assets remotely. We need to pull them from the internet to the device when the app goes up. So what is the problem with pulling many assets remotely? First of all, we are building a mobile application. We're using mobile device. No guarantees that the user has a stable connection. He could be roaming, he could be traveling, he might be even standing at a spot with a bad signal. Getting assets that are not optimized and weigh a lot in terms of file size can be very challenging. When loading a lot of assets at once, if those assets are not optimized in terms of width, height, the file size, and they are not optimal for the containers we're going to put them in, the device needs a lot to render those and fit them into the smaller container. This can cause performance issues. Since it takes a lot of resources from the device to decode and render and put those into the container, you might end up with what you can see in these screenshots. Blanks, holes, and long progress that will finally show the image, but this is not a good user experience. Some applications support orientation change when I switch my phones between landscape and portrait. How do we handle this? Do we keep an asset for each orientation? Do we take the same asset and put it between portrait and landscape? Do we stretch it? Do we shrink it? Do we crop it? Do we fit it? How do we handle this? It might not look so good if we stretch it actually, because the container changes between portrait and landscape. And of course, one of the biggest issues we have as mobile developers, there are many screen sizes. It doesn't matter if it's iOS, the problem is less severe there, or Android, where we have tons of screens actually. We have many screens.
the asset size between small phone and tablet is very different. Do we need to create and pull an asset for each use case, for each screen size? What about device pixel ratio, or DPR for short? Do we download for each DPR a new asset? Those questions are questions that needs to be asked. How do we optimize the media for those use cases? And if the assets are not optimized in terms of file size, as we just said, this means that we're pulling more bytes from the internet, which means that the device modem works more, which means that we are draining the battery. Moreover, if the user is not on Wi-Fi, it might charge him extra costs. We surely want to use some kind of cache mechanism where we keep the assets we already got locally. We don't want to pull the same asset over and over again. If the asset weighs a lot in terms of megabytes, that means that the app is getting oversized and might actually get deleted because it captures too much space on the device. Rendering big assets requires memory. There is so much memory that a device has, and if we try to render a lot of assets at once with a big size, we might run into memory issues. While some devices have more memory and might handle this scenario, others might crash due to this issue and might run out of memory. And since we're pulling assets remotely from the internet, we are dependent on how far are we from the server physically. The closer we are to the server, the faster we will get the asset, and vice versa. If you look at this picture, the guy at Australia, it will take him much longer to get the asset from our endpoint, which is based in Europe. So physical distance does matter. So we talked about the issue. We showed that loading many assets without optimization can cause delays in loading page speed. It can cause performance issues or even crashes. But why all that is important? Does loading speed of a landing page or any page in the app is really that important? Does it make a difference if we make our app more optimized and run faster? The answer to that is definitely yes. 100 milliseconds delay in page load can result in 7% reduction in conversion. When I say conversion, I mean that a user took something from your e-commerce, for example, and put it into his cart. Or we actually managed to get a visitor to become a paying user or a subscribed user. Take this number, multiply it by 10, and what you get is 1 second delay in page load can result in 70% reduction in conversion. This is according to a study by Akamai. And also, a 1 second delay can cause 20% drop in traffic. It can also lead to 11% decrease in page views. And lastly, it can lead to a 16% decrease in customer satisfaction. Now, I'm here today to talk to you about improving your media optimization and improving your app overall performance. We are not talking about tens of seconds of improvements. We are talking small numbers. Even milliseconds can be meaningful. Those 3 slides that I just showed are by a Google study. So now that we stated the problem and why it's important to us to optimize our media, I want to show you how we can achieve this. The first thing we need to do is improve our loading speed. We want our page to load faster in an optimized way, and this will improve the experience of the entire app. To do that, we can start with the following. Reduce the asset size by resizing it. Reduce the width and the height. We don't need 4K images when presenting image feed or thumbnails. We can also reduce the quality. If we don't show the image in full size, we can compress it and decrease the quality, but still get a good looking image. And lastly, we need the right format for each platform. iOS, for example, from our iOS 11 and above, started supporting HEIC by hardware. This means that HEIC, or HEIC, is the optimal format. It will weigh less and it will be rendered much faster. For Android, it's a bit more complicated. In 4.2.1, they started supporting WebP. But recently, Android 12 and 13 started supporting AVIF, which is an amazing format, and it should be used if you can, because it weighs less, and it's compressed better, it looks better, and it weighs less. All those things that I just mentioned, decreasing dimensions, format, and quality compression, will lead to a lighter asset. And then it would be easier for the device to load it and for our app to get a much better performance. So let's take the scenario. We downloaded an image now from the internet, we presented it to the user, he decides to move to another screen or send the app to the background and open it again. Do we download the image all over again? Of course not. We will use some kind of cache mechanism. So once we download an asset, it's saved on our device, and we can load it locally next time we need to show it to the user. But since we're keeping this asset on the device, we want it to be optimized so it doesn't capture a lot of space on the user's device. We want it to be optimized and weigh and be a light asset. Responsive. So we want to be able to get the same asset in different size. For different orientations, for example, or different containers. We might show the same asset, but in different containers. We want the same asset in the most optimized way, small in size, for better bandwidth usage, device storage, and device performance. Content Delivery Network, or CDN for shorts, is an extremely important mechanism. This means that there is a grid of servers all around the world that we cache our deliver assets on them once we get them for the first time. This means that the second users that asks for the same assets, it will be delivered to him much faster, since the distance between the users and the specific CDN server is shorter than the main endpoint. We can see in the screenshot that unlike the previous one, we have all those CDNs spread around the world, and the distance between the users and those CDN servers is much shorter, which means that the users will get the assets much faster. Some of us might have a website which presents the same assets as our mobile application, but desktop design is very different from application. The size of the assets may vary, depends on the platform. We need the same image, but in different size. Keeping multiple instances with different sizes for the same asset is a good solution. It would be even better if each device would know exactly what asset in what size to pull. So now that we have seen what the challenge we're facing, we talked about the implications of what could happen if we're not optimizing, and we showed the solution, let's get a bit practical and see some code and how we can achieve better performance. Okay. So what I did is I built a small demo app. This demo app uses a library that's called Cloudinary that me and my team built. It connects directly with your cloud at Cloudinary and allows you to do multiple transformations on an image. Now, what do I mean by transformations? I want to show you first. I built an array of images. You can see that each image is presented twice: tiger, lion, rabbit, dogs, and so on and so on. One image is purely a URL. The other one has a transformation to it. These transformations is modifications that we make on an image to create the optimizations we just talked about. Let's run the app for the first time and then start implementing some transformations and show how we can improve the optimization of the image. So I'm quickly going to run this application. Okay. And what we're going to see is an image feed. We can see that on the left side, we have the original image. And you can see that the gray text below it says the size of that image. On the right side, we have the modified image. Nothing happened to it yet. And now we're going to start implementing some transformations to it. The first thing I want to do is I want to add quality. I want to ask my tool to give me automatic quality and show me exactly how he can compress the image for me. With that, I'm going to add a format as well. In this case, I'm going to use AVIF. Why AVIF? Because I'm using Android API 33, which means this is Android API level 13. I am allowed to use AVIF. So let's run this and see what happens to the image. As we can see, we already got some better weight. If the original Tiger weighted over 280 kilobytes, we already managed only by quality compression and format to down it to 170. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to resize the image. This image is big. I don't need it that big. I have a small container. I want to present it as a thumbnail. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to resize it. I'm going to, 1 second. I'm going to call resize. And I'm going to resize it. I'm going to create it into a thumbnail. And I'm going to give it a width of 500. You can see that I didn't specify a height. This means that I'm telling the tool, look, I'm only giving you the width, sorry. You are in charge now of making it in the same aspect ratio as the image is, which means I'm not specifying the height. You will calculate it yourself. Let's run this and see what happens. So just by changing the width and getting much less pixels, I've managed to down the size of the image to 1/10 of what it was. If the Tiger started as a 280, I'm already at 29 kilobytes. If the Lion started at 722, I am down to 26 kilobytes. So I'm already optimizing. I reduced the dimensions as we talked. I compressed the quality. I used the right format. And the last thing that I want to do is I want to use the DPR. I want to give the device pixel ratio as it should be. So I'm asking my tool to give me the DPR automatically. And as you can see, this is done automatically on all images because I'm using the same transformation object on all the dual or the second images. So image number 2, the tiger, image number 4, the lion, and so on and so on. This transformation is working on all of them and is doing the same thing. It's optimizing them according to what we just said. Dimensions, format, quality compression, and device pixel ratio, or DPR for shorts. So I just showed you how we can optimize an image feed. And if we can reduce the size of the image, we can compress quality, we can show format. The next thing I want to show you is that this tool that we build is more than just optimizing image. We can also enhance images and give it some extra things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a single image. And I want to show you what else we can do about it. So I'm going to move to the next screen. The first thing I want to show you is when we built this library, we wanted to make it easier for you. So we built a widget called CLD image widget. And all you need to give it is the name of the image. It's called the public ID. And the transformation. We just saw how we build transformations. And you can build those transformations and it will implement them directly on the widget. So right now we're not doing anything. But let's say I don't like this image big. I want to cut the line. I want a square of 800 on 800. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a resize crop. I'm going to give it a width and a height this time because I want a full square and I want it to be 800 on 800. Let's see what happens. Very nice. So I got a square as I wanted of the lion, but it's not so good actually because the face of the lion are getting cut. I actually lost one here. It doesn't look that good. I would expect if I wanted an image like this, the face of the lion to be in the center. How can I achieve that? So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to ask my tool for gravity auto, which means I'm asking it to detect the object, the main object in the photograph or the image automatically. So setting this up would give me this result. Much better now, since the face of the lion are in the center, and I'm quite happy about it. The next thing I want to do, I want to make it into an avatar. I want to make it a full circle. This used to be hard back in the days with old apps. It became much easier to do now. But it's even easier to do it with this tool. All I need to do is I'm calling round corners. And since I don't know the height of the container, since the container might change between different screen sizes, I'm going to give it round corners max. I'm telling it, look, you do the calculations. I'm not going to do them for you. Please give me a full circle. And when I save this, I get a perfect circle. There are also many other things that you can do, such as effect. So if I call this sepia effect, this will give the image a more vintage look. So we lost some colors and we got some more vintage look. And let's say I don't like that one and I want to use another artistic filter called ukusai. So that will give my lion a more pinkish way. And there are other enhancements that you can put on the image. One of them is called the just improve. This will improve the image colors and sharpness. So when I save this, we get this. Now, those are just few of the enhancements and optimization you can do on an image. I encourage you to visit our documentation where you can see there are dozens and dozens of transformations that you can perform on a single image. There are two more things I want to show you in this live coding. When we go back, we can see that the images are not being pulled from the internet again. This is due to a cache mechanism that we implemented. And that's why we need optimized image, because we don't want to save an almost 1 megabyte image since it's so small. We want the optimized version of it, which weighs 26 kilobytes. One more thing I want to add. In this entire session, we talked about assets, resources, and mainly images. But that's not the only case. Assets or visuals can also be video. And this is really important since this library supports video as well, which means that all of the things that you've seen, quality compression, format, dimension changing, optimizations, and many other things that are related to video, such as intro, outro, subtitles, and many other things can be implemented using this library. So it doesn't work only on images, it will work on videos as well. So that was it for the coding part, and we have just seen practical tools of how to achieve better application performance. Next, I want to show you a real-life example. Just Eat is a food delivery company who mainly works at the UK and Australia through an app and a website you can order food on. I don't know if you heard of it, we use it here at Israel as well, but that's what their app looks like. To improve their user experience, Just Eat optimized their assets using the library I've just shown you, which cut their page loading speed. In the following screenshots from their app, you can see image feed where you can scroll between different restaurants. You can see that the screen holds multiple assets. Those assets use the techniques that we have just seen, the dimension changing, the format optimization, the DPR, and the quality compression to achieve better performance. The menu screens offer different sizes of images, more thumbnail style. We can see the round corners and even a border around them. This is all done through the tool. By optimizing the menu assets, Just Eat increased the menu usage, loading time, and page views. On the left, we have a specific dish menu where we can see the same asset from the menu screen we just saw as a thumbnail, but in bigger size, without losing quality. On the right screenshot, we can see that the same dish presented in Just Eat's website. Same asset, different size. Everything is optimized in terms of dimensions, format, and quality. So what I just showed you is a tool we created at Cloudinary, and it can help your application improve the delivery time by up to 60% and the data usage by up to 80%. The library I've just shown you through the live coding is written in Flutter, what you've just seen in Dart and Flutter. But it's also written in more than 15 other languages and frameworks. So a little wrap up. We talked about why even develop mobile apps? And then what was the challenge we're facing? Why does it matter? And what is the solution? I gave you some practical tools through the live coding I showed you on how to optimize your media, and with that, your entire application performance. The important thing to remember that media optimization done right can improve your application's conversion rate, traffic, and customer satisfaction. I want to thank you for attending and listening, and I hope you learned something and have some practical tools to take with you after this session. If there are any questions, I'll be taking them through the chat now. Back to you, Alan.
Hi, I'm back. That was awesome. This presentation, this package, this library, I didn't know, and I'm very impressed with this how complete it is, and does all functional very good. And thank you. So we have some questions here. So we let's start. There's a question that are so big, and we will divide it in two messages. That is, how do you save local photo when you download when the first time from backend, and the future you don't want to download them, and the continuation. Cache network image only store data when the app is running after library lose the data.
So, first of all, I did it back when I had an interview. Actually, I was interviewing for a company and I built my own cache mechanism. It's not that hard, actually. And if you want to save assets locally, you can easily do that by saving them on the disk itself. But it's something that we don't usually do because, as I said in the presentation, assets tend to change from time to time. If the asset is static and never changes, we usually hold it on the app itself. We don't do it with many assets, but we usually hold it on the app itself. If the asset is coming remotely, that means that we don't need to keep it for a long time. We keep it for one session. That's usually why we're keeping it only for one session and then we're losing it. That's exactly the second part of the question. The package that was shown there is a great package for caching, and it does it only for one session because it understands the need. We don't need to keep these assets forever. We need to keep them for a certain session. Once the app is closed, we probably need to pull the assets again. Think of applications that you know, such as TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. When you load the app, you get a certain feed. If you close the app and load it again, you get a completely different feed. There's no point in saving what you just saw from the previous session. I hope this answers the question.
Great, great. So the next one is about the format. Uh, the image format AVIF has the same quality than JPEG.
Okay, so AVIF is relatively new. JPEG and JPEG were back from when I was studying at the university, actually, and even before that. And AVIF is relatively new. It's compressed better than JPEG, which means that it will weigh less. And the quality, according to what I've seen and checked, I'm not going to say it like that in general, was much better. But again, there are things to think of here. This is really dependent on the image. Some images in, let's say, WebP, for example, might look worse than in JPEG. And same goes for AVIF. Some images that might not be compressed correctly might weigh more than JPEG. But in overall, AVIF is a better format in terms of weight and in terms of quality.
Great. So the next one, is it bad to keep our images with normal image asset if you consider images from the database?
It's not bad, it just depends how you save them and if you optimize them before. I use some of the apps that I've built are using databases as well to keep images. We're keeping some kind of record on things or users or whatever, but we're keeping the images locally because we need them for a second run or whatever reason it is. And as long as you optimize your assets before saving them to the database, it doesn't matter. You can keep them on a database. That'd be great. But make sure that they are optimized. So for example, if we go back to the live coding and we take the lion example, you wouldn't want to save the raw lion the way it comes from the internet in 722 kilobytes. That's huge. That's a huge image and you don't need it. Well, maybe you do. And if you do, keep it that way. But usually when we're presenting in mobile, we present images in a smaller way. So we want to reduce the dimensions. We want a better, and of course we want an optimal format and compressed quality in a way that the image doesn't get hurt, it still looks good. So if you keep it that way after you optimize your image on a database, it would be great. And yes, I've been using cache network image as well, by the way, as part of my widget. We are caching using that. I'm not going to build a whole new cache system again.
Great, great. I have a question, but I will ask in final at the end. So the Next question is transformation API in a public package.
It's called Cloudinary Flutter or Cloudinary Dart if you don't want to use our widgets. And of course, it's public. As I said, it's also posted in more than 15 other languages, including Android, Java, iOS, Swift, Vue, React, Angular, and many other backends such as PHP, .NET, Ruby, and more. I encourage you to go to the Cloudinary repository. If it's not posted, I will post a link. And it's public. Go to Cloudinary/documentation and you can find all the information that you can about transformations and which optimization you can run. And there are many other things that I didn't show, like add-ons that can transcript videos and get you a full subtitles if you need them, that can make you an intro, an outro, overlays, watermark, many other things. It's public and you can use it, and feel free to go and see for yourself what are the capabilities of this tool.
Good. So the next one, can you summarize shortly the two packages for optimizing our image?
Basically, what I tried to show in this presentation, that it's a DIY. You can do it yourself. You don't need any tools or packages. What I've shown you, out of me coming from Cloudinary, is the tool that we build to make those optimization much easier. You could easily do the resizing of images, compression, and other things like DPR through the device itself. It has its own tools. In iOS, for example, we can use the image kit and then perform all kinds of optimizations before we even upload it. By the way, this is something that we also offer as part of our library. You can make pre-processing changes to the image before uploading it to the cloud. So it will weigh less even when you get it on the cloud. But I don't think there are certain tools or packages that I would put together. My library, the one that I showed you, is amazing to do those things. But everything that I've done, you can basically do yourself. It's not that hard. It just requires some code and understanding of images.
Great. So the next one, is it possible to use this library without storing images in Cloudinary Cloud?
Yes. We also have an option to fetch URLs. You will have to register because otherwise you cannot use the library. But if you don't want to store the images on the Cloudinary Cloud, you can use a fetch method, which means that for each URL, you're giving a full URL. We will handle it for you. We will get that image. We will do all the transformations and optimizations and enhancements that you would like. You won't have to use a public ID on the Cloudinary Cloud. You would just have to use the fetch method.
So, great. So the second one is more the suggestion. This is a good example on fetching image. Any suggestion on optimization while you're selecting, holding, and uploading images?
This is the first store, actually. I just mentioned it. Yes, of course. If we upload an asset and we know how we're going to use that asset next, I mean, if I'm uploading that lion to the cloud and I'm going to use that lion next, and I know I'm going to use it as a thumbnail, there's no point in uploading it in 4K. Part of our library is a pre-processing module where we can ask to pre-process and do things before we even upload it to the cloud, which means that I can take this lion image, for example, I can reduce its size, I can change its format, I can compress its quality, and instead of uploading a 1 megabyte image, I would do all those optimizations that we just talked about and upload a 100 kilobyte image. And it would take much less. Think about dating apps where users upload their profile images. And we do have those use cases. You want to give the user the ability to upload a profile image, but a good one. I mean, it's an optimized one in terms of size, in terms of quality, in terms of DPR, everything that we just showed. So we don't want it to upload the 4K and then it charge an extra cost. And we know that upstream is usually really slow compared to downstream. We want to give those optimization even before we upload. And this is a great question. Yes, we definitely need to make optimization before we upload. All those things that I said about getting images can relate to when you are uploading an images. And again, our library gives the ability to pre-process those images and then upload them to the cloud.
Great. So there's so many other questions, but about the time I will will take some So that's next one. So what about vector images and Flutter SVG pictures has a long loading time and etc.
That's a great question. But since we are not the one, I'm not the one developing Flutter. I wish I would be part of the team, but I'm not. I can't take care of how SVG picture works on Flutter. And I think it's more device specific actually. I know that it's not optimized yet. I know that the widget doesn't work very well yet. I've been playing it myself. By the way, at the library that I've just showed you, we're also supporting SVG format completely if you want to use that. But we can't control how the widget or how the device or how the framework actually renders those SVGs and why it takes long time. This is not part of what we do, unfortunately.
Understand. So the next one. So how to best optimize before sending image in support say multiple image. I think is
Okay.
this is
So we're talking about keeping an asset with multiple variations. There is something at our library called versioning. So we can keep the same asset, but with different versions or with different sizes or with different formats even. And then we can deliver it specifically to where we need. Because Android and iOS, for example, does not work with the same format. As I mentioned in the session earlier, iOS would work with HIC, where Android depends on the version, but let's say we have 12 plus would work with AVIF. And we need to keep, the same image, but in two different states. This is something that the tool takes care of for us and actually caches those images on a CDN, which means that if we have Android and iOS users and the one pulls HIC, the other one pulls AVIF, the CDN will keep cache for both. So next users with Android or iOS that would ask for those same images would get them much faster because we're keeping versions of the same asset.
I got it. So I think there's two more answers question about optimizing it. So the last one for the time and we finish. So
Yes.
how
So
to optimize Geekle image?
I'm taking it, so I guess we don't have much time left. So GIF format. GIF format is something that we've been working on. It's fully supported by the library. You can try it, format GIF, it's supported. But how to optimize it? That is a great question. GIF already comes in a bad quality because it's GIF. It's a series of images and they come in a really bad quality. So I wouldn't try to optimize it even more than I can. Again, it depends on the container I'm going to present it in, and then I can choose the dimensions and choose the quality, which doesn't change much, but because again, GIF is in bad quality. There are also other formats that I would use when talking about animations. There is a WebP, which is animated WebP. I know that animated AVIF is not supported in Android yet, so I wouldn't try that. I know there are third libraries that use that format, but as an official support, there's no official support in AAVIF yet, which is animated AVIF. But again, optimizing GIF, there's not much to do there besides the fact that we can reduce the width and height, depends on our container. So if we have a big GIF and we want to put it into a small container, I would resize it and make sure that I'm giving the right size so the GIF doesn't take much space.
So great. So thank you for all this content and the the content delivery you shared with us. And thanks so much for your time too.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you. I had a blast.
So,
Bye-bye.
So now I will present to you our next speaker, Ashtab Prasad, who come today with the topic of building high performance apps with by mastering Flutter dev tools. So Ashta has a long experience with Flutter. She's currently working as a founder of the Flutter Gems. Very great platform to get uh, Flutter packages and libraries. So, so hi Ashta, how are you?
Hi, Alan. Hi. I'm good.
Great, great. So, thank you. First of all, thank you for your taking time to share your acknowledgement with us. And the stage is yours.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. Today I'll be talking about how you can build high performance apps by mastering Flutter DevTools. To give a brief introduction about myself, I'm Ashita and I'm the founder of Flutter Gems. What is Flutter Gems? Flutter Gems is basically a visual package discovery platform for Dart and Flutter packages. So, currently, we have around 5,000 useful Dart and Flutter packages that have been neatly categorized into various categories. So, some of the popular categories are, say, geolocation and maps, ad serving, a feedback category, an onboarding carousel, splash screen, social media, chat and communication categories, etc. You can head to to fluttergems.dev if you want to explore it. So I'll just quickly put the link in the chat. You can check the link. Moving ahead. So, when we talk about Flutter, Flutter is relatively young, but recently we've seen it explode in terms of popularity. A lot of apps are being made on Flutter. We have Google Pay, which is a payment app. You have apps like EdTech apps like EdPunk, which is a mobile first learning platform for Bharat. You have Dream 11, which is an fantasy sports platform. You have Kite by Zerodha, which is an investment management platform. So when we see these apps, the question that comes to our mind is, what is the DNA of a successful app? So the things that matter the most are great user experience. Your app should work seamlessly regardless of the device. Your app should not slow down or crash, and your app should give high performance, which means it should be optimized for speed. It should use all your minimum resources like your CPU and memory, and it should also provide low network data usage. So how do we ensure that we can make a successful app? So we have this beautiful DevTools suite provided by Dart, which will help us analyze our app so that we can make successful apps. So the DevTools that I'll be discussing, I have written detailed Medium articles on it, and the link you can see on the screen. And in case you ever have any doubt using any of the DevTools, you can join this Discord channel, and we'll be more than happy to answer all your queries. So let me see if I can just type the link in the chat. I'll just try doing that. So what is DevTools? So DevTools is a suite of pre-packaged application performance monitoring and debugging tools, which is available for Dart and Flutter. So some of the individual tools available in DevTools suite are Flutter Inspector. You have App Size tool, which helps you analyze the app size of the app. Basically, you have Network View, through which you can analyze your network requests, how much data they are using. You have Logging View. You have CPU Profiler View. You have Memory View for analyzing how much memory your app is using. Performance View and Debugger. So all these tools are available for Flutter mobile and desktop. And for performance view, CPU profiler, memory view, network view, and app size tool, for Flutter web, you have to use Chrome DevTools. So let us now quickly see how we can launch DevTools in VS Code. So I assume that you all have installed a Flutter extension from VS Code Marketplace, and you've created a new Flutter project. So once you do that, you'll have to select the target platform. So as you can see, since we were executing it in Mac OS, there is an option of Mac OS and a Chrome. You'll have to hit run to basically run the app. So there are two ways of launching DevTools. One, automatically VS Code is going to prompt you to open DevTools. But in case you don't get that prompt, there is a way of launching DevTools via the status bar. So in the status bar, VS Code status bar, you'll see Dart DevTools option. And once you click on it, you get this command palette through which you can open your Dart DevTools. Now, there are two ways to do it. You can directly open all these DevTools in VS Code, or you can open it in a separate web browser. So this is when you open the widget inspector in the in VS Code itself, and if you choose to open it in a web browser, this is how the screen will look. So you can see you have performance tab, CPU profiler, memory tool, network view, logging view, and your app size view. So whenever you run your DevTools, you will be getting an error, and we will actually discuss this in the subsequent slides. So let us now move to CPU profiler. So there is a study that indicates that more than 80% of people who use apps in the US, they delete it or uninstall it just because of performance issue. And 34% of those people simply abandon the task, which means that you are not going to get a second chance. So an app CPU usage has a direct impact on the performance. When your code is optimized, it is going to consume less resources, less CPU, less memory, and this is going to provide a faster user experience for the user. It is going to conserve battery, and it will ensure that your device does not heat up. So how do we do this? How do we ensure that our code is optimized and we are using less CPU resources? So there is this performance engineering method called profiling, which is used for analyzing the CPU resources consumed by a code. So CPU profiler view provides insight into the CPU usage of an app. So to understand CPU profiler view better, we'll be using Mandelbrot set visualization, an example which involves the Mandelbrot set visualization. So this is the source code that I'll be using. Again, you can find the links for all the source code and all the documentation that I've used. Everything, all the material is available in my Medium articles. So you can head to that link and you can find the links to everything discussed in this today's talk. So we start by opening the project in VS Code. Make sure you click on this Get Packages button to ensure that all the dependencies have been installed. And we'll need to launch CPU profiler view. So in VS Code. So basically, whenever you run your CPU profiler, your app must be run on an actual device. Now the question is, why should you run it on an actual device and not on an emulator? So what happens is when you run on an actual device, your emulators and all your simulators, they do not use the same hardware. Their performance, their basically hardware specifications may be different more or less than your actual device specifications. So if you do not use a real device, on your simulator or emulator, the code might be running faster and you might not see an issue. But when you run it on a real device, you might encounter a lot of issues. So it is very important that all the performance related dev tools, you should run them on an actual device and not on a simulator. So here for this example, I'm choosing my desktop environment, and which is why you can see macOS. So now we'll be running our app. So as you can see here, you have two options to run your app. One is in the debug mode and one is in the profile mode. So we are choosing the profile mode. So why are we choosing to run our app in the profile mode and not in the debug mode? So see what happens in debug mode. In debug mode, you have additional checks like asserts and things that do not run on an actual build. So these checks are usually expensive. Again, in your debug mode, code is run in a different way than it is run in an actual release mode. In the debug mode, the code is just compiled to Dart code um, in JIT, whereas once we uh, go for release build, the code is pre-compiled to native instructions, that is AOT. So this difference can also lead to a major issue in your debug mode. Whereas in a profile mode, our application is compiled and launched, and it is very identical to our release build. Hence, whenever you are using your DevTools for performance analysis, it is important that you run your code in profile mode and not in debug mode. So again, we'll be opening our Dart DevTools on VS Code. We are doing that using the status bar, and you'll have to click on Open DevTools in web browser command. So this is how this is a small snapshot of the window that opens up. You can see the CPU profiler view. So CPU profiler view, there are three important buttons that you have to understand. One is record, stop, and clear. So what record does is the moment you click on record, it will start CPU profiling, it will start storing the data. Stop, when you click on stop, it will stop, and when you click on clear, it will erase all the CPU usage data that has been stored. There are additional options like profile app startup. So what this option does is it will load all the CPU samples that have occurred even before the first Flutter frame was drawn. So what this does is it will help you in identifying functions that are causing your app startup delay. Load all CPU samples. It will load all CPU samples relating to your main isolate as well as all the spawned isolates. And this is an option, profile granularity, which is by default set to medium. So when you set it to medium means that it is going to record one sample every 250 microseconds. You can set it to low, and low granularity means one sample per 1000 microseconds, or high, and high means one sample per 50 microseconds. And when you click on export, all the data will get exported. So to understand it, we'll be undertaking two scenarios. So in the first scenario, we'll run the entire code on the main isolate, that is serial computation. And using the CPU profiler view, we'll collect all the CPU usage data and analyze it. And in the second scenario, we will spawn 4 additional isolates and we'll run a parallel processing code. And then again, we will use our CPU profiler view to analyze and understand our CPU usage data. So when you run the app in profile mode, this is the window you'll get. So recording the CPU usage using the record button. So you can see we are clicking on the record button and it will record all the CPU sample data. So to run the code, you have to click on Launch Explorer. And when you click on Launch Explorer, you can see that the Mandelbrot set has been computed and you can see it on the screen. Now what we'll do is we'll be clicking the zoom in button 3 times. This is the second time and this is the third click. So you can see that there is a lag. Now we'll just click on stop to ensure that it stops recording all the CPU data. And this is what we get. So this is the snapshot of the CPU usage data. So we start with the bottom up tab. Again, for CPU usage, 3 tabs are important: bottom up, call tree, and the CPU flame chart. So bottom up tab, you can see in this tab, all the list of functions or methods are displayed. Now these are displayed in descending order of their execution time. So the longest running function is at the top of the table. So you can see the iterations function of the Mandelbrot class is taking the most time. Time again is displayed both in terms of absolute value as well as percentage value. So you have 357 milliseconds and it is taking almost 75%. So because of this percentage, you can quickly identify the problematic areas. So like for us, it's the iterations function. Second is the call tree tab. What call tree does is that it opens a top-down representation of the entire call stack. And this is exactly opposite to the bottom-up approach. Basically, to expand it, you can just click on the method and you will and it will start showing all the method that it is calling, and you can then determine which function or which package is responsible for the most CPU usage. And third is your CPU flame chart. Now this again visualizes your CPU usage using a top-down stack trace. Width, the entire width basically of the method is equal to the runtime. So more the width, more is the CPU usage. And again, as you can see here, you can see how packages, methods highlighted in two different colors. So lavender blue color indicates that these are core Dart and Flutter library packages, whereas all your user defined methods or third party packages or anything that you've written on your own which is outside the core functionality is highlighted using pale orange. So the most important task of CPU profiler view is to identify the most CPU intensive method. So here it's our iterations function, and as you can see using the bottom up tab, that iterations is using almost 75% of the total CPU usage. So now let us go ahead and see the iterations function. So if you look at the code, this is the code. Now let me explain you how Mandelbrot set is calculated. So to calculate the Mandelbrot set, you have to perform iteration for any point, say xy, in the complex plane till it exceeds a particular threshold value. Now this computation has to be done for every point in the plane. And what render data is doing is that it is calling this iteration function for each and every pixel. So you can understand the the amount of CPU usage iteration is causing. So now to improve performance, there are two ways. One is we can reduce our time complexity, or the second one is we can do parallel processing. So in our case, there is currently no way to reduce the time complexity. But what we can do is we can do parallel computing. So what we'll do is the entire complex plane, as you can see, we'll divide it into 4 parts, and we will perform our calculations simultaneously on all those 4 parts. So we'll be creating more isolates that can help us with parallel code execution. So in this case, we are spawning 4 more isolates. So let us again start using our CPU profiler view. You can see we clicked on zoom button thrice, and it's significantly quicker than the scenario 1 that we did. So this is what we saw. Now let us validate our observation. So you can see this is the bottom up chart that our CPU profiler view has generated. But if you see, you cannot find the iteration function here. Now the reason being that this is our main isolate, and all the iterations computation has been done in the 4 other spawned isolates that we just spawned. And this main, where you can see main hash 1, is actually called the isolate selector, and we can select our isolates using this option. So as you can see, all our four isolates are being displayed here. So let us see our other spawned isolates. So let us go to isolate handler 2. But hey, with the moment you click that, you cannot find your so if you look closely, the moment you click on isolate handler 2, uh, you won't find all your CPU usage data in the main tab. You'll have to click on load all CPU samples tab, like we discussed earlier. So here you can see we have all the CPU usage data. So this is the bottom up table for our handler 2, isolate 2. So again, as expected, iterations is taking the most amount of time, and it is the most CPU intensive function. Currently, as you can see, it is taking 137 milliseconds, which is around 78%. So now let us do a performance analysis. We took two cases. The first was serial execution, where we executed the entire code on a main isolate. And time taken by the iteration function here was 357 milliseconds. Whereas in the second scenario, we used a parallel execution approach. Four other isolates were spawned. And time taken by the iteration function in all the four isolates are given. In the first isolate, it took 88 milliseconds. For the second isolate, it took 98 milliseconds. For the third isolate, it took 111 milliseconds. And for the fourth isolate, it took 137 milliseconds. So combining all the four, the total time is 137 milliseconds. So as you can see, there is a clear-cut improvement of 2.5 times. So now let us quickly move to the second dev tool, which is the performance view. So again, as we discussed that a lot of people, more than 80% of people simply delete or uninstall their app because of performance issues. And user, they love smooth UI. They want to have a high performance, perceived performance, and they hate slow and choppy janks. Now your janks, they can manifest in various ways. They can cause stuttering animations, which is most common. They can cause your app to load very slowly, or they can just behave in such a way where the user feels that the app is unresponsive, or the user feels that the app has technical glitches. So let us see how we'll use the performance view to detect whether the frames are janking while using an app. So again, you can find the source code on the Medium article link. You'll have to open the project in VS Code and just ensure that you click on Get Packages to install all dependencies. Just like we discussed for CPU profiler view, in performance view also you'll have to select an original device. So here I am selecting a Lenovo K8 Plus device, and you also have to run the app in profile mode to get an accurate picture of performance. Like I told initially, whenever you run your performance view for the first time, you will get this error, which states that shader compiler jank detected. So this is nothing to worry about. Currently, this is being addressed in latest rendering runtime for Flutter Impeller. So this is going to get resolved in the future. So for now, just ignore it and move ahead. So and everything is a part of this. Allocated is a portions of computer memory that has been reserved for use by a specific program or process, and it is not available for other programs. Dart or Flutter represents all the memory that has been occupied by Dart and Flutter objects in the heap. Dart and Flutter native is the memory occupied by native objects that are exposed to Dart VM via the native OS. Your raster layer is the size of your Flutter Engine's raster cache layer, and your raster picture is the size of your Flutter Engine's raster cache picture. So let us try detecting our memory leak. So when you click on this add 1 million leaky objects, you can see that your RSS immediately increased. You can see a significant bump in your resident set size, And so there is this example in which I've shared. The moment you keep clicking on 1 million leaky objects, you will see your RSS shooting significantly. Um, and you can also see this in your heap snapshot. So if you look at memory leak object, exactly 1 million memory leak objects have been added, which is causing an increase of 15.3 MB. Similarly, you can also see your tree map view. In the tree map view also, you can see that your memory leak object is causing a 15.3 MB increase, which is the most significant increase. So with this, I'll close today's topic. There are other DevTools resources which is available in the link given below. You have all these 8 DevTools suite that we have discussed with examples, with explanations, and with source code as to how these work. So in case you have any doubt, you can reach out on Discord, and I am open for any questions now.
So it was amazing talk, very good. So we have some question here, and I will put a key. So how is the performance of Flutter if compared to another framework such as React Native?
So in terms of, so you have to understand that Flutter performance is still not at par with React Native, because React Native is a much mature platform and Flutter is relatively young. So uh, whenever you use Flutter, you have to ensure that you maximize your performance as much as possible. So there are very simple tips that you can make sure that you follow. First is that ensure that you do not nest your widget tree, like over nesting. Try to nest it as like try not to nest it as much as possible, because the moment you start over nesting it, Flutter has to repaint it again and again. And the moment you optimize your repainting, your Flutter is automatically going to perform well, your Flutter app. And second is like all the topics that we were, keep your app size small, make sure that your asset size is small, because these are very simple things that are in our hand, and we can basically make sure that they are not causing a problem in our performance issues. And again, like we discussed, you can run all these dev tools to make sure that you catch your culprit function, like we discussed for CPU profiler, or you catch what is the exact issue that is causing a memory leak or something, and your performance improves significantly.
Great, great. So we have some other ones, but we are out of the time. But I got some here. How do I increase the performance of my Flutter app?
So yes, so like I said, ensure that your widget tree is not nested, like not over nested. Your aim should be to minimize repainting. This is one of, while developing your app you can do this. And secondly, run all your DevTools suite whenever you are going for, before going for a release. Ensure that you go through your DevTools suite. It is and run all the DevTools that are there. So when you run, you will automatically find out your issues and you can improve them, and your performance of the Flutter app will improve significantly.
Great, great. So another one. Should we be worried about memory as today devices offer better RAM and processor?
Yeah, today's devices offer better RAM and processors, but the amount of apps that are vying for your users' attention is in millions. So it's not, when you say that devices have a better RAM and processor, you are assuming that you are the number one app. Even apps like Instagram have to fight for it. So, and especially when you as a new entrant are trying to make an app, you have to ensure that your performance is top notch, because otherwise the user will immediately uninstall it.
Great, great. So can you tell some benefits of using Float Inspector tab in DevTools to help improve app quality?
So, Flutter Inspector is mostly important for analyzing your issues in UI. So, if you use Flutter Inspector tab, you can actually edit your UI on the fly, and all your UI testing is something that is UI issues are all taken care of in Flutter Inspector. So, I have written a very detailed example on it, and I have put that Bitly Master DevTools link. So, you can go there and you can check the example.
Great, great. So, Ashta, thank you for your contribution in your talk. Well, I thought
Thank you.
it was awesome. And see, feel free to. There's some another question, and if not problem, enjoy the chat or answer the community. So, thank you
Sure.
again.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
So now I will present you our third speaker, our next speaker, Victor Lidhout, who came today with the topic of build our backend in Dart with Serverpod. He's a founder and a lead developer at uh, Serverpod. And welcome, Victor.
Thank you, and thanks for the introduction.
So how are you today?
I am doing very well. It's been a busy couple of weeks. We released the first stable version of Serverpod just a week ago, so it's been super interesting to see everything around that. And yeah, it's been super successful, so I'm very excited about that.
Great, great, great. So welcome. Thank you for your take your time to be here with us. And this stage is yours.
All right, thank you. So my name is Victor. I actually used to work at the Flutter team when I lived in San Francisco. Then I moved back to Sweden and I run another business here. And I've been working on Serverpod for the past 18 months. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. Um, since this is a Flutter conference, maybe I don't really need to sell Flutter, but I feel like it's the first framework that's actually right runs run anywhere. And it's been growing like crazy over the past couple of years. And according to Google, at least 20% of all new apps on Google Play are now Flutter, and Flutter is the largest cross-platform framework. But Flutter has sort of a dark side, and that's the lack of server or backend Dart. So it's been almost impossible to use Dart on the backend. I mean, you have been able to do it, but you haven't really had the support to do it. Even though Dart is actually a really good language for doing backends. It's a very modern language. It has great syntax and tooling. So you got statically typed objects. You get like perfect autocomplete. There are great debugging tools, null safety, and it runs pretty much anywhere with native performance, not just on your device like your iPhone or Android device or on your Mac. It will run on a server anywhere you can run Dart, pretty much like Windows, Linux, Mac. Um, and it actually has quite a few ways to run it. So you can run it just in time, like a scripting language almost ahead of time. So you compile your whole program for a device. That's what you do when you deploy it to Android or iPhone. But it also has support for something called portable modules or kernels. So that's sort of an intermediate language that's much faster to compile on the device. And of course, you can also compile it to JavaScript. That's where Dart started once upon a time to replace JavaScript. So Dart is really great for uh, lots of stuff, not just apps. It's great for doing command line tools, and it's great for doing servers. Um, there are a few things that you need to keep in mind if you use Dart on the server. First, I mean, it, it got great performance, so that's really good. And it has really good low-level APIs, Dart IO and WebSockets. Um, it's pretty early days, so the ecosystem may not be as mature as it is for the app side with Flutter, but all the essentials are covered. Um, so you do have support for things like Google's APIs on the server side, native in Dart code, and stuff like that. But there may be other APIs that are not yet supported. So if you use Dart on the server, you may need to actually write those yourself. Usually that's pretty easy with REST APIs. So not really huge problem, but before you write your Dart server, you should definitely look up all the parts that you need for your project. So you are so you know that you can cover everything. But for most kind of servers, it will work perfectly. Um, Next is how concurrency work in Dart. And compared to Java, for instance, Java used multiple threads to build a server. So what you do in Java is basically you run multiple threads to handle requests, multiple requests simultaneously. So Dart is single-threaded. It does have isolates, which kind of is an answer to multi-threading, but that doesn't mean that Dart can only process one thing at one time. So it means it's like only one part of your code is running at this single point in time. So things like handling IO or like files or network, that still happens in threads in the background. You just don't really see the threads. And one really good thing about this is that it's sort of naturally prevents many race issues where you otherwise can get deadlocks or so you don't really have to think about those issues as much as you would with when you write the server in Java, at least on a lower level. That can be a real issue. The drawback, though, is that it may not always make the best use of multi-core processors, or if you have multiple processors in your server. So it will run on multiple processors. So what you can do here is either use the isolates or to make better use of the multiple cores, or you can even run multiple servers on a single server. So that can be another solution for how to maximize the use. So it's not really a huge issue, but something you need to sort of work around if you want to have the best performance out of your server. So what is serverpod? I worked on another app before, and I obviously wrote that in Flutter, but I was really missing having a good backend for it. So that's where the idea for serverpod was born. And serverpod is an open source scalable app server written in Dart for the Flutter community, and takes a little bit more of a holistic approach to backend development. So it's not just a single piece of the puzzle. It's kind of, you get the complete puzzle when you start. You don't have to put all the pieces together. You get it all in a single package, and really has you back through your whole server development journey, if you will. Yes, and the happy news is that we just released the first stable version of serverpod just a week ago. So I did a keynote presentation for that. So afterwards you can go check that out, or go to serverpod.dev, and there will be links there. So finally you can actually use serverpod in your project. I'm super excited about that part. Serverpod will actually generate your REST WebSocket APIs for you. So I'm going to show how that works a little bit later. But that will save you a lot of time in the process of building your client server logic. Uh, with other frameworks, you may need to do all that parsing and generation of that API yourself if you use two different languages. It has really great logging. I'm going to show that in a bit too. And it comes with built-in caching. It got an ORM for Postgres, so it's very easy to talk with your database. You can do it with native Dart types. And then it supports all the other stuff that you typically need when you're building a server, like uploading files, authenticating with Google, Apple, email, streaming data. We added something we call future calls, which basically makes it possible to call a method sometime in the future. And that can be super useful. Say you have a user who signs up and you want to remind them by sending them an email a week from now. You can just do a future call and Serverpod will make sure that email gets sent, even if you restart the server or if you run on a cluster of servers. It has health metrics, so you can measure CPU performance and memory metrics and stuff like that while the server is running. And it comes with pre-made deployment scripts. So when you create the server project, it actually has the deployment scripts for it too. So you can deploy it to AWS now, but we are working on getting it for Google Cloud next. So that's actually the main thing we're working on right now. So I wanted to show how that code generation works, and it's actually super easy to use. So at the top of the screen, you see here the server code, where you have a class that's an endpoint. We call it example endpoint here. And then we just add a method that we call hello. It needs to return a future with a serializable object. And then and the first parameter needs to be a session object. Then you can fill it up just like you would any other Dart method. And Serverpod will analyze your server code, find your endpoints, and add those methods in a client package, which is a Dart package that is imported to your Flutter app. That means that you can just call that method as if it was a local method in the app. So Serverpod just generates everything in between here, which is super convenient because if you have to write that yourself, it's very easy to make mistakes. Or if you have two different teams, one that is a server team and one that is a client team, can get out of sync. So Serverpod makes sure everything is in sync and it just works. It's almost like magic. And that first session object is a little bit special. It has like all the information about the call you're making. So it provides access to the database. It has information about the request, the actual HTTP headers and all that stuff if you need to check that. Typically, you don't really need to access that, but sometimes you want to get the IP number of the client or something like that. It has a messaging central, which makes it possible to pass messages within Serverpod or between a cluster of servers. If you're running Serverpod on multiple servers, they can still communicate. It has support for logging and caching. So I'm going to go into those a little bit more in detail. But first, I wanted to say a few words about how the serialization works in Serverpod. So it uses YAML files to specify objects, and that makes these files super compact and easy to read. So this is an example of an employee object. It's connected to a database table called employee, and then you list the fields that it has. So it has a name and a birthday, and the birthday is optional. So it has support for nullable objects, obviously, and you can add lists and maps and other serializable objects. So you can really build a tree of serializable objects. And Serverpod has, when you add these objects, will just generate that code. And this is actually what it generates. I don't really expect you to read this code, but I just wanted to show it's like a lot of stuff that gets written for making the process, making this like super easy to work with in the end. So otherwise you would have to write all this code basically to get the same result. So you can choose your YAML files in a few lines or write a whole lot of code. It also generates database code that shows how this table should look in the database. You can also add stuff like indexes and things like that in that file. Um, uh, so you can use for serialization either serverpods YAML files, but we also have support for, you can use Freest, which is the most popular serialization package for Flutter. So you can totally use your own, you can also write your own serialization. So you don't need to use the serverpod YAML files, but it's super easy to do. If you connect it to the database and want to use serverpod's layer for that, you should use the YAML files. So I wanted to show how you use these generated files to communicate with the database. And the really nice thing here is that it translates the types in the database to native Dart types. So you don't really have to think about getting all those right. It's like working with native Dart objects. So this is an example how you insert an employee object in the database. You just create that as you would any Dart object, and then there's static methods on the employee object for working with that particular object in the database. And actually, when you insert it, it will add an ID to that object, so you also can get the inserted ID, which sometimes is useful. If you're looking for a particular row, so you want to pull that out of the database, that's also completely typed, and you get support from the editor with finding the names. So it actually, the find method is like it's basically a select method, and the variable you pass in for the where is a method, and that allows you to get a t, which is here I call it tb. Oops. So yeah, that is the description of the table. So you get access to all the fields in that table as native Dart elements. So everything is type safe when you do this. All right. Next, this is just how you add expressions. So you had a last example with finding the name of a company, but you can also use comparisons with bigger or less than if you want to compare dates, for instance, or you can also use and or. And a pro tip here is if you do that is to put things in parentheses, because unfortunately it wasn't possible to override the and that you typically would use in Dart for and. So and the precedence, like in the order in which the different entities are processed when the code is parsed, forces you to use the parentheses. So maybe if the Dart team listens to this, make it possible to override the and too. That would be nice. But you can also do not equals, and there are a whole bunch of these expressions you can use. And all of these expressions are also type safe. Next, I want to say a few words about caching. And caching is often, when you build a server, sort of an afterthought, but if you want high performance from your server, it's very, very useful. Typically, it can be expensive to build complex objects that you pull from the database. One example is I worked on an app that was a news app, and to build the front page of that news app, you had to do maybe 100 queries. But for every user, they don't really care if that web page they see is 1 or 2 minutes old. So you can just do all that data, save it in the cache, and then you just pull the cached object instead of um, doing all those database queries. So the way you do that in ServerPod, there's a cache, and you have both a local cache, which is cached on a single server, but you can also cache things um, with Redis if you want to share that cache between multiple server instances. So you just need a cache key that needs to be unique for that object. So it can be tied to, say, user ID. And then you get that try to get that cached object from the cache. If it's there, it will be an object. If it's not in the cache, it will be null, and then you need to pull it from the database or build that object. So in this example, you find the user data, and then you put it in the cache, and you can save a lifetime together. When you put something in the cache, you can save how long that should be valid. So here, the user data is valid for 5 minutes. And if it's older, it will be purged from the cache, and it will return null, so we'll pull a new object instead. All right. Next up is logging, and that is also tied to that session object that you pass into every method as a first parameter. So in its simplest form, it's very, very easy. You just add a string to the log method, but you can also add multiple parameters there, like setting a log level. It could be warning, it could be, and you can also add an exception, a stack trace that is bundled with a logging message. And when you actually want to look at your server logs, we made it super easy for you. So ServerPod comes with a companion app. It's available for Mac now. It's in a beta, but it works really well. And that connects to your server. It can be locally on your computer or a server running in the cloud. And you can actually change the log settings while the server is running. So if you notice that the method is slow, or there is an error happening, an exception is being thrown, that will be logged in the server, or you can add more detailed logging on a specific method or a specific endpoint. So you have control on a very granular level over the logging. And when you get an error message, you can also see the stack trace. So here you have that sort of on the right-hand side. What is pretty sweet is that you can also ask it to log your database queries. So you can log slow database queries, for instance. That's a very common cause for servers to be slow or things to take too long time. So you can really very quickly pinpoint those queries, and let's see here. And then you actually get the stack trace together with that call, that database query you made, and with a single click, that will take you straight back to your code. So that's a pretty cool feature that makes it very, very fast to find issues in your server. Next, I want to say a few things about how you stream data with ServerPod. On any endpoint you write, you can override a method called handle stream message. So if you send a message to the server, the handle stream message will be called. And you get the streaming session object, and then you get the message that was sent. And that can be any of these serializable entities that we made with YAML files. And typically in that function, we want to send that somewhere else. So for instance, if that message is a chat message, we can post it through ServerPod's Message Central. And this works also across a cluster of servers, so it's not just locally in a single machine necessarily. And here we have like the ID of the recipient. So that will post it to the messaging service, and somewhere we need to handle that. So typically what we do is that we override another method that is called whenever you open a new stream, and that adds, in this example, adds us as a listener to a specific channel in the messaging center. So you add a listener, and whenever we get the message, we just pass that on to that client. So this is the simplest way of doing this. But obviously, for more complex applications, um, it can get a little bit. You'll have a little bit more code because maybe you only want to pass on certain messages to the client and so on. But we have a great example, and that's an app called Pixorama, which is a multi-user drawing experience. So at pixorama.live, you can try it out, and it comes with full source code. And to make this app work, it actually is just only one page of server code. So that's a pretty cool example, I think, of how easy and fast it's to build something like this with ServerPod. And it's also very, very efficient if you compare it to if you would build this with a real-time database. Something like this would be pretty expensive because you need to store every change in the database. So ServerPod 1.2 is just released last week. We have so many great features in the pipeline. We're building integration with Google Cloud now, and then database migrations, but there's a lot of stuff on the roadmap. You can follow us on Twitter, ServerPodDev, and you can also work with us. So if you are a superstar Dart developer and excited about ServerPods, you should get in touch. We're mostly looking for people in Stockholm or Europe right now, but who knows where this takes us in the future. Also, today we are on Product Hunt. So if you have a Product Hunt account, go there, give us an upvote. That would be awesome. And that is it for me. And with that, I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
So great. Thank you for the talk. I love this. Is very interesting. Just took some annotations. But let's start for the question. There's so many. Let's the first one. What are the best options that we have to host a backend Dart project?
So with ServerPod right now, it's AWS. So we made these deployment scripts. And it sets up a whole infrastructure. It's not just a server in the cloud like most will provide, but it has, handles all your certificates, domain names, database, Redis, caching, CloudFront for static objects, buckets for uploading files, deployments with GitHub. So it's like a whole system, really. Because you will soon realize that when you build your server, it's more than just a server. And having all that in place when you start makes it so much faster when you need to add all these things. And I mean, if there's something in there that you don't use, it's not really like it makes any harm either. So right now, I would say that's the easiest option, but we are working on adding more options for that, like Google Cloud is the next one. We'll probably do Kubernetes too in the future.
Great. So the next one, we also support development service like Render, Railway, Rogue Alternative.
I mean, you can technically host ServerPod very easily anywhere. The sort of minimal setup is just having a Postgres database and a Dart server running. It's when it comes with all these auto-scaling groups and to make it scale and all other bells and whistles that it gets more complicated. But I think By adding Kubernetes, we will be supporting very many platforms because most of these other services support that. I don't know, I'm not sure about like render or railway specifically, but um, there's also people in the community contributing things there. So I'm sure we'll support many platforms in the future.
Great. So the next one, a couple ones, scale. So what scale can Serverpod handle the request?
And you could build something like Facebook on top of Serverpod. So it's not really a limitation in Serverpod in that respect. But obviously, if you build a platform like Facebook, anything like that, there will be things that you need to work around or probably build yourself to make it all work. But Serverpod itself is very scalable. That's like
Really
one of
awesome
the
to
core things we thought about when we made this, to make sure that you can scale it up.
Great, great. Really good to hear that. So the next one, how much resource is needed to run a server pod? A server with a server pod, which server always is preferred to launch for server pod?
Uh, I would say you can run it pretty much anywhere. I would recommend Linux. Um, I think that's probably easiest. It works on Mac, works great too. Windows is a little bit more experimental. There's some features that are not available on Windows, but I think most people will not want to host their server on Windows anyway. So I would recommend doing it on Linux. And I mean, the requirements are probably very low for getting it to work, but or even with like loads of users. But maybe if you have like something where you'll have many thousands of simultaneous users, you should start thinking about getting a good machine.
Great, great. So if we make a comparison, why should I choose a server pod in comparison with another option like Shelf?
Right. So, and there are a little bit different things. Shelf is like a pretty basic building block, I would say. Serverpod is like a complete solution where you get a whole lot more support when you're building like a real application. So if you do something very small and simple, Shelf is great. But with Serverpod, you get things like the completely generated APIs. So it will be much less work basically working with Serverpod if you build something that's not just a tiny little toy.
Yeah, sure. Uh, the next one, it seems very well. I want to ask an unexpected question for you. I quickly looked at the website and I saw the carry section. Are there any key values for option? What do you think?
All right. Yeah, so that's a great question. I mean, we're looking for people who are at this point very experienced developers. So I don't think we'll hire anyone who hasn't got like a computer science degree and has some experience from um, some bigger companies or made something that's impresses us a little bit in the past. Uh, we're putting together like the core team, so it needs to be like very strong people. But I think when we're going forward, we'll be able to hire a few more less experienced people too. But we really need to get that like really good people in at the start, I think.
Great. So next one is have a parties to deploy within Docker.
Yeah, I mean, that should be easy. We haven't built Docker containers for it yet, but that's something we're going to do with Google Cloud deployment. So yeah, that will make it much easier to deploy it with Docker too. And I mean, that's what we're working on right now. So it's a little bit hard to tell exactly how long time that will take because it is a little bit of a process.
Okay. So how to secure backend server for Flutter app.
Right. That's also a good question. Yeah, I think you just need to have a little bit knowledge when you upload it to make sure you have all the connections routed through HTTPS and make sure no one can access your database from the outside. Those are the key things, I would say. By default, ServerPod will run just HTTP on an HTTP server, and typically you add a load balancer in front of it that handles the security aspects.
Great. So we have a couple of questions. So how does Serverpod handle scalability and research allocation for growing business?
All right. So right now we rely on basically the cloud providers like AWS or Google Cloud. So one way to scale it across multiple servers is to use Redis. Uh, so Redis scales very well, and they can handle communication between servers with something called PubSub. So you can basically publish a message that you listen to from other servers. So if you're building a chat app that would, where you have a million users communicating, you do that like through a bunch of Servpod servers, and you have like Redis for them to communicate between each other when you need to pass that message to the right server. Um, so that's basically how you would do that. Um,
Great.
but it has built-in support for it, so you don't need to like write any of that code yourself. There's really nice interfaces.
Great. And the last one is it is amazing. What is the next roadmap for Serverpod?
Yeah, so next is getting it up in in Google Cloud and database migrations. Those are the biggest things. After that, we're probably going to make it much easier to do push notifications. Obviously, can already build that, but it's a little bit involved right now. So we're going to smoothen out that process most likely. But it depends also. I think we're going to go very much from the feedback we get from the developers using Serverpod, and it's actually over 100 apps using Serverpod that's being built right now. So that's really exciting too. And a couple are already in production, so it's it's proven to work.
It's awesome. So we got one more question, and that's it. Can I use MongoDB as database on Serverpod?
Yes, so you can. That's the quick answer. The little bit longer answer is that Serverpod comes with. It has like really great integration for Postgres. So we made that part very well integrated. So you will need a Postgres server too, but there's no limitations in what you can add when it comes to different databases or services. If you can do it with Dart, you can do it with Serverpod basically. And there's a package on pub for MongoDB, so that should definitely be doable if you need that.
Great, awesome. So Victor, thanks so much for your contributions. Our presentation was very good.
Yeah, thank you.
And I will be in touch with this Serverpod.
Awesome.
Thank you, and see you. Thank you again for your time for share
Of
your
course.
how to work this. Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
So now I will present our next speaker, Kagate Urosoi, who came from today with the topic data and Flutter tale of two technologies, and he is a Flutter competence leader at the Wolf company. So Kagate, welcome to the stage. How are you today? Oh, you are muted.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. And hello. Well, how am I? It has been tough last 2 days because of the situation in Turkey, my home country. I don't have enough sleep. I've been preparing for this presentation, so yeah, I will do my best.
Great, great. So, first of all, thank you for being here with us and take your time for sharing this content with us. So, the stage is yours, and let's go.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Chatai. Today I'll be talking about the story of two technologies, the problems they originally aimed to solve, and how their paths crossed. I believe this is a very interesting story, and I would like to tell this story in a slightly different format. The content of this presentation is mainly collected from the archives of the tech websites, so technical news websites. So during the presentation, you will see the screenshots from these websites, and in some screenshots, there are long texts. And I know it's a bit not easy to focus on these slides with long text, but I try to deliver you a good story. And I hope this format will work. And this content, I think, is very useful to understand these two technologies better. Before that, I'm from Turkey, as I mentioned, and today is one of those difficult days in my career. I couldn't sleep well. I couldn't focus on my slides as much as I wanted. I'm sad, disappointed, and especially angry with the politicians in power. And despite all the bad news coming from my home country, I'm here to deliver what I promised for this event because Flutter Global Summit is a very special event for me. This is my third presentation and I moderated several times. I know how much Anna and her team puts effort in this event. This time it's difficult, but this difficulty is nothing compared to what people in Turkey are dealing with now. If you consider helping, you can scan the QR code here and use this trusty NGO for donations. Let me briefly tell you about the motivation of this presentation from my side. Volt, if you don't know, is a delivery platform for food and merchandise. We have many small and big projects. The app that consumers use to make orders are native apps for iOS and Android. And the app that couriers use for delivery is a React Native app. The app that the restaurants use to confirm and prepare the orders, food orders, is iOS native app for tablets. And when Volt expanded in the retail business, we started a Flutter application to pick the orders from the shelves and prepare for the delivery. But after a while, the iOS native tablet app needed to be implemented also for Android, and we had two options. One is implementing a native app, native Android app, or the second one is adding the missing functionalities to the existing Flutter app. And considering the technical and business conditions, we decided to continue with the Flutter app. This is the mobile app became a tablet app. This was not easy process, as you can imagine. And as an experienced Flutter developer, my role was to convince the native iOS team that Flutter should be the way. Don't even go with Android because this is a simple app. We had to explain what Flutter and its origin story and architecture. Before continuing the story, I would like to mention that we are still expanding our Flutter team and we need experienced Flutter developers to strengthen our teams. If just follow our career site and check the open positions, let's continue the story. So I want you to think for a while about this question. If you were a native mobile app developer, what would be your biggest concern about Flutter? What would you ask to a Flutter developer if you were a native developer? Well, in our case, it was the question, what if Google kills Flutter? As we all know, Google has a history of killing its products and projects. What if Flutter is the next in the graveyard? When I was asked this question, here was my next question. Do you know which year was the Dart language was announced? And now I want you to think. It's October 10, but which year? It's 2011. It's a bit more than 11 years old. So Dart is definitely not a new language. And the next question, when was Google announced? It's 1998. So it's 24 years old. So Dart survived almost half of the Google's history. So it's not in the graveyard. Great. And in this slides, we will also see, um, although the stable version of Flutter was announced in 2018, it also has a history of almost 10 years. Let's start with the before Dart, the first part. I don't know how many of you know Jute. It's Google WebKit, but pronounced as Jute. It's really hard to say it. So it was emerged with a promise of enabling Java developers to build browser-based JavaScript applications in Java. So you write the code in Java, it's compiled to JavaScript. Sounds familiar, right? Jute SDK includes core Java APIs and widgets for developing applications, and then it is compiled to JavaScript. It's internally used in Google Ads, in Google for Google Ads and Google Wallet. But around 2010s, Dart, the programming language after 2011, a really important part of Google WebKits, so including Google Ads. You know why Google Ads is important? Because Google is making its money most from the Google Ads. If the internal project is invested, supported by Google Ads, it's a clear winner. Now let's see the blog post from Jute website in 2011. This is shared by the Jute team 1 month after the announcement of Dart. So it says Dart and Jute both share the goal of enabling structured web programming. So they are trying to solve the same problem. And in fact, same engineers who did this Jute development are now working on Dart. So they have the same ambitious goal, make web better for developers. And yeah, the team is optimistic about the potential of Dart. And there is a hint here. As Dart evolves, becomes ready, we anticipate working closely with Jute developer community to explore Dart. So there is a sign here that Jute will be replaced by Dart. But it's still assured that, okay, Jute will be continued. And there is some, some hints here also to make people feel secure. Angry Birds is using it, the key projects at Google using Jute every day. So Jute will be there, but Dart is coming. And in 2012, 1 year later, Google hands over the control of Google Jute to a steering committee. So Google is no longer being a gatekeeper. It's just going to be a part of this committee. There will be, and then it will be, Jute will be maintained by this group. So no longer a gatekeeper or dictator for this Jute. And today Jute is still continuing, but in 2013 July, Google posted that the transformation of Jute to an open source project is complete. Yes, the last release in 2020 June, you can still use it, but as we know, Google is not using a lot Java projects. Yes, let's continue. And then again, we're talking about before Dart, and it's really important to understand V8 before understanding Dart. We are traveling in time. It's the year 2008. V8 is a free and open source JavaScript engine developed for Google Chrome. In fact, it's released on the same day with Google Chrome. But what is a JavaScript engine? Originally, JavaScript was written to be executed by web browsers. This engine manages everything to generate machine instructions, and browsers provide APIs. And V8 has an interesting story because the engine team and the Chrome team has managed their backlog separately for the Chromium project, and eventually they became separate products. So it means that V8 is not only used like an integrated part of the browser, but also it's a different project that can be run on the servers. For example, today, Couchbase and Node.js is using V8 as a JavaScript engine, and it powers incredible amount of server-side code written with JavaScript. But when talking about V8, we also need to mention Lars Bak, who is the creator of the project. Lars is creator of several high-performance virtual machines for popular languages like Smalltalk, Java, Java Hotspot, and JavaScript V8. And he is also the co-creator of the Dart programming language, focusing mainly of virtual machine performance. Time traveling continues. Now we are in September 2011. We are hearing some spoilers about upcoming Dart. It is 1 month before the Dart is announced, and we loudly hear that JavaScript needs to be replaced because web apps are getting complex and we need structure. Um, it's not officially said, but there is this news, I think, that Dart as a new programming language for structured web programming is going to be announced in our house 2011 conference. Let's remember this conference, we will come to that. Actually, the first name of Dart was Dash, so you all probably are familiar with the Dash. And in this memo, Miller says that JavaScript has fundamental flaws that can't be fixed. So we have two options. One is maybe try harder to make JavaScript better, or the second, which is risky but highly rewarded strategy, replace JavaScript with a new language. It starts. This is like from a Hannibal saying that we will find a way or we will make one. So making a new way is Dart. And the motivation is that with Dart, we will create virtual machines that do not have performance issues in the JavaScript, because in JavaScript, the main issue is the startup time, and we will still have the dynamic, easy to get started, and just-in-time compilation nature of JavaScript, but it's going to be easily tooled for large-scale projects, and yeah, it's going to be better. And so there are two things here important. It's not like easy. There's no, there are challenges. And one is that making developers happy. So developers will be so happy that they will start using Dart, and eventually they will have this evangelizing effort that Dart will be very popular, and later that the browser vendors also need to embrace Dart, because to run Dart natively in browsers, the browsers is supposed to have this Dart virtual machine in place. So Chrome has this V8, but then for natively running Dart, it needs this Dart virtual machine, but Chrome doesn't have it yet. But the strategy is that make absolutely fantastic virtual machine performance and the language, the browser companies will follow it. They will embrace it. Okay, now we're in 2011, October, the day Dart is announced. The message is very clear. Language for structured web programming. Structured, but flexible at the same time, because JavaScript is flexible. It is too flexible that we don't want. And then Dart, make it familiar and natural, so that if you are a Java developer or JavaScript developer, it's not like a really creepy, totally different language. It's easy to learn, not very different, and ensure that it delivers high performance on all modern browsers with this virtual machine. So it is also in the server side. This is the initial goal in 2011. And Dart code can be executed in two different ways. This is really important. One is native virtual machine that is embedded in the browsers, or on top of a JavaScript engine. So you write your code in Dart, and then it is compiled to JavaScript, like in today, Flutter with Web. So you write your application in Dart, and it's compiled to JavaScript, or Dart VM is already integrated in the browser. This post is, the announcement of this post is written by Lars Bak, who is the creator of the project V8. Okay, after the announcement, now we see here from the news in 2011, the same day, Google launches Dart as JavaScript killer. This is really a bold statement. So it says that this Dart will address some of the shortcomings of JavaScript. Now it is 15th November of 2011. There is an interview with Bark, and we will ask the question, why is it really a JavaScript killer? Lars Bak says it's an exaggeration. We are not going to kill JavaScript. JavaScript is a great language for simple web applications, but as the applications grow, it's get harder to maintain. So we are going to change this. Dart is designed to be a programming language suited well with big applications, but at the same time, it's going to be easy for small applications as well. C. So the question is, okay, Dart actually compiles to JavaScript. Then why don't we use JavaScript? Because we have something else. It's called Dart Virtual Machine, which we use when we are developing the Flutter applications in the debug mode. Uh, the JavaScript, if you have a big application, it takes long time to start the web application, but with this virtual machine and the snapshotting technology, it is 10 times faster than JavaScript to start these applications. And how hard is it going to be for developers to learn the language? This is very important. Dart has always embraced the strategy or philosophy of um, being a language that is simple, easy to understand. So it will have these class-based languages like Java, C Sharp, but also productive because JavaScript doesn't have these classes and doesn't have types. So Dart we know today is strongly typed language, but in the beginning it wasn't really strong. Let's not go into these details. Okay, now November again, 1 month after this announcement, Microsoft shoots down Google's Dart language. We have bad news from Microsoft. It says JavaScript is the way to go. Okay, Google hopes for better web with Dart, but Microsoft says that we are the opponent of Dart instead, not an ally. But Dart needs allies because we need virtual machines in the browsers. Microsoft says, in short, JavaScript is the way to go. And the 5 members of Microsoft JavaScript said that we disagree with Dart. Dart saying that we need to replace the JavaScript, but no, JavaScript is the way to go. Why is this important? Maybe nowadays Google wouldn't care about it, but in 2011, you see the browser statistics. Chrome is not really, well, it's increasing, but still around 45% of these 40 is going down. Of course, Internet Explorer, but still Microsoft has the market share. And if it doesn't support it, then it will be a trouble. Why Microsoft didn't support it? Because, I mentioned that Dart had two ways. Sorry, Google had two ways. One is either improve JavaScript or take something risky and come up with a rewarding new language. But Microsoft chose the first way. After a year, they come up with a new language in the same conference that Dart was announced in 2012, a language for application scale JavaScript development, which we know as today TypeScript. So Anders Hesberg from Microsoft is a really legendary person, and his presentation is totally simple when he was presenting the TypeScript. I will just copy the slides. This is the slides that he made the presentation actually. Okay, application scale JavaScript development is hard. We know it. And TypeScript is a language for application scale JavaScript development. TypeScript is a typed superset of JavaScript. Remember, JavaScript doesn't have type. So TypeScript compiles to plain JavaScript on any browser, any host, any operating system, and it's open source. We start with JavaScript. You can simply copy and paste all JavaScript libraries with TypeScript. There are optional static types, classes, and modules. It starts with JavaScript, ends with JavaScript. It runs on any browser. It compiles to JavaScript like Dart compiles to JavaScript. It has a type system, unlike JavaScript. So it has type inference, structural typing. It works with already existing JavaScript library, so there is no migration process. It is also type safe, but it doesn't guarantee. Dart started the same way too, no guarantee. There are classes and modules, scalable application structuring with ECMAS standard. It is aligned with the standards and it supports popular module systems. Applications, this story is short. Application scale JavaScript is hard. This is acknowledged. Google was saying that, yes, but Microsoft says that this is TypeScript, JavaScript's better version. There is no need to come up with something new. This is very good. So yeah, Dart it's doing the same thing as Dart is promising, but in a JavaScript way, which people are already familiar. If you are a web developer, you know what JavaScript is, but you don't know Dart. When this was announced, TypeScript was announced. Now Google, the Dart team actually was really welcoming. Says we welcome TypeScript. It says that 1 year ago this TypeScript announced. We announced in the same conference a new programming language for structured web programming. And now TypeScript is a language for application scale JavaScript development. So yeah, there is something here. We had a look at the TypeScript and we welcome it to the neighborhood. If you already have a large JavaScript code and if you already use a Visual Studio, it's too good to be true. We think that TypeScript could be a great addition into your project, but if you are starting something from scratch, if you don't have this JavaScript code base, you can try Dart. Okay, now we are fast forwarding in the time. It is 2015. So 3 years after TypeScript announcement, Google says that Dart will not replace in-browser JavaScript. So let's see. Google will not have this virtual machine in Dart virtual machine in the Chrome. This is really interesting. We have decided not to integrate Dart virtual machine into the Chrome. This is from Lars Bak. This is recent tweet from Remy and Slava. Slava is another developer, very talented developer in the Dart team. Remy said that if Dart could have made inside the Chrome, maybe people would have used Dart more than TypeScript. So, and then Slava says, if we chose that way, then we wouldn't have Dart too. Forget about it. The initial design was optimizing the wrong things to be good on the web, for the web. But, if you do everything for the web, like web is already broken, JavaScript, because of JavaScript. If we really try to make things for web, then we wouldn't have all the goodies that we have with Dart today. So it was a deliberate decision. It is sad, but a deliberate decision. So they explained this Dart for the entire web. So it's in the blog post when they announced this, that they are not going to integrate Google Dart virtual machine in Chrome. They said that we have developers at Google loving working with Dart. But however, they say that they need better integration with JavaScript. So Dart team was focusing on two things: having a virtual machine, Dart virtual machine, improving it, and also a compiler for Dart2.js. But the teams at Google really needed a good Dart2.js support, much more than a Dart virtual machine. So they aligned the strategy. They focused more on the web efforts, compiling Dart to JavaScript, and deliver still features. You will still use Dart. It's really productive, but built with the web apps with Dart, and it will be compiled to JavaScript. And Google Ads, it says that here, this is really important because it says that our biggest customer, Google Ads, internal customer, is supporting this strategy. And there are also many other teams at Google using Dart. So they are happy. Dart is not dying. They want to assure it. Well, yeah, it's not dying. It didn't die. But here in the end of the post in 2015, there is this hint here. We remain committing to optimizing and improving the Dart virtual machine for developer tools, servers, and mobile apps. We are coming to something here in 2015. Okay, now let's go to before Flutter. We are done with the before Dart part. The story starts with WebKit. I don't know how many of you know the WebKit, but WebKit is a browser engine developed by Apple and used in Safari. And as a rule of Apple, all the iOS web browsers in iPhones, they have to use WebKit browser engine. Chrome and Safari initially shared the open source web engine, this WebKit. So both Chrome team and the Safari team from Apple and Google team, they were actually contributing to the same code base, this WebKit. And Adam Bart says that we were learning how to operate with a company with competing interests. You want to make a change for Chrome, and then there's this Safari, and then you need to really like understand how to work each other in the year that Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, they're like really big competitors, and they are contributing to the same code base. So it is not easy. In 2013, now Google forks WebKit. this is another milestone. Adam Bart, I don't know if you know him, he's a legendary person. He said that Chromium uses a different multiprocess architecture than other WebKit-based browsers like Safari. And supporting it really increased the complexity. It was very difficult to work together. And what happened that in 2013 April, Google forked WebKit with a new engine called engine called Blink. So what is in Blink? In Blink, we have DOM, HTML DOM, and CSS rendering engines, web IDL implementations. We have Skia in Chrome, in Blink, of course, in Chrome. It makes calls to underlying graphics library, GPUs, with OpenGL. And then it has V8 engine inside. Okay, let's talk about these two legendary people, Adam Bart and Eric Seidel. They have this amazing rubber duck engineering channel on YouTube, which my next slides will be talking about their 100th episode. In their 100th episode, they talked about before Flutter, which I'm talking now, and I'm going to have a summary for you. Adam Bart saying that, started the episode saying that we were trying to go to grandma's house, but we have an aircraft carrier. It has everything, kitchen, dentist, nuclear reactor. But what if we strip down this aircraft carrier into a truck? Here, we still have the reactor inside and use that engine to get to the grandma's house. What does it mean? Well, all the time they were focusing on Chrome and web, making web better JavaScript engine, faster JavaScript, but there is now in 2011, 12, 2013, it's the age of mobile, and they were experimenting the experience, web experience for mobile, but they were a bit late about these mobile experiments, and they say that what if we strip away all the extra things that web platform comes and just use the essential pieces like we have. Remove everything, just go to your grandma with a truck, just use the reactor inside. Okay, let's talk about these essential pieces of web platform. What do we have in web which are essential? Okay, in 2013 August, Eric Seidel and Adam Bart, they were experimenting with Project Bravo. They had this universal app. Well, when the essential piece, we were talking about the essential pieces of web, right? The essential piece is a universal app that fetches pure JavaScript code over the internet, which is a web browser. And then there is this self-hosted framework in JavaScript. We built the web with DOM nodes and elements, but not like exactly the same way as web does. So we don't have an HTML parser in this experimentation. We fetched it as serialized JSON, and then we run the JavaScript code against the OpenGL and some networking APIs, platform-specific APIs. So Simon in the morning talked about what OpenGL is. OpenGL is a cross-language, cross-platform interface for rendering vector graphics. So it interacts with the GPU to achieve hardware accelerated rendering. But in web, with the desktop browsers, it's done by the WebGL. So in this Bravo, they were directly focusing on this OpenGL in the mobile. And then access to layer 3, you are responsible for talking the GL. You do the node compositions. In today, we call it render object composition. You do it by yourself. Now we are free. Consider different layout models. Adam Bart hates CSS float. But the important thing is that starting and failing. I really like this quote from Eric Seidel. He says that you become an expert by just failing enough times. I'm a Google developer expert at Flutter Global, and I had really a lot of failures. And they have been experimenting. In 2014, they were working with the Razor, Project Razor. So the approach is, now the Project Bravo is behind. It didn't move forward, but there is this totally new project. The approach is that, okay, Blink, it's the Chrome rendering engine. Delete the thousands of lines of code. F the web. So don't care about the web, break the web. They were focusing on how fast we could parse the HTML. So it was 19 times faster in 1 week by just removing the complexity that the web support, web compatibility in the mobile requires. So yeah, this was something, 20%. I mean, if you watch this video that I mentioned, Eric was saying that they were approaching to the Gmail team using their website in mobile. It was really not. He says it was even not possible to parse the HTML. It was very difficult. But now they're experimenting here, and they achieved 19 times faster. It's crazy. They removed the tree traversing, CSS selectors, element specific parsing, those things, slow layout primitives that comes with web. And then they shrunk the blink by 52%, and they realized that, okay, we have something potential here, give us more resources. And they leave the Chrome team and they start something else called Sky. Okay, Sky is what we know as Flutter today. So in 2014 October, Adam Bart had the first commit on Project Sky. So they started totally new project, and Adam Bart had the first commit. So they were keep removing the lines of code, but still the learnings from the Blick and Razor. So the first weeks of this project was full of removing the line of code. In January 2015, there is Sky Shell. You know, Chromium is a cross-platform toolkit. It runs on different platforms, Windows, Mac, desktop, but in mobile, we need a way to run it, like in the app as an Android. So there was this Sky Shell APK. It's a standalone APK used for testing. There is an amazing YouTube video from Eric Seidel about his experimentations. It had demo effect, but people were still amazed how he was able to show an Android app which looked very native, but it was actually Sky. So people were amazed. And Sky Shell is actually the universal app that loads the Sky apps. That universal app, earlier it was browser, but now it's Sky Shell. It's just like this APK. It gets the code over the network, and they were showing this project to internally in Google. The code came from the server, from the live servers. Okay, this is how Sky View, like a web view that time looked like. So there was this DOMS Sky script. It was showing this hello world main Dart, and then this is the hello world. The name for the widget, it was UI node. Yeah, this looks like a Flutter app, right? It's a Dart app. Let's continue. Okay, now we are in February 2015 and October 2015. We will talk about this, how it became a Flutter. They were iterating very quickly, but still, whatever they were doing, everything was JavaScript. They were working with JavaScript, which was tied to the web ecosystem. Eric Seidel says that we were trying so hard to make JavaScript work, but it wasn't working, you know. And then drastically, they switched to a different language. They could switch easily because they didn't have any customers, anyone using Flutter. Sorry, not Flutter. Their product, not Flutter yet. The story is very interesting, actually, because they wanted to get some help from the V8 team. They wanted some changes, or they had some requests, but it took so long time to get help from the Chromium project, from the V8 team, because the Chrome team had so many millions of users to support, and it could easily break the things. And this team, Sky team, was breaking teams all the time because they didn't have customers. So it wasn't easy to get the changes. Then they considered other options, like what other language we could use, and they picked Dart. This is the teams that wants to collaborate. What it means? They asked a change from Dart team, they got the response immediately, because Dart was also looking something else. They were looking for a new strategy, and it's still the 2015. Remember that it is the year that Chrome is no longer getting. It never got this Dart virtual machine. So they were looking for going other directions, and this mobile is amazing. Ruby on Rails. Without Rails, Ruby wouldn't be really that popular. Imagine Kotlin. If Android didn't have this Kotlin support, would Kotlin be that popular? So this was something exactly the Dart team is looking for. And that became the customized language for the UI framework. If you go to Dart website, it will say that it's an optimized for UI framework. And Sky is an interesting customer. It's win-win. They were scaling up. They had the Sky Share already for Android, And thanks to a lot of effort and great collaboration from the Dart team, they got this support for iOS. It is very difficult to get just-in-time compilation for iOS. And then they had this offline mode so that they didn't need this server fetching from server. They removed the sky elements I showed in the previous slides. They introduced widget tree, render tree. The story is really interesting. Just watch this video. They got ahead of time compiler from the Dart team. And finally, in 2015, we needed a new name. The project needed a new name. Google already had acquired the startup called Flutter. It all the copyrights, all the domain name rights was, already owned by Google. So they just picked the name, renamed the sky with Flutter, and that's it. The story of two technologies. Thank you.
Great, great. Amazing talk, overview of the story. That was amazing.
Thank you.
So, so we have some questions. So, I will put a read. That is a good question. So let's start. JavaScript seems to keep gaining ground over the web language. What do you think could change the game in favor of the better structured language like that?
I'm not sure if you followed the Flutter forward in what Team Sinit said there is that we are not going to try to beat already existing frameworks like Angular and Node. Um, so React, sorry, not Node, React. We are not going to beat them because they are really mature and they work pretty well. So the team doesn't really want to gain it with the JavaScript. So they still have this compiler. Dart is a really interesting language because it can compile to many other languages, and JavaScript is one of them for web support. But now we have this WebAssembly going on with Dart and Chrome as well. So instead of trying to beat the other frameworks, they are trying to win in the web. Not maybe win, but do something else with the web, with WebAssembly. What do I think? Better structured languages like Dart. So if you still read the official docs, it is still on the same page. Like for years, it is on the same page. The web Flutter apps are meant for your existing mobile applications, single scrollable websites. It's for applications, not for static websites. We still don't have this SEO support. But Google is trying something with WebAssembly, and maybe there is something else. For example, this element embedding. It's very interesting. So yeah, that I hope this answers.
Yeah, great. So the next one is learning Dart essential before doing Flutter. There are a lot of tutorials I've seen in the web where they start Flutter, but it goes directly to Flutter.
Well, Dart and Flutter. One is language, the other is the framework. And it happened to me that when I was an Android developer, I was developing with Java, and all of a sudden there was this Kotlin. And it took only 2 nights for me to switch to Kotlin because it's the same. The languages are very similar. And the design goal of Dart is still being simple and easy to learn. And you know why Dart 3 is coming? Why it's coming a bit late? We still they still trying to get this meta programming. It's because they still want to protect the language we love. They can add these all extra features, but the design philosophy of Dart is being simple. So don't think that Dart is something difficult to learn. The goal is making it easy to learn, and start with Dart. Try to understand the basic programming philosophy, software development principles. Then Flutter is even much easier. I think it's essential.
Yeah, yeah. I appreciate that. So the next one, that what do you think about the Dart 3?
I'm super excited. I'm postponing my blog posts because I want Dart 3 to be in place. Because when these sealed classes, which we know as unions, and today you can use freeze package to do it, actually is going to change many things. How we, for example, do state management with block. So we will have this switch, and then you will have these classes like, okay, today you can use enums with switch, and then you can see all the cases of the enums. And when we have the sealed classes, you will have all the possible classes that can be used. For example, that it's hard to explain here. Okay, maybe records and the structuring. I believe it's going to be good because you just listen to the story. These engineers are brilliant and they know what they are doing. So I trust the team.
Yeah, yeah, great. So we have a couple of questions yet. So it's interesting how Dart changes the focus over the time. But without Flutter, do you think the language will be as strong as it is today?
I think even Google developers wouldn't say that it would be a success. You know, as I said, like Dart really needed this push from consumers because internally Dart is used in very critical projects at you Google, like in Google Cloud Platform, in Google Ads. It's loved and used internally, but for others, external users, I mean, they couldn't manage it with Angular Dart, for example. I'm not sure if it was Angular Dart, but yeah. So they couldn't manage it with Angular Dart because it wasn't embraced. Nowadays, you can develop cross-platform applications, and it works very well. And you can do this with Dart, and that's why we love Dart today.
Great, great. So we have one in two parts. So the first part, we talked about the history of Dart and Flores, so it's time to ask about the unpredictable things. Unpredicted. As a Flutter developer, what do you think about the Flutter 4? Wow,
Mhm.
and that will be released in the end of the day. And what features can be there?
Okay, so I'm a Google developer expert and I have some internal knowledge, but now I'm going to say my opinions, which I have no idea about. So we don't have this knowledge about what is coming with Flutter for zero. Uh, I personally think it's going to, because Dart 3 will come with, Dart 3 is known to come in the middle of this year. So they said that they will announce it around the end of the first half. It is really close to the time that we have Google I/O. And if you remember, last year we had this Flutter 3.0 in Google I/O. I think Flutter 4.0 will come at Google I/O. This is totally my thinking. And what will be released in the end? I don't think that there will be some crazy changes, but instead they might focus more on improving bad and I don't know, but uh, I think it's going to be Flutter 4.0 because this time it is going to be a breaking change. It will come with Dart 3.0, and with Dart 3.0, Flutter will no longer support the projects that doesn't migrate to null safety.
Great, great. And the last one question is how do I become a full stack developer and how long
Okay,
will that take?
this is a really interesting question because I consider myself as a full stack developer because I have my side project and I did it from scratch. And I did all of them from front end to back end. Definitions of full stack developer, it's interesting. It might change from people to people, but for me, I know how to use Firebase and I know how to do a Flutter app, and I have a great architecture that I can develop multiple apps. So I think if you start with a project in your mind, and if you implement your server by yourself, then you become a full stack developer. But if you really want to go hardcore and do the backend, and you can choose, for example, using a Mongo database with your backend, or you can use like Victor's project, server pod, and there's AWS Amplify, there is Flutter, sorry, Firebase. Yeah, when you do all the projects, all the code you need for your own project, then you become a full stack developer.
Great, great. So that's it. And again, Kadike, thank you so much to being enjoying us and sharing your content.
It was a
was
pleasure. Thank you very much.
thank you. So
Yeah, thank you, Chetai. Thank you, Alan. Thank you for your time, for moderating, for speaking, and for contributing your time and knowledge. I have small announcements, so I'll take the stage and then we'll have a short break. Thank you, Alan.
thank you. Good-
So remember, we were telling you from the beginning that we have some giveaways for you. We have a lot of gifts for you. So it's time to give it to you. We received a lot of response in the forums that we will keep sharing during the event. And let me remind for you that we have such prizes. So for first place, the first randomized place that you'll get, it will be iPhone 14s or two other themes that you can choose, Android Pixel and Mac My 2, if I'm not wrong. Also, next 20 places, you'll get t-shirts from Google Flutter. Next 5, you'll get socks from Flutter. And next 20, you'll get cookie cutters also from Flutter, from Google. So I think that it's time to start our randomizer. We will not show the emails, but we will contact you directly. So we will take a screenshot and we'll definitely contact you. So yes, you can see all people who submitted the form, whose response we got. We are using randomizer, so please, everything is kind of open. And it's the moment. Yep. So we have first person who'll get the, yes, we have huge list of, so just a second, sorry. Yeah, so now we have a winner who will get the option of, I think you can choose the option, or it will be their phone, or it will be a laptop, or it will be their money that we can also send. Also, you can see list who will get a t-shirt. I'll explain you how it works. So we'll contact everybody directly. We will share a promo code for swag, and you can just, with this instruction, how to get it. So you will just apply a promo code on the website, and you'll get it directed to you. So it's quite easy. I'll definitely contact everybody. Please give me some time. It will not be like in 1 second. So yeah, I'll definitely do it, and we'll be in touch. So thank you, Yura, for help. Thank you, everybody, for participation. And we have another 5 minutes, 6 minutes for the break. And I'll see you very soon. Please don't forget to comment. We still have a lot of gifts for you. So please be active. I know that it's kind of long, the event, but please be active, comment, ask your question, and you will be rewarded. See you.
What a great day together. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you to every community member. Thank you to every program committee member, to every speaker who contributed into this conference. Thank you to our sponsors, and big shout out to Gar Square for supporting us. And definitely check them out. And if you do really care about the security of your Flutter application, if you're doing mobile development on Flutter, then you probably know that new vulnerabilities, they pop up every day, and the malicious actors, they look for easy targets on marketplaces to exploit day in and day out. And securing your application's valuable IPs and securing your critical data is super important, because we know how bad those leaks are sometimes. And the Glassware security solutions, they're built for developers by developers, and they help to protect your app at the every stage in the development lifecycle. So Guardsquare solutions, they're based on secure software development principles with ease of implementation, and they're super comprehensive, they're easy to implement, and the polymorphic protection against threat actors are its core. So basically, it will help you to protect your app through the whole development process. And the roots of this project, they're open source, and they have the open source culture. So they're constantly collaborating and improving their best practices. So those multiple layers of protections, they prevent reverse engineering and automatically detect tampering, making your apps difficult to target and more secure. So you can learn more about this product at garsquare.com. Thank you, Garsquare, for supporting us.
Hi everyone, welcome back. And uh, I'm Akanksha Singh, and I'll be moderator for next few talks. So without wasting any time, let's introduce to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Daria Orlova. She is a WTM ambassador, a senior Flutter developer, and a mobile tech lead at Chili Labs. She is also the co-creator of Bunny Search app, which helps you in finding the cruelty-free brands. An amazing initiative, and yeah, um, stages. I would like to welcome Daria, and it's a pleasure to have you here.
Hey, Akansha, and hey, everyone. It's really nice to meet you, and thank you for coming to my talk.
Yeah, thank you, Daria. The stage is yours, and we are very excited for your talk, and I'll join you back soon with some interesting questions from me and from the audience.
Okay, can someone please share my slides? Thank you. Okay, yes. Welcome everyone to my talk, The Secret Element of Flutter Build Context. As you already know, I'm a Women Tech Makers ambassador and the co-founder of the Bunny Search app. But also one fun fact about me is that another version, a shorter one in my language of my name is Dasha, which makes me name buddies with Dash. So yes, and one of the most important parts is that I'm a Flutter developer and mobile tech lead at Chili, which means that I do a lot of code review, mentoring, helping devs with their problems. And while doing that, I've learned a pattern with a set of problems. And that pattern is the misuse of such a concept as Flutter build context. And I think it's because Flutter is so easy to start with. The APIs are great and very beginner friendly that it's easy to dive into it, start being productive, and easy to overlook some like basic concepts that you misuse of which will lead you to some errors in the future. So with this talk, I hope to fill in this gap, and we will talk about what is build context, how to use it, and how to not misuse it. First, I want to do a small disclaimer. Some things will be simplified for the sake of better understanding, but they don't change the main idea. And the agenda for today is how does Flutter work? How does Flutter render widgets? How does it connect all of those widgets with the element? Finally, what is build context and its relationship with all kinds of widgets? And now, buckle up and let's dive in because this will be a fast ride. So, how does Flutter work? We know that Flutter is a cross-platform framework, which means that it can compile its Flutter source code to various platforms and run on various platforms. But how does it do it? Well, since Flutter is not the first cross-platform frameworks, there has already been some ideas. For example, showing everything inside a web view, bad idea. Translating framework-specific code into native components, also not the best idea. And a better one is rendering custom components, which is basically what Flutter does, except that in Flutter, we call them widgets. And also in Flutter, everything is a widget, right? But the question is, what is a widget? And we will be returning to this question throughout this talk. But the basic explanation would be that widget is a basic UI building block, and you will be building your UI out of those blocks, just like Lego, but except your widget tree. And we can verify that even by the very first line of code that starts your Flutter app, the first argument that you pass to run app is already a widget, and it makes it the widget tree root. All right, so how does Flutter render those widgets? And in order to understand that, let's take a look at a small example, which we will be talking about throughout this talk. The UI is pretty simple and a bit weird, but for the sake of example, it will do. We can see that we extend a stateless widget. So our class static homepage extends a stateless widget, and we override just one method, the build method. So let's look closer at the build method. First of all, its return type is widget. But again, what is a widget? And if we take a look at the source code, we can see that widget is an abstract class and it doesn't inherit from anyone. But on the other side, stateless widget extends widget and so on with the other widget, stateful widget inherited and so on. Which means that from the build method, we can return any type of widget, even the ones that we create ourselves. The next question is how often this build method can be called. First of all, when is it called? It's called by the Flutter framework. For example, the first time your widget is inserted into the widget tree, or when an inherited widget changes something in its data, we will get to this later, or some animation sticking. And it can be called up to 120 times per second, which leaves you with 8 milliseconds to run the whole build method of your app. Like all of the widgets, all of the build methods, they need to run under 8 milliseconds. Otherwise, if you drop a frame, it will stutter the UI and your user will probably won't be happy. And the last thing about the build method is that it has a build context parameter, but we will return a bit later to this. Okay, so up to this point, we have only told Flutter what to draw, like draw text, draw container, draw a column of containers and text, but we haven't actually thought about the question how to draw. And when you start thinking and digging to answer this question, you understand that everything is a widget is only partially true. And here is a great meme by Chatai, who has just given an amazing talk about the history of Dart and Flutter. So when you start digging deeper, you understand that widget is only one part of the story. There's at least two more, and we will take a look at them today. Just to remember how our app and sample code look. So static homepage with a column, containers, and text. And now let's visualize this as a widget tree. Again, some simplifications, but this will do for understanding the concept. We have material app as our widget tree root, then we have static homepage, column, container, text, and so on. And now let's zoom in into one specific widget, text. Remember, we are trying to answer the question, how does Flutter draw widgets? And if we take a look at source code of the text, we see already familiar extend stateless widgets and overrides build method. So nothing new for us, we know that. But the interesting part is that it returns a rich text. So let's take a look at rich text. Here's something interesting. The rich text extends multi-child render object widget. So many words, a complex parent. And we see that there is no build method, and there are two methods as we haven't seen before, create render object and update render object. Okay, and if you take a look at containers, you will find a similar story with the colored box. So let's remember what we were talking about. Up to this moment, we have only extended stateless widget and used the widgets given to us by the framework. So only what is already available, text, containers, and so on. We have composited them into multi-part widgets, for example, a column, but haven't done anything related to actually drawing the widgets. And here comes an important thing that you will need to remember. Every widget that can actually be painted and not just composited has to extend a render object widget, which in turn deals with render objects. So one takeaway is that no matter how aggressively you compose your widgets, in the end, at some point in the tree, there is a render object widget that actually does the drawing heavy lifting part. And we won't be diving too deep into this. This is the only takeaway that you need to understand the topic of today. Okay, so let's do a quick recap. We have composing widgets, usually extended by extending a stateless widget or a stateful widget and overriding a build method. They describe what to build. Like with the build method, describe what to build. And then there are rendering widgets, which describe how to draw, how to render, and how to build your widgets. And these ultimately extend render object widget, but typically through one of the following subclasses. And those are single child, render object widget, multi-child, and leaf child. And the only difference is how many children they can handle, varying from 0 to multiple. Okay, and now let's take a look at our widget tree from the perspective of their parents. In blue, we can see that the parents are composing widgets, so they don't have any render objects associated with them. And in orange, there's render widgets which have render objects associated with them. And one more thing that we need to remember and know about the widgets is that widgets are immutable, which means that all of the properties of the widget are final, and you can't change anything in the widget after you create it. So if you want a widget with some updated fields, you will need to create another widget. So now that we know that Flutter doesn't actually draw widgets, but rather render objects that were created by some of the widgets, and we can see the render object tree. And so let's sum all these points up. The widgets are immutable. The build methods get called hundreds of times a second, creating hundreds of widgets, and the actual things on the screen get drawn by render objects. Therefore, there must be something else that glues it all together, right? Because we know that Flutter is quite performant even without a developer thinking about much on their side. And there is something indeed. So the third pillar of the Flutter rendering tree is the element. This is the secret element and the main character of the Flutter tree system. Understanding what it is and its role and life cycle is crucial to grasping build context. And very soon we will see why, and it will all make sense. And elements are what glue together the immutable widgets and mutable render objects. The elements are mutable themselves, meaning that their life cycle is much longer than the widget. And we will cover this in a bit. Okay, let's take a look at the connecting element. If we return to the source code of our stateless widgets, we can see that it has two methods. Build method, which we already know, and another method called createElement, which returns a stateless element. And if we go higher up the hierarchy and take a look at the base widget class, we can see that it also has a createElement method, which returns an element. So if this is present in the fundamental widget class, it must be something really fundamental. Okay, and let's take a look at what happens in the stateless element source code. And the thing that interests us here the most is actually the comment on top that says that that stateless element is an element that uses a stateless widget as its configuration. So Do you see the word configuration? It's a very accurate description of what a widget actually is. And widgets is just a configuration, like almost a data object. It's so lightweight that it's really easy and cheap to create them, throw them away, create them, throw them away. But it's not that cheap to compose a huge tree and then draw it. So to tackle this problem, we have elements. And if we take a look again at the base widget class, we see that there is the create element method that we already know. But there's also another method, which returns a boolean and is called can update and accepts two parameters, old widget and new widget. And basically what it does, it returns true if the widget runtime type are equal and the widget keys are equal. We won't be diving into keys in this presentation because we don't have enough time, but the runtime type is basically the class of your widget, for example, text, container, and so on. So to consider two widgets equal, they need to have the same type and the same key. But if the key is null, as in often, a lot of cases, it means that it's only checked the runtime type. Okay, and so there are two flows that can happen. First of all, let's take a look at the first one. So someone calls build method, which returns a widget. So your widget is being inserted into the tree, and we check if it's the framework checks if it's the first insertion to the tree, and yes, it is. So then the create element of the widget class is called. And what happens here, if we take a look at the constructor of the very basic element, we see that basically all it does is assigns the widget to its internal field. So the element saves a pointer to the widget that has created it. Not too much. But what if we go the other way and this isn't the first insertion? Then the framework checks if the widget can update itself via the method can update. And if it can, then the framework calls the update method of the element. And what this does, it just changes the pointer. So we threw away the old widget and assigned a new one. And this can happen up to 120 times per second. So there can be created a lot of widget objects, but only one element. So instead of creating and painting, actually, I forgot one part, the render objects. The same goes for the render objects. The element handles them and updates if necessary. So it checks if there has been any updates and updates itself. So it doesn't repaint if it doesn't need to repaint, if nothing has changed. So this is one of the way how Flutter maintains its great performance. Okay, and to recap, let's take a look at combined trees of our app that we're working with and see that now we show in blue and orange the elements. So the composing elements are blue, render elements are orange, and every render element has a render object associated with it. There are no gaps in the tree, and everything is nice and connected, so nothing is lost. Okay, Daria, half of the presentation passed. What is build context? Last time I showed you the source code of the element, I left out one important thing. And write in chat if you can notice what it is. So if we take a look again at the signature of the element, we see that it's an abstract class element which implements build context. So actually our element is our build context. They literally the same thing. Well, okay, almost. And if we take a look further into the build context API, we can see several things. First of all, it's an abstract class that doesn't extend anything. It also has a pointer to a widget, which again, as the comment says, is the current configuration of the element. That is this build context. Method that can find the render object, and also a bunch of scary looking long named methods, which contain words such as depend, inherit, and find ancestor. And we don't need to care too much about those right now, just to understand that build context mostly deals with finding, locating, and depending on something. So If we then return back to our build method and remember that build context is a parameter that is passed to the build method, and take a look at the element, which has its own build method, we can see that it calls the widgets method, widget a stateless widget, build, and passes this as the parameter. And this build method is the build method that we override in our stateless and stateful widgets. And this, in this case, this word is this instance of this element which implements build context, which is build context. So pretty elegant. And most problems related to build context and its misuse are, as I see, related to two categories, split into two categories. Related to lifecycle, so context is accessed either too early or too late, and related to the position in the tree, so context is too high or too low. And in order to understand how these are connected, we need to dive in a bit deeper into the life cycle of the element. And from now on, when I will say element and build context, it will most of the times mean the same thing. Okay, so stateless element life cycle. We have three actors. There's framework, which is just a framework. Then there's a stateless widgets that we have overridden, and it's stateless element. And we care about only two fields, the widget field of the element and the lifecycle state of the element. So when the first time your widget is created for the first time, the framework calls its constructor, which in turn calls the method create element, and element is returned. And this is the important part. The framework calls the mount method of the element. At this point, the lifecycle state becomes active, and this is when you can do things to your element and to your context without being afraid that something is wrong with it. And when it's mounted, the element calls, as we have seen, its build method, and this is the first time that you can see your widget on the screen. Now, let's say sometime later someone calls rebuild, and you need to build again. This time, it's not the first time, so the framework checks if the widget can be updated, and stateless widget says, yes, it can be updated. So what we do is, not we, the framework, calls the update method of the stateless element. It changes its pointer to the widget, so it has been A, and now it's B, and nothing has changed in the lifecycle. And this can happen very many times per second. So your widgets, again, created, thrown away, created, thrown away, and so on and so forth. So widgets are immutable and very cheap to create and throw away. Elements are not that cheap. And the last part, sometime later, again, someone calls rebuild. But this time, the can update widget function returns false. We can't update. So the framework calls the activate method of the lifecycle, and it's not that important because the developer doesn't interact often with it, and if no one reclaimed it until the end of the animation frame, the framework calls unmount. And this is another important point in the lifecycle because our widget becomes null, so element widget pointer is null, and the lifecycle state is defunct. When the lifecycle state of the element is defunct, it is dangerous, not safe, can't use, don't use. So basically defunct, don't use the element because errors will be thrown and bugs will happen. Okay, and now keeping this lifecycle in mind, that mount, unmount, the widget can be, the element can be mounted or unmounted, let's take a look at another thing. Ancestors, dependents, and their relationship, inherited widget. Just as a reminder, the most common error types were related either to lifecycle or to the position in the tree, or to both. And one of the most common patterns that uses context and that you have most probably used in your Flutter apps is the dot of context pattern. Basically, it's more of a convention, like it's not a rule, but I think It's a nice convention that allows developers to recognize patterns and use them in the correct way. So media query, scaffold, theme, navigator, and many more use this pattern, and most of them can be split into two categories. They are the ancestors or they deal with dependent. And let's take a look at the first category, the ancestors. So here's another very simple piece of code. Basically, we just show a text button in the center, and on the click of this text button, we access scaffold via scaffold.off, pass it our context, and call a method called showBottomShoe. But what will happen if we run this code and click the button? An error will happen, and Flutter errors often are quite smart and tell us what's wrong and what to do. And this one says that scaffold.off called with a context that does not contain a scaffold. And okay, we actually didn't specify any scaffold in our widget tree, so let's specify a scaffold. We updated our widget. It is now wrapped in a scaffold. We can see it, so probably it should work. So if we run the code and click the button, we get the same error. So now, in order to investigate what is going on, let's take a peek inside of the scaffold.off method and see what's going on in there. So we pass context to the method. And this is when one of those scary methods of the context are being called, which is called find ancestor state of type. And basically what this does, it looks up the tree and tries to find the state that you specified. But you will say, we have wrapped in a scaffold, why I still can't find it? Well, the thing is, to build this widget, we use this context. And to access the scaffold, we also use this context, which means that this context comes from above. Like everything that is here in this widget won't be accessible from this context. So if we want to visualize this, it will look something like this. And if from the static home page using the home context, you will try to look up a scaffold, you won't find it because you will only find material app. And how to fix this? Well, the Flutter way is like one of the Flutter ways is to wrap it into a builder widget. And what builder widget does, it introduces another context in next node. And then if you access the scaffold via this context, it will look up the widget that is on top of it and will find scaffold. So the idea is to introduce another level context in order to find the parent widget. And there's another way. For example, if you don't want to wrap it into a builder, you can extract it into your own custom widgets and also introduce another context and then access it from there. Okay, let's take a look at the second type of .off context pattern methods, and those are dependents. One of the most popular ones, and I'm pretty sure all of you have used it so far, is media query. So if you have used media query, you know that it updates your UI even without you doing anything besides just requesting it in your build method and calculating the size. So you don't need to do anything else, any subscriptions or so on, nothing to handle. Just fetch the size or insets and you're good to go to get the updates. So in order to understand how this magic happens, let's take a look inside the media query class. First of all, we see that media query extends a new type of widget called inherited widget. And if we take a look at the inherited widget, we can see that it also has a create element method, not that new for us, similar to the stateless element, except that it creates its own type of element. There is also no build method, but there is a new method that we haven't seen before, and it's a method called update should notify that returns a boolean and accepts an old widget as a parameter. So we can assume that it compares the old widget and this widget, and if they have any differences, then it returns true. Yeah, oops, sorry. Forgot to highlight it. Then if we take a look inside of the media query of method, we can see that again on the context, we call a new method, a new of the scary method, which is called depend on inherited widget of exact type. And in here, the depend word is the important one because there are two things happening here. First of all, via this method, you are looking at media query up in the tree. And if it exists, it returns to you the media query. And if it doesn't, then an error will be thrown the same as with scaffold. But the next thing, the most important one, is that besides just looking up this widget, it adds the color of this widget. So basically the color of this method, your widget from which you're calling this, to its internal list of dependents. So set, I think it was a set. So it adds your widgets to the set. And whenever something changes in this media query or any other inherited widget, it notifies all of the dependents. So that's how you get the updates in your build method if you have used it in your build method. And there can be one more case. So let's take a quick look at this widget. Static home page, extends stateless widget, and it doesn't do much. It just shows a color text, and this text takes a color from the theme class. But the thing is, we have wrapped several themes inside one another. And your guess first before I show you the result. So question, what color will be the text? Green, pink, or maybe the default blue one? And the answer is pink, because it looks up and finds the closest theme to you and takes its parameters. So if when you're accessing some of the classes with the off pattern and you get the wrong result, make sure that you're getting the right widget in the right place of the tree. And one another important error that can happen, both related to too late and basically related to the too late category, is the build context and async gaps problem. So we have learned that at some point the build context, the element lifecycle state, can become defunct, which means that it has been unmounted from the widget tree. And at this point, it's considered an error if any manipulations are performed on it. So what you can do to create a problematic situation is capture the context, pointer to the context in, for example, future callback. So by introducing the async await syntax, and then, for example, your counter text widget has been, and the element related to it have been removed from the widget tree. Your future completes, and it tries to access the scaffold messenger. And what happens then? Unhandled exception. Looking up at the activated widget ancestor isn't safe. At this point, the state of the widget element tree is no longer stable. So this is where the understanding of the lifecycle shines. So why this happened? Because the widget was already unmounted, so it's not safe to call to capture context in async gaps. And what you can do with this, first of all, if you haven't yet enabled the lint use build context synchronously, it will highlight the places where this error can potentially happen. And starting from Flutter 3.7, it has been added to this table, the mounted check on the context. You will say, Daria, I most surely have already used mounted check, and you have probably used it on the state object of a stateful widget, but from 3.7, it has been added to the context API too. Okay, and very quickly, because we're running a bit out of time, stateful widget relationship with build context. So just a quick reminder, what is a stateful widget, how it looks like. As opposed to stateless widget, it has a state, and how it works, you actually create two classes, the widget and its state, and in the create state, you pass this state that you have created. So if we take a peek inside the stateful widget source code, we again see that it has the familiar method create element, except that it creates a stateful element. Then it has a new method create state, which we also have already done many times. And yes, just an example where this create state is overridden and called. And if we take a look inside the stateful element constructor, we see that this create state on the widget is called in the constructor of the element. So state is created when the element is created at the time of first insertion. So that's how we maintain it, because widgets can change many times, but state and element are best friend for life, quite literally. They start their life together and they get unmounted also together, and their life cycles are interconnected. So that's how you can change state in your stateful widget. Okay, and quickly recap the most important method of the lifecycle of stateful widget and problems that could be related to it. Init state is called only once per life cycle. So yeah, init state is called only once per life cycle, and this is very important because if you subscribe to an inherited widget in an init state or any other method, for example, constructor, that is called only once per life cycle, you won't get the update of the inherited widget. Also, the documentation says that in init state, the widget tree is not yet ready to subscribe to inherited widget changes. But yes, the main thing is that if the methods get called once per life cycle, you won't get updates in there. So be mindful of that. What you can do though is depend on inherited widgets in the did change dependencies method. This method is called every time after init state, so you can do all your inherited widget initializations related in this method, and also every time inherited widget changes. So this method will always get calls if anything in the inherited widget has changed. So it's safe to subscribe here. Now, the most common method, the build method, is called every time after did change dependencies, did update widget, and set state. So one important thing is that you don't need to call set state in method did change dependencies and did update widget, because build will always be called after them. And this is a place where also it is safe to subscribe to inherited widget, but our tip regarding performance, if you want less rebuild, you can push subscription to inherited widget a bit down the tree. Yeah, and the next method is did update widget. So this is basically the method that it gets called every time that the widget has changed, because even if the widget is a stateful widget, the long-living object is state and the element, not the widget itself. The widgets are still immutable. The base class of widget is immutable. So even with stateful widget, the widget gets changed and updated. And in case you need to react to any of those changes, you can use the update widget for that. Set state called by the developer to trigger rebuild. And dispose, this is the last method that is important to us. It is called by the framework when the widget is getting unmounted from the widget tree. This is the place where you do all of your cleanup. And this is a place where the pointers to widget and so on become null. And also the lifecycle state of the element becomes defunct, which means that accessing state or context after is dangerous. Don't do this because it will result again in errors. All right, that's it. Now let's do a quick review. What we have, the widgets that we have covered today. So I split them by category. So stateless widget, stateful widget, component, don't know anything about drawing, just using widgets that are already created. Render object widget that do all of the heavy lifting and render, they don't build. Inherited widget that doesn't render and doesn't build anything, but is used solely to pass the data down the tree. They all have corresponding elements, and the ones that you will mostly use in your Flutter development are stateless widget and stateful widgets. less often inherited widget, and very rarely the render object widget. And yes, the most important methods of those widgets are build for stateless and stateful, update should notify for inherited widget, and create and update render object for render object widget. And the most common error types are related to lifecycle, too early, for example, called in constructor, in init state, or in late initializations, or too late, which can also be in late initializations or after dispose method, and too high, not finding an ancestor, or too low, finding several ancestors of same type and fetching you the one closest to you and being not the one that you want, or a combination of any of those problems. Okay, thank you very much. I know this was a little bit fast, and there are many more details in my article, which I've written for Code Magic. You can find it on the Code Magic blog. You can connect with me on Twitter, find me on GitHub. Also, the article can be found there, and you can also ask any questions if I don't answer them today. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daria, for such an insightful talk. I know a lot of Flutter beginners sometimes, like when they start, it's something that they don't really dive this deep into, like widgets and render objects. And it's sometimes it happens like they just have the surface level knowledge, which actually like when they start, it's like okay, like they are able to make apps, but it's really important to actually know how they are all connected and how all the classes are built and how uh, these type of errors, it's really important to understand them, and it really helps in debugging as well. So thank you very much for the insightful talk, Daria. I can see some questions from the audience, and I would like to um, send it across to you. So there's a question: Can a render object have can a render object have widgets as children?
I'm not an expert on render objects. I'm more on build context and elements, but I think yes. Basically, render objects and custom render widgets are usually used when composing widget via stateless and stateful is not as performant as you want it. So if you need something very custom and you need it to be like super fast, then you might look into the render object, and the canvas is yours.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, another question is the life cycle. The life cycle calls the build method who draw the widgets, but what's the importance of other methods like init state, did update widget, and dispose, and when should someone use it?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let's remember for a second that when the build method can be called, it can be called up to 120 times per second. So that's like a lot. And it means that your build method should be super fast, like blazing fast. Because if it's not, if you do any like API calls, JSON serializations, database accesses, and so on and so forth, things that take time, you will drop frames, your UI will stutter, jank, unhappy users. So in order to do initial initializations, you use init state. And in init state, you, for example, can access the fields that have been passed to your stateful widget in the constructor. Because you, as a developer, interact with widgets via the widget API, not via the state API. And if anything in those parameters in this widget has changed, then the did update widget method get called, where you can do reinitializations, I'm sorry, based on those new fields, and so your build method will stay fast. And dispose method is called in the end of the life cycle. And if you have created any controllers, so text editing controllers, scroll controllers, animations controllers, they retain pointers to your widget, and you need to close them. You need to close the sinks and so on in this dispose method. Otherwise, they will stay in the memory forever and cause memory leaks, and again, UI stutter.
Yeah, that's true. That was a very concise and clear answer. Thank you. So I can see another one which says all the widgets have the key parameter. So using build context, how can I get advantage of it?
Okay, so keys is like a different, a separate topic which you can talk about, and there are two types of keys, global keys, global key and local keys, different types of local keys too. And one of the examples would be, for example, you have a list view that creates same type of object, and you need to distinguish between them. So to make sure that the Flutter doesn't replace the widget with the other widget because they have the same runtime type, you can pass them either unique keys, which will make just all of the widgets unique, or for example, based on their value or objects, especially if you need to do some reshuffling in the list view and so on. And then there is global key that you need to use with caution, but there are some cases where it's used, for example, for navigation over the app, because this is a key that is shared by several widgets.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I don't think this question is related, but if you may want to, so somebody has asked, does the Flutter SDK has any corresponding mapping to Gradle version whenever any new Flutter project is shipped?
I'm not sure about that. For me, it's always a game of combination when I try to make Gradle work, because sometimes it can break with Android Studio versions and so on. So I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, I don't see any more questions, but I really wanted to learn more about your Bunny Search app. If you could tell the audience about like how you got the inspiration to make it, and anything just a little bit more about your app.
Sure. Actually, last year at this same conference, Flutter Global Summit 2022, I've given a talk about how to build your pet project from scratch. And this was on the example of Bunny Search, and where I reviewed all of the technical decisions, whys and hows. And the idea for this app has come to me because I've been thinking, I use like makeup, decorative makeup, and just like face wash and cosmetics in my real life. And ever since I had started doing that, I've been thinking about like the cruelty factor, because cosmetics can be tested on animals for safety and other stuff, but that's not the only way. Because they're like, especially nowadays, there are many other ways which you can test for safety without involving any cruelty. And it's really hard to just Google this, because there are like many parameters about how to understand whether the brand is cruelty free or not cruelty free. So I decided to collaborate with a woman who is an expert in the statuses, and she provides the data, I provide the technical expertise, and that's how the idea came, and the implementation too.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and yeah, I think that was all. And thank you so much for joining. It was a pleasure to have you. There's another question I can see. Okay, so how to manage the code base and UI for Android and iOS, and how can we reduce the APK size in Flutter? Just a general question, like what could like the good practice, how to maintain the code and reducing the APK size.
Okay, so the first question, how to manage code base and UI for Android and iOS. From my experience, a lot of especially more popular products tend to use their own like design system, which is not too tied with like the platform specific components. But even if it is, in your Flutter app, you can abstract away all of those ifs. For example, if you need to use Cupertino or material elements under some design system widgets, and then have a special folder for those design system widgets, and then reuse them all over the app. It will help your app and code base to be more consistent and introduce changes in all of the widgets, and not in just one place, in every place, or one place, sorry. And how reduce APK size in Flutter. There are several ways. First of all, look at the analyzer tools, why it is increased, what exactly is the problem. A lot of the times it's related to resources like images. You can compress them and you can check if you have any unused resources that get bundled and so on. Check if you are fetching any libraries into your classes that are not actually used, the code that could be like removed and so on. And you can also use a flag. For Android, you can use App Bundle, which bundles Android apps for different architectures, making them smaller and not just one big fat APK. And also, there's a flag split per ABI, I think. There's also, it's in the documentation of Flutter, which drastically reduces the size of your code base because it strips the debug symbols and making like physically less code, which takes physically less memory. And also, yeah, this reduces the final size of the app.
Yeah, that was very helpful. And yeah, thank you so much, Daria, for joining us. It was a very insightful talk, and I'm sure everyone has learned a lot. So thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, and have a good evening with the rest of the talks. Bye.
Yeah, have a good day. Bye. So yeah, so that was a very insightful talk, and let's move on to our next speaker, who is Thomas. He's a security consultant at Talsec, and he will be talking about how developers can protect and secure their apps from just the hackers, and how they can practice some common techniques and secure their apps. So let's welcome Thomas on stage. Thank you,
Hello,
Thomas, for
everyone.
joining us.
Nice to see you, everyone. I see you are having a great time. So, should I
Yeah,
start?
thank you. Yeah, Thomas, sure. So the stage is all yours, and I'll join you back with some questions from the audience.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, let's start. Hello, everyone. I'm Thomas Sokal, and I work in Talsec as a mobile security consultant. Thank you for being there. I'm excited to present how to hack and how to protect Flutter apps at this great conference. So, to say a few words about Dalsec, we are a leading Flutter security vendor with in-house security research. We develop free and full RASP SDKs. We protect apps and APIs together with Epicrypt technology. And we are based in Czechia, that's the country famous for the best beer in the world. Our tools help make banks' clients protected against theft. We help to protect APIs of e-learning platforms, and we secure game developers against cheaters. I will use our tools for demonstrations during this talk, but I will show you alternative approaches whenever possible. Today, I'm going to be talking about important knowledge for Flutter devs. This talk is full of original content, current hacking methods, and protection techniques available nowhere else. Together, we will disassemble application, extract its secrets, make a fake loan, inject code, and steal authentication tokens. So, some motivation, better vision in app payments theft. Back in the day, I had an opportunity to interview a friend of mine whose app was hacked. He created a popular application Better Vision, which was for the blind and visually impaired. And there was a good reason for over 100k installation John's creation has achieved. Better Vision could turn phone's camera to powerful assistant, easing a daily routine for disabled users worldwide. And with success, however, soon came difficulties. John's app suffered a cloning attack, and his enough purchases got stolen. And that's freaking sick, right? So, let me show you real quick. In the beginning, there was a fast development of features and some business development, which, however, resulted into poor security. The application was cloned by some guy forums, on hacking forums, and this guy even not only cloned this application, but he even replaced the payments code, the payment gate, with his own. So he basically got all the payments himself. And as my friend said, he assumes that although Android had 4 times as many users than iOS, profits were 4 times smaller because of cracked versions being available on those forums. So, let's to say some quote. One single vulnerability is all an attacker needs. This is from Wendell Snyder, who is Chief Security Officer in Fistel Technologies. We've researched the internet and we have seen a lot of posts, basically people asking everywhere how to protect secrets and know-how, intellectual property in their app. And this is a huge problem. The reverse engineering, stealing of know-how and tokens. So we've decided to do something with that. To understand how to hack application, I will show you the basics real quick. The basic tool you should know about and the capability this tooling gives to hackers, right? So, uh, like most important tool for hackers is a routing app called Magisk. This application basically gives the hacker ability to inspect any application to give a root privilege in Android system, and this gives him a power to modify whatever asset, whatever he needs, inspect everything, access everything. Next tool, which is oftentimes used, is Frida. It's a hooking framework, which means that you can use this while your application is running. So hacker can use this tool, run your application, and for example, modify its behavior or whatever he likes. I skip to APK tool. This tool gives me power to take your application, disassemble it, and then I can directly modify sources of your application. And one tool I personally really like is Mobile Security Framework. This tool can inspect every application and give you a lot of insights. It's like a hacking IDE. You just drag and drop the app into it, and then you can navigate your application and check whatever secrets are hidden, check code, check every activity and every embedded secret. So this is really powerful tool for quick research. One tool which is often used by cheaters is called Lucky Patcher. This tool gives you power to remove license verification, remove Google Ads, and other common like business models for applications. So if you are a developer, you can't afford to have your license verification or Google Ads ref removed. And to go a little bit deeper, one of reverse engineering uh, top disassembler tools is Gydra. This basically can take your Flutter application, which is basically your Dart code is transpiled to C code, which is in the end turned into assembly code. So this tool is capable and can turn the assembly code into readable C code. So it can help to reverse engineer code, and you have to put a special effort to protect against such reverse engineering. One of the latest, and I would like to emphasize the most capable tools for reverse engineering of Flutter app is called reflutter. Reflutter can open application and unlock the SSL pinning. So you can basically hook this application and inspect every network call and read the content of every network call. So I know that this was a lot of tooling. So I just wanted you to know what's available, what like a landscape of tooling in this area. Now let's go on to App Store data. I believe that not many of you have reverse engineered app yourself, so I wanted just to show you how easy it is to access, for example, shared data. So applications are full of databases, tokens, access and bearer tokens, JOTs, some shared preferences, config file, user configs, and I will show you how to steal an Firebase JOT token later. So let's assume you have application and you want to modify its shared preferences. This is a really common attack. So I took a really common plugin shared preferences. Every Flutter dev knows it. So I created a simple application. You don't have to read code, of course. The code is there just for simple demonstration. It's just simple hello world code, which is a simple counter. So you basically create shared preferences, hit Flutter run, and this is a simple counter application. Whenever you hit plus button, the counter increases, so 1, 2, 3 times. This is basic counter application. And I will show you how to steal such a value. I know this is nothing precious, but just to feel the urgency in this protection area. Okay, and some of you, and I know a lot of devs, would like to argue that there are no rooted devices and that the Android or iOS is sound or secure platform now. And no, it isn't. I have some examples of vulnerable systems that is unsecured platforms or environments for your application. First two are device rooted by user deliberately or rooted emulator. Both of these are common in a hacking sphere, and rooted emulators are often present in form of gaming emulators. So if you develop a game and your users would like to run your application on one of popular emulators on their desktops, they will probably encounter this. Then, really dangerous vulnerability or backdoor to your application can be a malicious third-party dependency. Um, I believe you've heard like 1 year ago there was a log4shell vulnerability which allowed to it was more to logging, but there are often some malicious plugins or vulnerabilities in third-party plugins which you even don't know. You just drag and drop a plugin into your application and you don't care, but just pay attention because such a malicious third-party dependency has the same privileges as your application and can, for example, steal tokens from your application because it has the same scope access as your application. Then, last two vulnerable systems are, of course, new OS exploits or unpatched OS or hardware exploits. There were some dirty cow attacks recently, and of course, older Androids or older iOS systems are left vulnerable, and applications can be hacked on these platforms. So, you have now some idea that I hope you have now some idea that applications are always encountering vulnerable environments. Okay, back to the shared preferences attack. So we put some value into this shared preference file. So how to hack it? So I will use this emulator, which is equipped with root access thanks to Magisk, some uh, file manager, in this case it's Total Commander, and I will open the file manager and navigate to apps location. On the Android, it's really easy. I will go from root through the data, data, apps, and in my case the application has a package name of com example my app. So I'll visit this directory, open it, and I am in it. So in this case, always your Flutter shared preferences looks like this. This XML file is the whole shared preferences file. So you can simply edit it. So I'll open it and I can see that you may have it a little bit small, but trust me, there is a Flutter counter value free, such a simple text. So I'll just rewrite this value to 3 to 1, let's say, and run the application again, and I can see in the UI that this value was directly displayed. So the main message of this block was to show you that you can access and modify shared preferences. And I will show you something. This file on the right is, is obscured, but it comes from a real application I reverse engineered some time ago. It was some gaming platform, and it basically gave me all all the access to apps logic, to endpoints, some passwords, and I've even recovered a token so I could directly modify whatever game was being played on the server at any time. So beware and don't put a lot of sensitive things into your client code. It's always recoverable. Now, the really funny part. How to steal Firebase Auth token. I believe a lot of us use Firebase authentication. It's de facto standard in our Flutter world, right? So I created simple application. You've seen this site a lot of times, so just add Firebase to your Flutter app, and I set up a simple UI to access this Firebase authentication. So basically email password authentication. I tap in my email and I believe you could guess the password. Yes, is 123456 and I am signed in. So the question is this safe or is there any vulnerability? And you know there is. So let's show it. Oh, there is console where you can see that this account was created, but this screen shows again the internals of my application. So in this case, I created application, and if I navigate to its internals like I did before, I will find always this file which stores my authentication token. It means that a hacker who is able to get into this file is always able to impersonate this user. So if I open this file, I will show you in another tool the content. I just copy pasted this text into a Jot.io website where you can inspect jots. So you can see that this jot contained my whole authentication information, my identity signing provider, and all the necessary parts to authenticate me. So you see, this is a common JOT token authentication pattern. So, and before I will explain the whole attack, I need to show you also a repackaging because the idea will also depend on a repackaging. So don't forget, the Firebase JOT token will be stolen after a few slides, you will see. So, repackaging attack is an attack which takes a regular application, unpacks it, like unzips, and turns it into a weaponized application like some malware, stealer, or other kind of malware. You can imagine that a hacker may be tempted to take your application and inject some code into main activity, which is still present in Flutter apps. They are depending heavily on standard Android components. It can be done through Smutty code. I won't show you now. It's just for to make it quicker. Uh, Attacker can inject some intent which will open a malicious website directly on start, and hacker can also add custom activities, paywalls, for example, paywalls like I've told you in a better vision case, or he can harvest credentials which we will use to collect those Firebase auth tokens. So this is some explanation of repackaging attack. And to show you that it's really easy to do, I will show you a few commands. Don't try to read it, but I will tell you that this will use APK tool and your application, open it. Now you will take the application, your application, and try to hack it. So for example, rename the package name and rename the app's name. So I will change package name in a few places. Don't try to read the code, it's just for demonstration. And um, this code, after a few changes, will be turned back into weaponized application. So I changed the name of application into correct app, right? Correct app. So you can use a few commands to create, like, assemble back the application, and you will end up with an application which is enriched by attacker into something dangerous. So this application is just this Apple align sign this file. This is standardized APK file which can be delivered through Play Store or through email or Google Drive to unknowing users. So this application is weaponized now. And here is a whole chain of this attack. Just imagine, attacker will repackage your application and inject a code which will take the JOT token, and he will be able to impersonate your application. This repackaged application will be delivered to many users, and once they sign in, those JOT tokens will be uploaded to attacker's controlled command server, and he can use these JOT tokens in any arbitrary posts, for example, to get some data through your API. In this case, I wrote some transactions. So, for example, imagine your application can transfer some cash, some funds from person Alice to person Bob, and this attacker will be able to transfer those money to his pocket. So this chain is a serious attack, and that's something we encounter every day in our line of work. So to protect against this impersonating, I will teach you how to protect your application. And that that means that I need to show you what's RASP shielding. RASP stands for Runtime Application Self-Protection. It is usually a special SDK, which will give your application capability to detect and react in case it's being hacked. Common hacking attempts are on rooted devices or emulators. using debugger or Frida, which I mentioned previously, and it oftentimes needs to check the code signature and other things. So all these signs of hacking need to be checked, and that's what Rasp is for. It helps you to DRM your application, it helps you with licensing, IP protection, and overall end user safety. So I will just move on to this slide because this is something practical. Imagine, or I believe you already have an application. So if you need to protect your application, I am happy to announce that that Talsec provides for free, like a tasting, free Rasp. You can find this Rasp on pubdev, just pubget free Rasp, and you can install it into your application and be protected against main threats. No strings attached. We delivered and we created this SDK to be capable to protect your application on Android and iOS platform. It's community developed, so we accept pull requests. And nowadays, if um, I checked it like last week, it protects more than 500 apps. So if you want to drop a Rasp into your application and get protection in a no time, just pubget free Rasp. And I will show you a short snippet. I will focus just on this upper part because this lower part is basically the same. It's just Android and iOS variant. So on Android, you want to react in this callback if it's rooted, if the device is emulator, if there is hooking detected, or if application is tempered. That means like repackaged or other kind of statical attack. And if it's, for example, installed from unverified store, because oftentimes these cracked versions are delivered through other channels, like I said, like APK file downloaded from some shady store. So if it's not from a verified, like usually verified to Play Store or Huawei App Gallery, and of course iOS App Store. So if it's downloaded or installed from other source, it will be automatically triggered and you can react and protect user from using cracked application. So simple, right? Rasp is also part of a new OWASP mobile application security standard. Uh, I don't have much time to explain this, but if you want to have your application pen tested, if you are developing a serious application which needs to adhere to some penetration testing methodology, you will mostly encounter OWASP MAS standard, and this is a guide which will help you to understand various security methods and what to do. So if you are interested into like corporate or like a high level and in-depth security, and which is conformant for penetration testing, check the OWASP MAS standard. Okay, and now I would like to introduce you our best offering and one of the most evolved technology for protection of application. Like I've said that the Rasp is good, right? But we did something better. We realized that the protection of application itself, that means the client, is not enough. And we developed a special solution which will protect the whole channel from application to your backend. Because you oftentimes need your backend, your API, to accept only a legitimate app calls. So whenever there is some attacker trying to hack your backend,
he will fail because you won't use epicrypt. Epicrypt technology, which we developed, helps you to secure this connection between your application and your app and your API in such a way that only requests from your application will be delivered and accepted. And that is something really precious. Our technology works to help against API abuse, botnets, fake registrations, impersonation, brute force attacks, man in the middle attacks, or session hijacking, and few other attacks. And it basically blocks each traffic coming from source and other than your legitimate origin app. So I wanted to show this technology because I believe that this is something you will encounter in the future, and I believe that this is a future of mobile application protection. So our technology basically uses RASP in your device. So you will use application that's on the left side. On the right side is a backend, your API. So the RASP in your application through the Epicrypt will diagnose the device and your application and will give you an integrity cryptogram which holds all the information about security of this device and application as a whole, and you send this cryptogram with every API call to your backend. On the backend side, this cryptogram is decrypted, and if the cryptogram seems to be legit and doesn't contain any signs of hacking, this request will be transferred to your business logic of your backend. And it has a lot of advantages because you can imagine that your backend side will struggle if your app will be hacked and as you've seen with the repackaging attack or the Firebase alt attack. So this technology can prevent majority of attacks which are known nowadays. There are other approaches, but this is something which is much more stronger for it than, for example, certificate pinning or other network protections, because this adds many more layers of security on top of standard security. And because I think that I exhausted my available time, I want to have a short summary what you've seen, and then I would like to ask you what you think, what are your questions. So basically, shout on me what you would like to know. I will try to answer my best. So in this talk, to summarize, we've seen better vision in a payments theft. We have seen hacking tools. We have seen shared preferences attack. We have seen vulnerable systems like the rooted devices or third-party dependencies. We have seen how to steal Firebase auth token, and it doesn't have to be Firebase, it can be basically any token stolen. We have seen how to repackage application. We have seen how to protect application against all of these attacks thanks to RASP shielding. I have to mention the free RASP plugin again, which is free. You can try it in your application, and if you will like it, you can maybe check our other offering for stronger RASP suits. And I've shown you quickly OWASP standard and the Epicrypt technology, which is a device and app integrity proof for backends. So basically solution to protect both your app and API at once against any kind of reverse engineering common nowadays. So I want to thank you for listening me this whole 30 minutes. I hope you learned something new that you will maybe use in your future, something new that will help you with your developer career. So
Thank you. I'm Thomas. I'm from Talsec, and I hope I delivered at least some insights what's to how to hack and how to protect Flutter apps. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas. That was a very insightful talk, and it was nice to just learn about different hacking tools that hackers use to just hack the apps. A lot of Flutter developers might not have noticed, like, might not securing the Flutter app part that much, and it was nice to just learn so many things from you. And there are a couple of questions from the audience that would like to ask you. So somebody has asked, how secure is a Flutter secure storage package in comparison with shared preferences and other options?
Thank you for this question. Uh, I have seen this question a few times in the past, and I know about this Flutter security plugin. And we basically checked this plugin for one of our clients, and the final verdict was like that it's not the best hardening or hardened storage available nowadays. There are some issues with this plugin. You can use it for simpler apps, of course, but if you are like a fintech or other industry or other medical or more demanding industry, there are other storage technologies which are more sound and uh, more secure against hacking. So you can ask us for some business talk, and we can offer you some insights into this topic.
Yeah, yeah, sure. So there's another question where they're asking, for each risk scenario detected, do you have suggestions for a generic solution in our app, or need to deal with every by themselves? Like you told about free RASP. So it will
Yes.
help the developers in detecting. So will it also suggest the solutions for it?
Yes, like general solution for Flutter app, I would advise to use free RASP at every app you develop. It's like nowadays baseline for reverse engineering protection. I don't know about any other such a complex suite which is free and capable to protect you against so many threats at once. And I believe that this question also would like to know that this question would like to know how to react. So basically, I have seen in my experience that the most common reaction is whenever there is some hacking attempt detected to stop any sensitive operation in the application and display user with some widget saying, "Oh, you are being probably hacked. Check whether this device is legit and maybe try this application from another source, like from a legitimate source on another device." So basically, uh, our bank clients prefer just to stop operation and warn user about detected threats, and that's it. Thank you for the
Okay,
question.
yeah, yeah. Somebody has asked how they can secure the Firebase backend access.
Yes. As I've seen, one of the most common and recommended protection and security rule for Firebase backend is just to have properly configured the rules. There is some part of configuration for Firebase where you can set up all the endpoints and roles. So this is something you should definitely have well done. And as I've talked about the Epicrypt technology which we provide, this Epicrypt technology works with Firebase as well. So you can or you should do proper rule settings within Firebase, and you can add additional layer of security with Epicrypt.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, API will definitely help the developers. So another question is, are there any tools like APK tool or any other that can be used on iOS devices? And is it harder to hack into a Flutter app or a native one?
Thank you for the question. Speaking of the first part, uh, I am not well into iOS ecosystem, and I don't know about uh, similar tool to APK tool. I believe there are, but this is not my domain, so I will just say sorry, I can answer. But for the second part, whether it's harder to hack into Flutter app or a native one, I have to say that from my experience is equal. There is no difference between hacking Flutter app or native one. You can basically open or crack open any of these. Um, since Flutter is younger than native apps, you have to be a little bit more skilled and have better tooling, but majority of vectors, attack vectors, are the same for both these worlds. Thank you for the question.
Okay, yeah. So somebody has asked if rooting devices and downloading patched apps seems like a thing that only few users would do. So is it common enough to make a dent in the app revenue by doing that? What's your
Well,
opinion?
this is a tricky question. Like this is more of the business decision, and if your application is or your business is dependent solely on the revenue made from a sold application, in that case, it depends if you uh, like if your revenue is interesting. Like if you are a big application, I will say some like a really big player, you can't risk, of course. So if you are a small player, you may risk a little bit more. But if you are solely depending on the revenue from hacked apps, you are like some PUBG or other big player, you basically have to have a RASP. And I would like to add that there is another thing, and that is not only the damage of revenue, but also your brand recognition. So, for example, a few years ago, Spotify was hacked, and there were available Spotify clones, which was really serious, and that was a real loss in brand recognition. And as I said, there are other precious things like your application can have embedded other, for example, machine learning models, which are really expensive. You may have some algorithms which are like secret for you wouldn't like to show them in public. So there are other things which you are protecting with RASP and other technologies. So thank you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for a lot of apps, I have noticed, like, I think everyone would have noticed on Play Store or App Store, it's like they use the same logo, so many users get confused and download not the real
Precisely.
app, not the original, just a clone app. Yeah, so that's a risky thing, and obviously, like, it's very important to have robust security measures. So another question is, can you suggest some alternative for dot environment package to store some crucial data? Because when I use with Flutter Web, we can see it easily using Element Inspector. So
Mm, this is a tricky question since there is in fact alternative, but it's nothing I could help you right now. It's called like white box cryptography or complex obfuscation. So if you want to use some secrets in your client's code, which you would then like to embed into client's code, and you can't do anything else, like deliver them from the server side, for example. So in such case, and it's a really common case, like yes, it's not academically secure, but it's a real world. So in that case, businesses tend to use some obfuscation suite, some white box cryptography to hide those secrets. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Why, like, that's something people should look into. I had a question. So my question was, if somebody is using different packages, I mean, everyone uses for a lot of things, there are different packages. So is a pre-RASP able to just detect all the like discrepancies even in the packages, or it detects and tells the developer about the same as well, or is there a different tool to even detect that
Like
in
if your application is being backdoored through some third-party application which is collecting some data from within your application, and it's doing some bad things from within your application, there is basically nothing we can do about it, because we can't know whether you you are okay with this code and with this operation. Like you you edit this code, so it's your responsibility to be sure that it's okay. So no free RASP won't protect you against malicious third-party dependencies, because there is nothing we can do about it, or nothing we can do about it right now. So sorry, but this is a responsibility of every developer to inspect and trust packages which are embedded into application. Thank you for the question.
yeah, yeah, definitely. So, this question is not related to talk, but if you would like to answer, somebody has asked if you can talk about the future of Flutter and its role in mobile development industry and effects of emerging AI on Flutter developers. Somebody wants to know how ChatGPT, if ChatGPT can replace Flutter developers or not.
Okay, so I will use some information I've gained recently. Speaking of role of Flutter in the mobile app development industry, I know that a lot of people, a lot of businesses invest nowadays only into Flutter development. Like I've seen a lot of projects which are being developed right now behind the closed door, which you will see in the future. So I know that a lot of people really believe into Flutter technology and into its future. So if you are, for example, deciding between Flutter and some Cordova, some React Native or native approach, I have to say that a lot of people nowadays transition into Flutter. And the second part, I don't have any opinion about AI and Flutter developers.
That's okay. Yeah. So I think that was all. Thank you, Thomas, so much for your talk and just giving us such insightful information about securing the Flutter apps. And thank you for joining us. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. It was really amazing presentation.
Thank you. So,
Yes, I just want to take 1 minute to announce that we have kind of unpredictable situation. You know that the situation that happened in Turkey, so Asra was not able to join the stream because she just doesn't have the internet connection, and next speakers also had to have now her PC just crashed, So I really hope that your GitHub will record your presentation, maybe share it with us later so we can send like additional speech for you. We are about to do 10 minutes break and we will continue with the next block of speeches. So it will be only two speeches. It will be one from Gonzalo and one from Fabian. I really hope that you will enjoy them. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience and trouble that happens today, but yeah, it's a live stream and this is what happens to people in real life when it's not pre-recorded and when it's not um, prepared before. So we also have few announcements for you that we would like to mention. Of course, we are about to do next Flutter Global Summit 2023, I think point 2 or volume 2. We'll see how it will sounds better in the future. It will be closer to winter. It will be December, maybe January. We will try to get the best updates for you that we can create. So yeah, you can check junior track for free or senior track early bird price. Also, I think we still have a promo code that works for tomorrow. You can get the ticket just for $99 with Flutter 99. We really love how active you are, how many questions you are asking, and yeah, I really hope to see you tomorrow as well. So you can use the promo code Flutter99. And one more really important announcement that we have free workshop, completely free workshop from Majid and his co-workers. So they prepared workshop about supercharging Flutter and Firebase by using extensions. It will be 3 hours of free workshops that you can just register and check, and we will send all details to your email. So feel free to join the workshop. Feel free to ask anything that you want from Majid and his co-speaker. Yes, also we have some upcoming events that are coming. Yes, so our next event that will be right in 1 week. It will be, let me show you. It will be Angular Global Summit 2023. It will be February 14th and 15th. So please check the information. We also have a special offer for you. With promo code Flutter99, you can join Pro Track, and just for free, you can join Junior Track and know more about Angular. Also, the next event after Angular, we have online summit for Java developers. It will be right in 2 weeks, February 21st and 22nd. Also, the same promo code Flutter99 and junior track for free and senior track for $99. It will be a pleasure to see you there. And of course, we are preparing the best speeches for you. One more, and but not less important, is React Global Online Summit. It's we will have that event April 18th and 19th. We still have the price $99 for the React event, and you can join junior track just for free. We already announced for 7 speeches, and I really waiting to announce more speakers for you. It will be really amazing, and it will be our 6th event. So yeah, we are working really hard to keep doing the events. So again, thank you for your time, for listening all my announcements. Please don't forget about workshops that we are having. Don't forget about our day tomorrow that we still have a senior track. And of course, you can start registering for our next event, Flutter event. And I can send you some gifts for those who registered first. So yeah, we'll be in touch, and we'll have like 5 minutes break, and we'll come back to you. Thank you.
All right. Awesome talk, awesome presentation. Thank you once again to every speaker, to every program committee member, and to our awesome sponsors from Code Magic. And if you have not checked their product yet, check out their CI/CD platform because it's specifically tailored for Flutter developers. And if you need help with automating your builds, testing, and publishing your mobile apps to the store, definitely check them out. Link will be in the chat. The trial is free. Definitely give it a try. Thank you, Code Magic, for supporting Flutter Global Summit this year.
Hi again. I hope that you could have at least a sip of water or tea or coffee because it's quite long day. I can definitely understand you. I'm sitting here in the backstage from the second round. So yes, thank you again for being with us, for being so active, and please let's do the same for next two speakers. So it's a time to announce our next speaker is Gonzalo Gauto, and he is from Argentina. For him, it's not that late night how it's for me, because for me it's 11:56 p.m. So, but still, I hope that for him it's quite early. And people from Argentina and all Latin America, please also join us and watch his amazing speech. So I'll call to this page Gonzalo just to say hi. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine. I hope you are not that stressed. Everybody, I want to say that Gonzala, it's his first speech today, and I did kind of full crash test for him because I moved him few
That's
times, and
true.
I'm really sorry for that. It's like proper,
Don't
like
worry.
first time proper, proper preparation. You will be ready
No problem.
definitely for other events, like for 100%. You will be ready for everything. If I don't kill the willing to speak after this. So,
No problem,
uh,
no problem.
okay,
It's a pleasure to
so
be here.
then stage is yours. I know that you will tell us who you are, from where you are, and all information about your topic. Guys, be ready and be attentive and ask your question. And I'm see you very soon. See you.
Well, welcome everyone to my talk, how to implement a good logger. In this talk, we are going to see the benefits of having a good logging system. We're going to use the latest version of Firebase Crashlytics and the latest features that they provide, like fatal and non-fatal exceptions reports. That's really useful. It was introduced in the version 2.7.0. And we are also going to implement a simple but efficient login system. First, let me introduce myself. Well, my name is Gonzalo. You can find me on GitHub, on Stack Overflow as Gonzalo Gauto. You can follow me on Twitter as Gonzalo Gauto Dev. I work at Create Thrive as a senior Flutter developer, and I live in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I also have more than 4 years of experience with Flutter and Dart. I really enjoy working with it. Um, I'd really like to share what I have learned in the past few years with you. So hope you find this talk really interesting. First, let me show you an example. Here we can see a simple counter app that it's up and running. Yep, you can see it. But it has one issue. We can increment the counter as expected, but the issue is when we're trying to go to less than zero. Here we can see that we have an exception. We are running in debug mode, so we can see the exception here and the struct trace here, and look and search where the issue is. But maybe this app could be at production, right? In the app stores. The users are going to report that the app is not working, and could be difficult for us to find out where the issue is. In this simple example, we only have two methods, the increment and decrement methods, but in real apps, we are going to have a lot of stuff that's going on, right? And could be difficult to find where the issue is without any kind of error tracking system, right? So um, it's a good practice to have or must to have implement a nice error tracking system in order to have that data in the dashboard, see it, and um, find a way to tackle that kind of issues, right? One of the most common services is Crashlytics. But first, what is Crashlytics, right? First, Crashlytics is a service provided by Google, created by Google, um, that is really, really useful and really easy to use. The Firebase and the Flutter teams have the package Firebase Crashlytics. Right now is at the version 3.0.11. And since the version 2.7.0, we have the feature that we can send reports at fatal, which is really helpful. With that, we can send the issues that are happening into the app as soon as they're happening. So it's really, really nice to have. But maybe um, implement Crashlytics our own and only Crashlytics will be not enough for us. It's also a good practice to have our custom layer or custom service with a login system. Um, with that, we can maybe in the future we can jump between Crashlytics and another service. For example, Sentry is another good service that you can use with Flutter. So that's why we are going to implement a custom logger, but using Mason custom break. But let's jump to another question. What is Mason? Well, Mason is a package that you can find on pub.dev. It's a template code generator which helps team generate files quickly and consistently. This contains a code generator that powers the Mason CLI. That's another awesome tool you can use. Um, and you can use it to build custom code generator tools. So, what break are we going to use? Like I said, we're going to use a custom break that I have built in the last few months that could help you to, in order to create your own custom logger service in just a few seconds. The name of the break is Custom Logger. It's open source. You can go to the repo, see the README. You have nice step-by-step introduction there. You can also, if you have any question regarding the custom logger, you can also open an issue and ask me about it. Maybe we can work together with the community to make it work with another service. Right now, we have some supports to Crashlytics, but maybe in the future we can add support for Sentry service and other kind of stuff that could be really, really useful for all of you. So a little description of this break. This provides a way to create a custom logger and has the option to add Firebase Crashlytics package in order to easily report your exceptions using fatal and non-fatal reports. So let's jump into the code. We are back in the same simple example, but we are going to start adding Mason first. I'm going to stop the app here. I'm going to use the Mason init command in order to initialize Mason in the current directory. That's it, really quick. And then we need to install our custom logger brick using the Mason add command. Can start using it. That's it. And then we need to create our service, right? Make a custom service from scratch by hand could take some time. So that's something that is really nice about custom brick, that it's really, really fast when you're using custom bricks. Here we only need to say Mason make, use make command, along with the custom logger brick, that's the name of the brick. And we can pass the output directory if we want to move it to a certain directory. In this case, we are going to implement the custom logger in the lib core folder. The first question that we can see here is, what is your logger name? By default, it's going to pick custom. We can use the name of our company, maybe wherever name you prefer. In this case, we are going to use the default one. It also asks you if you want to use Crashlytics or not. Maybe you are not going to use it right now because you are going to use another service. In this case, we are going to use Firebase Crashlytics, so I'm going to pick the default one. That's yes. And this will ask you about if you're using Flutter or FVM. FVM is Flutter version manager. In order to have multiple versions of Flutter in different projects, it's really useful tool. I'm using right now FVM, so I'm going to pick yes. And this is going to add Firebase Crashlytics in our spec YAML file. Here we can see that we have the Firebase Crashlytics package with the latest version. So that's nice. Then in the core folder, we can see that we have the logger with a contract, a basic contract with the basic methods that we could need: debug, info, warning, error, critical, exception, all that kind of stuff, log levels, same, and the custom logger implementation right here. We can start the app again. I recommend do this when you have the Firebase Crashlytics dependency. It's better to stop the app if you have the app running and build it again. So going back to the code, here you can see the Crashlytics instance right here. Some docs here. You are going to need to complete the native configuration in order to be able to send data to Crashlytics without any issue. I have already done that, so I'm assuming that in this demo. But here, by default, you're going to see this comment and you can jump into the link and go to the Firebase Crashlytics docs. So that's nice. Okay, so we have all the methods here. Really simple but efficient. And we are going to use in this case the exception method because we are going to report errors. I'm going to pass the error and the stack trace. We can also pass the reason with this an object and the flag fatal. By default, all the exceptions are reported as fatal. Then it's called the log method. This uses Dart devlog here, and it also has a check just to avoid send the logs to Crashlytics when we are in debug mode. Maybe we are working on a new feature and we are trying things and something is not working at all, and we don't want to send that to Crashlytics at the moment that it's happening because we are working on it on something. So in this case, I'm going to hide this type of check just for the demo, but you need to always have it here. Then it's called the log method from Crashlytics. That's built in the Firebase Crashlytics SDK with a message. You can have your custom message here. This is a basic format with the log level, the level name, and the message. Then we can go back here. Here we have the same check. I'm going to hide this just for the demo. And here we can see that we are using the record error method. By default, it's set fatal to false, but we are sending it right here as true. So we can change it wherever we want. And then I'm going to add some breakpoints, just like this. And we can go back to the counter qubit. Like I said, we have only two methods. In real apps, we're going to have a lot of them. So in this case, with this simple architecture, we need to, it's nice to have, nice to do, it's a good practice, have a try catch block here. So I'm going to add it right now. The error and the stack trace, like this. Same here with the first one. Like this. This. And we can initialize here the custom logger like this, custom logger, custom logger instance, like this. I recommend to use dependency injection. Maybe you can use get it in order to have one instance of the logger across the entire app. That makes things easier and cleaner. And here we can start using the exception method. It's provided by the custom logger. This and like this. So we are good to go. Let me restart the app. Simple hot reload. It's clear. So we can go up without any kind of issue. Going to point there. And when we go less than 0, we can see that we have the error, the struct trace. This sends the log to Firebase Crashlytics, and it also reports the error as fatal. Here we can see the Firebase Crashlytics format. That's how it works when you call Firebase Crashlytics.log. And then we can jump into Crashlytics dashboard. This, and here we have it. We already throw an exception in the app, and this reports immediately to Firebase Crashlytics. So this is really useful, right? We don't want to wait too much time in order to figure out that we have an issue in the app. So that's nice. Here we can see the fatal exception. All fatal exceptions are reported as crashes, as you can see in the previous page here. Here you can see that we have one. We can see the app, the Android version, the device, the date and time, the version of the app. Here we have the stack trace, the plain text format. I don't like it, but it's there. With the stack trace, the keys, in keys we can find deception, only deception here, and we can find the logs that we are sending before the exception is reported. We can see that it uses the format that we already have out of the box using the custom logger brick, along with the exception right here. So that's nice. But we can also send the reason, right? Like I said, they enable you to pass a reason, for example. So I'm going to remove this, and maybe we can add a reason here. You can pass a simple string if you want. The main point here is to try to give and send to Crashlytics more context about where the issue is happening, what is the user trying to do. That's a really useful data that we always can send. Um, data is the king here, and the main point also for the talk. So maybe we can add some info. In this case, the user, for example, is trying to decrement the state of state like this. Oops. This. And we can do a hot restart. Go up. Go down again. The logs are fine. And we can go back here. We can see the new issue, and should be this one. Yeah. We can see the stack trace again right here, but in keys we're going to see the reason right here. Like I said, you it's a good practice, at least for me, in my experience. Send uh, all the data that you have, or maybe you consider interesting, uh, when, where, uh, are the questions that you need to do, and send that uh, kind of information to Crashlytics. This will help you a lot when the app is in production. Maybe we can send the user ID, for example. Maybe we are using Firebase Firestore database, and with the ID we can jump into the user collection, the user document, sorry, and see how the data is looking. Maybe we have a bad string format that is causing the app to crash, and we can fix that uh, really quick for that specific user. Sorry, and that's really good, right? Then after that, we can jump and into the stack trace, find whether the issue is, read the context with all the information that we have, and fix the issue really quick, right? So this is a good implementation. We have implemented our own custom login service in just a few seconds. That's mind blowing. Um, and we can start doing other things, right? If we have all covered, we can work on new features and all that kind of stuff. Maybe we can also move the Logger folder to packages and export as a library to have it more isolated. That's another good practice uh, that we can follow, right? Um, I want to say, another thing that I want to say is, and share with you some tips and good practices. Send more info instead of less. Add more context about what the user is doing in the app uh, using it. For example, the user is trying to fetch favorites from the user and the user ID data, collect and send more data about the device, screen sizes, and permissions are really useful. Uh, Also, you can add an extra layer between dev and production environment. It's a really good practice to have a staging environment with production data. If it's possible, you can pass the data between staging and production to keep it up to date. That's a really good practice, because dev doesn't represent users environment at all, so it doesn't cover all the cases. Maybe it could happen only in production and not in dev, so it could make some things difficult to understand. um, and don't forget about testing. It's a must to have while you are building a new app. With this, we can avoid sending bugs to production, for example. Not all, but most of them. So we, if we use all of these tips and good practices along with custom logger and Firebase Crashlytics fatal reports, I think we can build a really strong and stable app. So that's a really good thing, right, for us. It also provides a good developer experience. We can start working on new features. So it's really nice. That's what I want to share with you. So thank you all for being here. You can follow me on Twitter as Gonzalo Cautotev, or follow me on GitHub, Stack Overflow, Ask Gonzalo Gauto. I'm ready for a few questions.
Yeah, and we got a lot of questions. It looks like your presentation was very useful and very interesting for our attendees. And yeah, let's start with questions. So let's start with first one, and it's what are pros and cons of Firebase Crashlytics with Sentry?
Okay.
Yeah, you can see the question also on the screen.
Yeah. Right now, I have experience with Crashlytics mostly. I didn't try Sentry completely, but I know they have a good Flutter SDK with a lot of features. So maybe we can talk later on and try to answer that later. But those are really really useful tools, and I have some people at the team in Free Thrive that works with Sentry and Firebase Crashlytics too, and they have both really really good experience with that. So those are really good tools, I think.
Great. Thank you for your explanation. We have next question that consists of two parts. First one is like a pre-story. I'll show you. In medium to large companies, it may be a demand to have like a base Flutter project that would be easier to bootstrap new projects using like the company's architectural decisions. And here is the question. So, do you think Mason is a good choice in order to achieve such a thing? Can you visualize, describe a path to it?
Okay, that's a really good question. We don't we doesn't will cover the Mason tool at all. Maybe we can jump further with all the kind of stuff that it has, the ability to create our own CLI. We can use it to create our own CLI. That's a really good thing we can do. So that could help you to create your own company structure using a CLI with the tools that you are going to have out of the box. So it's a really good choice, and it's really really helpful and easy to understand. You can see, for example, the very good CLI repo, yeah, that uses Mason under the hood in order to have a project template that you can create as you like. And then with a simple command, you can run, I don't know, for example, Thrive create, and it would create an entire new project with your preferred architecture. So it's really, really useful.
Cool. Thank you for the answer and explanation. I hope it was clear. And next question that we have here is for Firebase Crashlytics. If you want to add flavor and multiple environments, it will be a bit troublesome to set up. Would you have suggestions about this?
Yeah. For that, I recommend to work with the Flutter Fire CLI. That makes the things easier. We can connect to a Firebase project. We choose the names of the project, the platforms if we are going to configure Android, iOS, and the web, um, and then provide the keys to connect to those projects. And with that, you can connect in a simple command uh, one Firebase project for each flavor. So that's really, really useful and really easy to use. You could find some things, some issues regarding iOS native side, but you can solve it really, really quick if you ask in the community. I know that the Flutterfire team is working with a full integration between the very good CLI and the Flutterfire CLI that is going to make uh, things a lot easier. So maybe you can try those tools in order to connect without a lot of issues.
Yeah, I hope they enjoy. So, one more question is here, and there is any way to show the Firebase Crashlytics error in real time? Because in my personal use, the errors only appear in the dashboard when we restart the app.
Well, like I said in the talk, you can use and report errors as fatal if you are using the latest version of Firebase Crashlytics above the version 2.7.0, if I'm not wrong. And that will send the exception report as soon as happening into the app. So that's, I think that's what you're trying to do here. So maybe you can start using it because previously we only had the ability to send it as non-fatal reports, and that those kind of reports could take some time to be sent to Crashlytics.
We have three more questions here. One of them is, what is the difference between Flutter package and Mason brick?
Okay. I don't know if it's saying about the Mason package. One thing are Flutter package, and another thing could be call it a brick. Bricks are code templates that you can use along with Mason, and with that kind of bricks, that templates, you can create some kind of service or class or maybe a qubit uh, inside Flutter using Mason bricks. So those are two different things, right? One is a package that you can pick from pub.dev, and another one is a code template that you can use along with Mason in order to apply it into a Flutter project. So
And
hope that.
two more to go. So how can okay, more? So how can I customize my logs to be different according to the flavor dev or prod environment?
Okay. Maybe you can change. That's that's a really good question, because right now in the custom logger, for example, we only have one type of format when we send the logs with a message, but maybe we can allow a flavor string or some kind format in the constructor in order to enable you to initialize it differently, depends of which flavor you are using it, change that behavior of the logs and make it more customized.
Thank you for the answer. And one more here is, there any tools, loggers, to get a better way of finding the location of the widgets with errors related to the position, size, overflow, such as incorrect use of a parent data widget?
Okay, that's a difficult one, because we usually have the stack trace when we have overflows. For example, we are no not only throwing an exception inside the Flutter framework. We can see the stack trace, but it's really difficult to read. So I understand that question, but I didn't have experience with the tools that could provide a better way to find uh, the location of those widget errors. So maybe it's a good thing to do some research after the talk and try to find a way, right?
Yeah, it's also fine. It looks like you are very popular today and you're getting so many questions. And I promise it's last one because Fabian is also waiting for us in the backstage. So the last one for today is DevTools is good if you're building for web. But if you will build an app only for mobile devices, I mean, maybe I'm missing something.
So, so I think he's asking, she's asking about DevTools if it's good for mobile.
Yes, we are not talking
The,
about TV, we are not talking about web, we're talking only about mobile application.
yeah, DevTools are really useful when you try to find rendering issues, for example, performance issues, and you can use it uh, on web and or mobile too. It's a really useful tool. Uh, but in this talk, we are covering most exceptions that could happen in some methods inside the app and try to send those um, to a nice dashboard that maybe the client of the app could check every time, or we can send trigger some emails to the company when an error is happening. So maybe those tools could work together and work, yeah, and increase the user developer experience.
So thank you for all your questions. Thank you for your presentation. I really have to say thank you and sorry at the same time for messing up the schedule and the agenda, but it's life, it happens. Thank you, and I really hope that you
Thank you
enjoyed
too.
the first time speaking at the conference, and I really hope to see you again at our next events.
Thank you too. Have a good one.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow. Also, you can join the chat. See you.
See you. Bye.
Bye. So our next speaker that we have in a row is Fabian, and I hope that he can hear me and he gets ready in 1 second. Yeah, he is ready and he can hear me. So Fabian is our guest for so many events. I even don't remember event without him. So hi Fabian, how are you doing?
Hi Anna, how are you?
I'm fine. His community also supports us a lot. He's promoting our event, and I hope that your followers and members of your community also join today and enjoying the event and enjoying the content. And of course, we have second day tomorrow. So, Fabian, what will be your topic about?
Okay, today I'm going to talk about Dart full stack, how to use Dart Frog. Let me
It
share.
sounds crazy interesting. So, yeah, let's start sharing the screen. Yeah, I can see it. I leave you for next 30 minutes. 30, yeah. And come back for the Q&A. See you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hi everybody. I hope to. I'm ready. Yeah. Okay, so today I'm talking about Dart full stack with Dart Frog and Flutter. Uh, but first of all, let me introduce. Some people don't know me or who am I. I'm Fabian Varela. I'm Flutter developer since fall 2018. I'm from Colombia, and actually, I'm the Flutter Colombia co-founder and organizer in my country. And a plus, I like to create memes sometimes. It depends the context, but it's a plus when I don't know, I free time. I like to share it. So let's make a TBT and talk about Dart. So Dart was created in 2011 to create console apps, web apps, actually mobile apps with Flutter. You can see, and it has been created or developed by Google, by the Google team. So uh, I like these languages. It's very useful, so in different platforms. So this is the very interesting languages. Okay, the Dart evolution, actually Dart has evolved during 11 years, almost 12 years in some platforms. First of all, Dart start in console. Obviously, all the languages is the basic use in console application. After that, to use in web. However, JS or JavaScript become in the most popular to create web application or websites. But in this case, after years, uh, that is used to the Flutter framework, and in this case is the most popular actually to create multi-platform apps. At the same time, to create backend application or server APIs. It's not popular at all for the moment. And finally, in the past year, and actually, that covering desktop and embedded systems like Raspberry, Arduino, and other systems, IoT. And this is a great jumping that has made. Okay, so the first backend precursors or the first backend tools to create with Dart was Aqueduct and Angel. These libraries or frameworks were the two first backend server frameworks that I meet. I don't know if exist before another tools. In my opinion, these frameworks like Aqueduct, Angel were very complete with different features or some features like ORM to migrate or use databases, OAuth 2.0 to handle authentications, OpenAPI to handle documentations like Swagger or OpenAPI, actually is named like that, and another tools. Unfortunately, these libraries like Aqueduct and Angel have been deprecated. I don't know what is the reason to these libraries literally is dead. I had the opportunity few years ago to use Aqueduct, and Aqueduct was a good tool for me. However, exists a package named Angel 3, this new version to Angel. Uh, I think it was created for another developers, but in this case, I have never used it. What's next? The Dark Frog, in this case, coming to the rescue. This is the grand advantage to create backend server with Dart. So what is Dart Frog? Dart Frog has been created in 2022, 8 months ago. Literally, is a baby Dart Frog, and it was created by the Very Good Ventures team. Very Good Ventures is a great company that create open source tools for the developers, especially by Felix Angelo. He is the creator of the blog packages, the blog, Flutter blog, hydrated blog, broadcast blog, etc. For me, blog is one of the best state management libraries and is excellent to use or to integrate with a mobile application or just Dart, uh, just Dart implementations. Dartfrog is a minimalistic, speedy, and lightweight tool to create your backend server with Dart implementing Shelf. That Shelf is another library to create backend from scratch. Uh, Dartfrog use the Dart dev tools like Flutter, and the testing implementation is very useful and easy to implement. What is the main features until now? Because in the future, Dartfrog maybe implement more features. For the moment, this is the features. First of all, the hot reload is like a Flutter, is similar. It's not necessary to restart the server when to apply the changes. Second, use Dart tools. Uh, can use the Dart tools like Flutter when I make a debug or inspect elements is similar to use with Dart and Dart Frog in this case. Routing is implementation. The routing implementation like file system routes, index routes. In this case, the index routes is, for example, the server slash. In this case, the main index. Nested rows. Uh, the nested rows in this case, the example is, I don't know, the server slash ID or slash user slash ID. The idea is keep one path parameter. In the demo, I will show you. Another is the dynamic routes. The idea with the dynamic routes is set one or more path parameters. This is another functionality very useful. And what's next? The middleware. The middleware is good to validate our request before to enter to the endpoints, or validate our response before to send to the client. This is the functionality to the middleware. Another feature is the dependency injection. This dependency injection is like when use block or provider in Flutter, or maybe get it or locator or service locator is similar to implement it. Build to production, even with Docker. What is the idea? Build our backend to deploy, I don't know, the local server. If you had a server in your office or your company, but is not is old-fashioned, really. Um, Another is deploy to the cloud, and even deploy in a container with Docker. This is very useful. What's next? Static file support. Uh, this feature I can use, I don't know, for example, set an static file like text file, maybe, or I don't know, maybe use HTML file and deploy like my start page. It's like a static page and deploy it. I had an example. I hope to it works, but I show you in the next section, in the next demo. And what else? Finally, the WebSocket support is very interesting and useful. For example, if I need to create a chat server, uh, I can use a WebSocket to connect in real time. Uh, and with Flutter, I can use WebSocket channels to integrate with my backend with Dartfrog. The coming soon features, in this case, are two. The first is generate client packages, and the last one is API documentation, like OpenAPI or Swagger. In this case, is very useful, but exist another tools to create the documentation, but you need more work or more effort to generate this documentation. What is the advantage and disadvantage to use Dartfrog? The advantage is build for speed. In this case, I implement and build my backend, and in this case is lightweight to deploy to. I compare the Dartfrog with Express.js, is the lightweight framework to create backend with Node.js or JavaScript, and Face API. Face API is library to create backend with Python. A data or a curious is a Face API was created by a Colombian developer, and this is a good tool to create backend with Python. 100% coverage testing. This is very useful because the tool that I use to create backend cover the 100% testing and show what is the quality of the code that I have used in my backend project. Comprehensive documentation. If you enter to the dartfrog.dev, you can read the documentation without problem or without confusions. This is very useful to start with the Dartfrog framework or library. Easy system routing, like I said in the before slide, is easy to implement the system routing in the demo I show you. Has a CLI using Mason. Mason is a recommended tool to create templates or boilerplates, and in this case, Dartfrog use on under the CLI to create the files when I start my project in my backend. And the last advantage is can use like backend for games. Even a few days ago, Felix and Dominic uh, show how to create a game with Flame and Dartfrog. In this case, this is the full stack developer because I use only Dart to create my backend, to create my video game, and this is very, very interesting to experiment or I don't know, create a proof of concept. What is the disadvantage for the moment is not bad. Just in this case, the features is not available for the moment, but coming soon in a future, uh, maybe have it. Actually, no has OpenAPI docs. So in this case, I can use maybe a API, or API blueprint to create my documentation. But I don't know if API is powered by Oracle and Oracle is equal to cost or pricing. Doesn't support end-to-end testing for the moment. I think is under construction, maybe. This is a subjective disadvantage because I use in my backend a response with file is very necessary, I guess, because the idea is generate the response with a file, maybe PDF file, doc file, txt file, etc. This is the idea to create this feature. uh, will be a good addition to the response. And the last disadvantage, no request multipart for the moment. This is another feature necessary for me because I need to upload or send a file in my request. For the moment, supports form data, no multipart. Multipart form data and form data is different request, text request and JSON request. But multipart request is not support. But in my demo, I try to implement a proof of concept about multipart to use in my backend. So, how to use with Flutter that frog? I don't know if I make a comparison with ServerPod. I don't know if ServerPod just works with Flutter in this case. However, Dartfrog works with Flutter, with another technologies, but I don't know if ServerPod is very close to work with Flutter, and that's it. But I don't know. Is a supposition. I hope so. But with Flutter, it's easy to use because I can use the HTTP or DO packages to connect via HTTP REST. This is very useful. I think the Flutter developers must know how to implement HTTP connections. So in this case, with Dartfrog is very easy. For the moment, Dartfrog doesn't support GraphQL. Maybe in the future is a good plus, but like an independent package, or I can use some implementations with another libraries, but it's a little hard work or it's a little complex to implement, but it's not impossible to make it. The idea is, I don't know, in the future, um, maybe I can make a proof of concept there, how to use Dartfrog integrating with a GraphQL library to use GraphQL in my projects using Dartfrog. Is a complex integration, but maybe will be interesting how to use in a set. Okay, let me show you a demo. Where is it? Okay, let me increment the font size. Okay, yes. So this is my current project. Is created with Dartfrog, obviously. And I create packages. In this case, is Dart packages, simple Dart packages, like the data source layer. In this case, I'm using Stormberry, like ORM to handle the query SQL database. In this case, with Postgres SQL. What else? Let me close this part. Okay. Packages. That's here. So in this case, I create the Dart packages. Is very simple with my scheme, my table schemes, and the repository with the CRUD operations is essential. Is easy to implement. It's not it's not new for the developers. What else? I create a package to handle the domain layer. In this case, I create the entities. These entities I use with like a response uh, from my endpoints. In this case, I map uh, to table, from table to entity in this part. I call the data source, make the insert or make the select by ID, the date, and the delete. It's very simple and understandable to any developer. Okay, what else? In this case, is this part is interesting because I use Cloudinary to upload images or photos or videos, not for the moment, just files or images to upload with Cloudinary. And this is an integration to login with Facebook from the backend. It's very simple. I use a HTTP client to integrate them. And the last is this part about the Darfrog project. I used to handle the configuration with .env. In this case, if I use, I don't know, the development or staging or production environment, I just change the env file. In this case, this is the env file for the developer environment. I use also local storage to when I upload the the file and save in the server. And this is the features that actually doesn't support with Darfrog. The first is the multipart from data to upload a file. If you can see, I implement my own by my own criteria how to use multipart request with Darfrog. Like I said, Darfrog doesn't support for the moment. Maybe I don't know in the future, or uh, I can make a pull request or contribute with the project because the Darfrog project is very interesting, and in this case is open source. This is an advantage to contribute it. Okay, what else? In this case, I implement the cross origin, because I don't know if Darfrog has the cross origin from the native form, or in this case, use your own cross origin. This is very useful to lock or allow a request or request or response from trusted sites. So in this case, I implement this part about the cross origin. And the last one is this feature about handle the basic authentication, user and password from the header request, or the bearer authorization, use a bearer token. I don't know if it's necessary to implement or add this feature to the Darfrog project. Uh, Maybe could be a good addition, but I don't know, Felix. Uh, Maybe he liked to add this part, or is by own developer criteria to use it, but is a very useful for every developer that use authorizations or authentications headers. And this is the part that use the routes. To implement the routes in Dartfrog is very easy. In this case, I create the onRequest method. Always, we must use the context because the context is important, like in Flutter, the build context, or in Flutter is like the request context in Dartfrog, because the request context has the request, the in this case to call the dependencies that have injected previously. The request has the headers, the method that I invoke, get, post, put, patch, delete, the body, in this case, a body, a simple body like a text or a string. The form data is that is different to multi-part form data, and I create to by my own criteria the multi-part that is here to validate if the request is a multi-part from data. This is the is JSON, is from data. Let me check where is it from data. It's here. It's multi-part from data. Make the string to decode the request, and this is the multi-part. So what else? Okay, in this case, I implement the login with Facebook. I use the dependency injected. In this case, I implemented in the middleware. Obviously, I can create some middlewares in different routes. For example, here I can create a middleware here and can use this middleware like this middleware at the same time. This is a very feature interesting for me, and injected the dependency like this. I injected the config, the database with uh, my data. In this case, the config environment, the repositories, the data source, the local storage, the clients, the integration clients. All in this part is injected and set in the use method that implement the handler or the middleware handle the dependency injections, the request, the response. In this case, handle everything before to pass the endpoint. In this case, pass first in this part, and when validate, I don't know, the headers, the fields, I pass for this way, and execute this part. In this case, show the body with JSON, and for this example, I make a login with Facebook. Let me show you the postman. This is the postman, and let's see this. Let me show you. And where is the terminal? To execute, I type Dartfrog dev, and my server is up. Okay, show you. Okay, the middleware is empty. So in this case, let me delete it and run again. Okay, the hot reload is enabled. Maybe if I make a chain, for example, save changes, and the hot reload continue working uh, when I execute the project. Is similar to Flutter. So there is the postman. In this case, is a post with a body and send the data. Okay, user data. Let me check if the database is up. Okay. I'm gonna check another endpoint. This is a from data and select a file. This. Okay. Sent. Okay, this is it's working finally. And what is the database? I'm gonna use PostgreSQL. And okay, and the Cloudinary. Let me open the Cloudinary. Where is it? Cloudinary console. Documents. Okay, this is the image. If I get or I wanna get the image, this is my response body. Or if I update the image too, this is the CRUD operation simple. Send. Okay, photo. Change the path parameter. Send again. Okay. In this case, the update was success. And where is the Cloudinary again? It's here. Let me refresh. And in this case, replace the photo without problem. And the delete here. The photo doesn't exist. Change the path parameter and the to not content success. And where is it? Refresh. Okay, the photo doesn't exist. And let me run the database. The data was deleted. So if you can see, the Dart Frog implementation is very easy to use, to implement without without problem, and is very lightweight to use, to create, to build. Okay, show you the path parameter. In this case, change because, for example, if is index, it is not necessary to use path parameter, but if I need to implement the path parameter, the correct form maybe is create a file like this. Let me copy this part. Okay. Okay. Let me remove these methods and change by name. status. Okay, I hope so doesn't have any conflict. That for depth. Mm, hot reload is enabled. Okay, maybe. Okay, method not allowed. In this case, this is the priority, the method with priority. But I can make this implementation. ID set this here. Okay, stop the server. Let me check if it's possible. Okay, this is not the key. Okay. Let me print the context request URI context string. Okay, and run again. In this case, I think it's index. I don't know if had conflict with the path, maybe. Okay. Maybe this path is not like that. Save. With this file. Okay. No, no. In this case, is maybe am I wrong in this part? Remove this index. Yep. Maybe has conflict with this part. Let me rename this set, I don't know, list. List exists, already exists. What else? What else? And the filter. Okay. Yeah. For reload enable. Duplicate tab. Okay. This is the URI, but let me return case http method get and return response. Okay, the body response maybe. The filter value and name. Okay, hot reload. That's it. It worked. It works finally. Okay, so the idea is create nested rows or multiple rows to use. Maybe I don't know if I want to get uh, uh, the photo list by the user is possible. If I want to filter by another parameter is possible too, or use the index, I don't know, to save with the post, because in this case, with the post method, it is not necessarily a path parameters, that is a variable, and the ID to get a specific photo, or update a photo, or delete a photo, in this case by ID. So it is easy. Use Dartfrog. This is the demo. Obviously, the demo maybe could fail, but in the future, I'm gonna upload this repository to my GitHub, my personal GitHub, to, I don't know, to look in a detail, or if had a suggestion or issue, you can report to change. This is the idea. Contribute in this project, maybe. And in the conclusion, obviously, for this session is the next. If with JavaScript you can be full stack, because exist a JavaScript full stack in everywhere, why not with Dart? This is the conclusion in this session. The idea is uh, make popular the role Dart full stack, like similar JavaScript full stack, because obviously JavaScript is very demanded or request in some companies, but why that full stack maybe uh, will be possible to uh, to be popular, or get the same status like JavaScript. This is the conclusion, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you so much, and I hope to understand me in this session. Anna, Anna, let me alone. So let me check if I have questions.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Just
You know, Anna, where are you? Where are you?
yeah, no, I'm here. It's fine. Yeah, we're just seeing also the questions if we got something. So yeah, we know some questions. Few of them are kind of that I think you already explained, but let's go with this one. What are the benefits that would make me choose a Dart fork in comparison with options like Shelf and Server Pod, for example?
Okay, so Shelf, or in this case, Dartfrog is implement in the background with Shelf, but Shelf has separated packages. In this case, Dartfrog had the set in a one library, or framework. And server pod, for me, I don't use server pod for the moment, but I guess that server pod is a backend for Flutter, exclusive for Flutter. In this case, Dartfrog is in comparative is similar to Express or Fast API, Flask, and I can use in different technologies. It's agnostic.
Yes, and yeah, we had Victor today. He was talking about Serverpod. So I think that we had to do it somewhere close and you could discuss it. So
Okay.
one more question is, do you think Dart powered backends are gonna be used much more in production by businesses or startups?
Maybe in startups, if I'm gonna start with uh, an MVP, I can use my stack with Dart, using Dartfrog, using Flutter, and I don't know if I want to create a video game using Flame. In this case, is very maybe could be useful. And the businesses, the idea, I don't know, is talking with the tech lead or the architect, or I don't know, the CTO, to use a Dartfrog, even, I don't know, like a microservice, or a small backend for any feature or any purpose, uh, to and the idea is to start to make popular that frog. This is the idea.
Yeah, we have two more questions. One of them is how to create backend with Dart Frog. I think somebody missed it.
Okay, so to create backing with Dartfrog is easily. In this case, you must install Dartfrog CLI on your machine, on your computer, and follow the documentation. Is very, very comprehensible, understandable, and you can create a backend like my demo, uh, and it's not difficult to start uh, to create a backend with that.
Yeah, I think it sounds very simple. But one more question we got is about testing. How can I do unit test with Dart Frog?
Okay, the unit testing is similar when I test with Dart, just Dart. When I test my my logic layer, I create the group test, and mock the request, mock the response, and in this case, call this mock, and an advice is use Dartfrog or the unit test with Dartfrog and mocktail. This is a good combination to create the unit test. It's not difficult. It's not difficult create widget test that unit test in Dartfrog.
Yeah, I think it's you answered for this question. We can just wait one more second. Maybe we'll get more. But for now, I want to tell you thank you for the amazing presentation, for being with us for a really long time, for supporting us for years. And it's really a pleasure to have known faces in the event. Yeah, also I want to tell guys, you remember that we have a second day tomorrow senior track, and we got even more interesting content. Today I saw a few comments that is it for junior developers or not? Because we had that amount of content, everybody was trying to give as much as was possible. So really, guys, that you enjoyed, and we will share with you feedback form, and please give us like your marks, give us your thoughts, what you think about us.
Okay, thank you.
And I
Thank you
see
so
you
much.
have some interesting history dash.
This is a dash,
Yeah.
a 3D dash.
Yeah, I also want like this. I haven't this. I want now I want that.
Then I have that's
Yeah, I can see that. I can see. I didn't see this one. I think you're. Yeah. Now I want the same one. Okay, I'll go. I will go and will ask Flutter to send me such dash. And thank you again. And it was a pleasure to have you with us. And see you at our next events.
okay. Sure. Thank you.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
For everybody, I still want to remind that we have a senior track tomorrow. Also, we have a free workshop that will be hosted by Majid. So please check it on our website, check the separate link for the workshop, and it was a pleasure to have you with us. It was a pleasure to have you today, and it was a pleasure to have you tomorrow, and I'll see you at the workshop as well. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for listening, and see you soon.
Thanks for watching. Please like, comment, share and subscribe to this channel.